Your Highness, these are the last humans left alive in this village. Should I kill them too? That was the first sentence I heard in my new life. Not welcome, not you have been chosen, not even a tutorial pop-up, just a polite request for permission to finish off some peasants. I turned toward the voice and found a 2-meter lion standing next to me. Not a metaphor, an actual lion, if a lion had been crossed with a lizard, given hands, and then set slightly on fire. Green flames leaked out of the cracks between his scales like he was a furnace someone had forgotten to close. He was holding a double-edged spear with something molten running down the blade, and he was looking at me the way a golden retriever looks at you when it wants to know if it's allowed on the couch. His name arrived in my head all by itself. Sin Demon, Xylar, personal bodyguard, loyal since birth, would walk into a volcano if I pointed at it. Behind him, the village was on fire. The ground was covered in bodies. The air smelled like blood and charcoal, which are two smells I had previously only encountered separately and in much smaller quantities. About 30 survivors were roped together with a vine covered in thorns, staring at us with the specific kind of terror you can't fake. 20 seconds earlier, I had been a game designer, hunched over a keyboard at 2 in the morning, writing a design proposal nobody was ever going to read. No need, I said, just kidnap them. That is genuinely what came out of my mouth. In my defense, my brain was still buffering. Xylar waved a clawed hand at empty air and tore a hole in it. Green light poured out. A dozen little imps came scrambling through, grabbed the villagers, and dragged them into the portal while they screamed. And I stood there in my nice medieval outfit thinking, I have been alive in this world for less than a minute, and my first act was a kidnapping. Cool. Very cool. Love that for me. Here's what my memory helpfully coughed up while all that was happening. This body belonged to Kalen Blackwood, third son of the ruler of the demon realm, 17 years old. Malcor demon, which is apparently the top of the entire demonic food chain, a race so dangerous that other demons cross the street when they see one coming. My race's whole thing is that we make magic stop working. A wizard spends 40 years learning a spell, points it at me, and it dissolves like sugar in rain. And the reason I was standing in a burning village was that this particular demon prince had gotten curious about humans, snuck out of the demon realm, hitched a ride with a merchant caravan, and then the caravan got hit by bandits. He hid until he couldn't stand it anymore, summoned his bodyguard, and Xylar solved the bandit problem with the enthusiasm of a man who has been waiting all week for exactly this. So the villagers had watched a demon murder everyone who was hurting them, and then they'd looked at their rescuer and started praying harder. That right there. That was the whole problem of this world in one image, and I hadn't even been in it for 2 minutes yet. 100 years of war, demons who take caravans, humans who pray harder when a demon saves them, and neither side has ever tried the one weapon that works, because nobody here has invented it yet. In my last life, I made things people looked at. Games, pictures, stories that get into a head and stay. So I'm not going to conquer anybody. I'm going to show them a picture, then another one, until humans decide by themselves that demons are worth loving. Cultural invasion. It arrives dressed as entertainment, and all it needs is a camera. Mine was already lying on my bedroom floor. By the way, I said, pointing at a pile of corpses about 40 meters out, there's one still breathing over there. One of the bandits had played dead. He'd done a decent job of it, too, except he'd gotten impatient and started crawling. Yes, ma'am, said Xylar. I never did figure out why he called me that. I walked into the portal and did not look back, because behind me there was a sound like someone tearing a wet sheet in half, and I decided that some things you just don't turn around for. The demon realm was not what I expected. I was braced for lava, volcanoes, screaming, the standard hell starter pack. Instead, I stepped out into a garden. Blue sky, warm air, flowers I couldn't name giving off little floating specks of pale light. If it weren't for the flaming lion standing next to me, I'd have assumed I'd been transported to a resort. Your Highness, shall we put these humans in cages? Lock them up for now. Feed them. Don't let them starve. I still need them. I didn't know yet what I needed them for. I just knew I'd need them. That's a programmer instinct. You never delete data you don't understand yet. Then I went to find my room. And my room was a crime scene. The floor was covered, wall to wall, in junk. Open books, cracked crystals, half-finished contraptions, things with springs coming out of them. I'm not a neat person by any standard, and even I stood in the doorway and made a face. It turned out none of it was junk. It was research. Because here's the thing about the demon prince whose body I was now driving around. His siblings got the good genes. His older brother Draven got made into a general who commands armies on the border. His sister Ilara got made into the overseer who runs the capital and terrifies criminals into confessing by making eye contact. And Kaelin got a brain that would not shut up about mechanical engineering, magical engineering, and crystal construction. Which meant that in the demon realm, where strength is everything, the third prince was famous throughout the capital by a nickname the other demons used behind his back. Despicable human. They meant it as an insult. 17 years of being the family disappointment because he built things instead of breaking them. I picked 2 of those things off the floor. According to his memories, they were called the Magic Image Recaller and the Image Recall Stone. Very impressive names. Very fantasy. I turned them over in my hands, and then I renamed them on the spot, because I am a professional and I know a spade when I see one. A camera. And the memory card. The kid had invented a camera. In a world where the light bulb hadn't happened yet, and they called him despicable for it. Interesting, I said out loud, to nobody, because I'd been standing in this world for maybe 20 minutes, and I'd already figured out that I had zero interest in becoming stronger. Not everybody dreams about punching harder. I never did. In my old life, I was a rich kid with connections who refused to inherit the family business and went off to draw concept art and go to game conventions instead, which my father found roughly as impressive as the demon realm found mechanical engineering. But a camera, in a world that had never seen a moving picture. I could make movies here. And if that failed, I could make card games. And if that failed, novels, comics, anything. As an artist, I felt it was my sacred duty to spread the culture of Earth to this world. No, not spread, invade. I was maybe 4 minutes into planning the invasion when a servant made of water walked into my room. She had the shape of a woman and the texture of a poured drink, and she spoke without any emotion at all. Your Highness, Third Prince, the Master has summoned you to the guardhouse. The Master, that was my father, the ruler of the entire demon realm, and I was going to meet him before I'd even finished unpacking. The hall he summoned us to was 10 minutes of hiking through corridors lined with statues 3 stories tall. Every statue was a Malcor demon. Every one was a previous ruler of this land. Publicly, they were called kings. Privately, among themselves, they had a different word. Guardians. Nobody could tell me what it was supposed to mean. It had just been handed down, king to king, for longer than anyone had bothered to write down. I filed that away in the same folder as the camera, which is my folder labeled Things That Are Going to Matter Later. My siblings were already lined up in front of the altar. Draven, the general. Ilara, the terrifying police chief with the red hair. Mei Lin, the 4th, 14 years old, who I would learn later had a room at the top of a tower full of bones. They didn't look at me. They just left a gap between them, exactly Kaelin-sized, and I stepped into it like I'd been doing it for 17 years. My father read out 4 names. Then he said the sentence that turns families into blood feuds. In 2 years, I will choose the next guardian from among you. The air went tight. I could actually feel it happen. 4 kids, 1 throne, 2 years on the clock. I have read enough history to know exactly how this movie ends. The Sima family taking the throne from the Chow, Richard III and his nephew. Every version of this story is written in the same ink. So I raised my hand. Please allow me to withdraw from the succession. Everyone stopped breathing at once. Oh? My father said. Kaelin, do you not yearn to be a guardian? Let's think about this. A king rules everything, owns everything, and can end tens of millions of lives with 1 sentence. That's a great job. Power is fantastic, assuming you survive long enough to enjoy it. I did the math in about 2 seconds. My brother could tear me in half. My sister could tear me in half. My other sister, the 14-year-old, could probably tear me in half twice while asleep. Third Prince had poured every single point he had into invention and creation, which made him the weakest of the 4 by a comfortable margin. Handing power to the weakest guy in the room isn't a promotion. It's a one-way ticket with the destination already printed on it. No, I said. I've found a higher ideal, so please let me refuse. My father stared at me for a very long time. Then he sent everyone else out of the hall. Great, fantastic. This is the part in the inspirational story where the king reveals that the least favored son is actually his chosen heir because of his kindness and tolerance and other noble qualities, which is a beautiful idea and also complete nonsense, because in this world, a person without ability cannot carry the weight of a crown. Then the doors shut, and I got a good look at him for the first time. He was old, not king old, just old. Unkempt beard, deep lines in his face, shoulders that had been holding something up for a long time. He looked less like a ruler and more like a tired father with 4 children and no help. "Relax," he said. "Don't be shy." Then he went straight for the throat. "Kalen, what is your opinion on the relationship between demons and humans? We're enemies now, but I believe that can change." "Change? Humans see us as evil itself. A century of war has proven it, and you still believe?" "Of course. Opinions can change given enough time." He went quiet, then, carefully, "Magic that alters the mind? If such a thing were discovered, it would only deepen their hatred. The wars of the last century cost our race too much. If a new one starts, we will most likely lose." That's when I understood something that reframed the entire building I was standing in. The ruler of the demon realm, the top of the food chain, the guy with the statues, he was not planning a conquest. He was planning an evacuation. He was telling me that if war came again, he wanted me to lead our people somewhere safe, while my brother and sister stood and fought. He had already done the math on losing. "I don't need mind-altering magic," I said. "I have a way to make humans accept the culture of demons willingly, enthusiastically even. Because here's the thing, ask a modern person what they think of demons. Fear? Horror? Disgust? Wrong. Wrong. All wrong. Ask anyone who's been paying attention for the last 30 years and you'll get exactly one answer. Cool. Demons stopped being a religious warning about 1,000 years before I was born and turned into the thing everybody wants to play as. Wild, arrogant, powerful, dressed extremely well. There is a reason nobody makes an action figure of the guy holding the holy book. Accept the culture of demons, my father said. It's a completely new diplomatic method. I can't explain the details yet. Give me a few years and I'll show you the change. With your strange inventions? That's right. He looked at me for a long moment. And then the lord of the demon realm, the man whose face was carved into a 10-meter statue in the hall outside, said, "Interesting. I will wait and see what your so-called culture does to the relationship between demons and humans." That's it. That's my entire funding pitch. No budget, no staff, no deadline. Just a tired old man giving his useless son a few years to try something stupid. I went back to my room and started reading. There was a book on the one clean shelf called A General History of the World, and it was written in English, in a fantasy world, by humans. Which raises about 9 questions I did not have time for, so I opened it instead. What I found was better than I dared hope. The human world here is not a feudal mud pit with an illiterate peasant population. It's closer to a parliamentary republic, and the reason is magic. This world is so saturated with magical elements that a farmer can cast a fireball. Everybody has power, which means nobody's status comes from having power. Status comes from knowledge. The more you know, the higher you stand. Which means literacy rates are high, schools exist, and a country called Nolan is the most magically advanced nation on the map. Everyone there is a wizard, and it's the closest human country to the demon realm. First stop, obviously. Now I needed a script, and I had 2 candidates, Beauty and the Beast and Leon. Beauty and the Beast doesn't need explaining. It's a story that has been told to nearly every child on Earth for 200 years, which is not childish, it's the opposite. It's the highest score a story can get. Leon is the other end of the spectrum, and one of my favorite films ever made. Both of them do the same trick. Both of them take a monster and make the audience fall in love with it. Swap the monster for a demon and change almost nothing else, and it works perfectly. Leon would have to wait. Beauty and the Beast first, because I already knew who my leading man was. "Servant," I said, "go get Xylar." Then I started writing. I discovered something wonderful while I did it. My memory in this body is terrifying. Everything from Earth, everything from Kalen's 17 years, all of it filed and instantly retrievable. I can remember the pattern on the back of a ladybug I caught when I was 10. So I didn't have to adapt Beauty and the Beast. I could just reconstruct it, frame by frame, shot by shot, in charcoal pencil on a stack of the Demon Prince's leftover drawing paper. By the time the floor started shaking, I had a title on the first page. Beauty and the Demon. "Your Highness, is there something you need from me?" Xylar filled the doorway. He didn't come in because the floor was covered in paper and he is on fire. "Xylar, how are your acting skills?" He blinked. The word did not compute. Simply put, I said, could you deceive some humans? Of course, Your Highness. He said it instantly and with actual pride. This is a required course for every demon. Though I am far inferior to the succubus and the ghost elves, I can deceive foolish and ignorant humans. Deception is a required course for every demon, as a race. I want you to understand what I was being handed here. Every single member of this species is a trained liar from birth. They've had a mandatory acting program running for 1,000 years, and they've been using it to scare farmers. You people have been sitting on a national film industry and using it to jump scare shepherds. Great. Stand there and don't move. I sketched him. It's what I'm actually trained for. 10 years of drawing, 5 years of painting, and a day job designing games, so I can rough out a character in about 10 minutes. And what I put on the page was Xylar in an exquisitely tailored dress coat, mane brushed, posture regal, expressions somewhere between majestic and dangerous. He looked over my shoulder at it and asked, with total sincerity, Your Highness, won't my clothes catch fire? Can you turn the fire down? Yes, Your Highness. I can control the temperature of the flames on my body. Of course he can. This world is so convenient sometimes it's insulting. Now I needed a bell. And a human woman was out of the question, because a timid one would faint at the sight of Xylar, and a brave one would open with a fireball to his face. I needed someone who could stand 2 feet from a sin demon and deliver a love scene. I needed a demon. Xylar, I have a task for you. I wrote out a notice and stamped it with the seal that meant third prince. Go find me the prettiest girl in town. I wanted on the record that I did not specify a species, a temperament, or a profession. I said prettiest girl in town to a member of a race that reproduces by splitting in half and therefore does not have the concept of female at all. So while I sat there working on the script, I ran into the first real technical problem of my new career. The memory card was single use. I recorded a test image on one of the crystals, tried to load it back into the camera to keep shooting, and the new image ate the old one. 1 crystal, 1 shot. Which meant I could either shoot my entire movie in a single unbroken take, or I could stop pretending to be a director right now. Even the best filmmakers on Earth couldn't do a 2-hour single take, and I had never directed anything longer than a student short, so I tried to fix it with magic. I put 2 loaded crystals together and pushed my own power into them. They started to merge. It was working. And then the surface temperature spiked to burning, dropped to freezing, and both of them shattered into gravel in my hands. That's Malcore demon magic for you. It doesn't do anything as boring as fire or ice. It does chaos. You have no idea how much damage you've done until the number pops up, and by then, the number is usually everything. I sat there looking at the dust in my palm and had a thought I would like to formally apologize to the universe for. Am I cultivating both ice and fire at the same time now? That was when the water elemental came back to tell me Xylar had assembled my candidates in the reception hall outside the Imperial City. And that is how I ended up walking into what I can only describe as a brothel that had been reorganized into a job fair. 32 succubi, all of them stunning, all of them absolutely certain about what kind of casting call this was. The first candidate leaned across my table, opened her mouth, and made an offer so specific I didn't need to guess at any part of it. Thank you for participating, I said. Next. I said that 31 more times. Look, I understand how this reads. I'm a 17-year-old prince with unlimited authority in a room full of professionally seductive women, and I said next 32 times. But movies are art. Some films genuinely changed the direction of my life. I was not going to take everything my planet's artists ever made and use it to shoot cheap adult content in a fantasy dimension. I have standards. Low ones, but they're mine. Your Highness, the one you just reviewed was the last. The last? There's still someone standing at the door. Bring her in. There was a figure hovering outside the hall who had been there the entire time and had not come in. When Xylar pointed at her, the succubus nearest the door recoiled and said, Sir, are you mistaken? That despicable thing is not from our clan. This is not a request, said Xylar, and breathed enough green fire to raise the room temperature by 15 degrees. Zephyr, get over there, now. The figure came out from behind them and walked to my table, and I finally got a look at her. She was beautiful. But it was a completely different kind of beautiful from the 32 I'd just dismissed. Those women could raise your blood pressure with an eyebrow. This one just looked frightened, and it made you want to stand between her and whatever she was frightened of. Silver hair falling out from behind her ears, red eyes she wouldn't lift, clothes that were one wash away from becoming rags. She was gripping the hem of her own dress like it was the only thing holding her to the floor. Bat wings, long tail, definitely a succubus. Then why does your own clan push you out? I asked. She bit her lip, closed her eyes like a prisoner who has decided to stop running, and told me the root cause of a lifetime of humiliation. I am a man. Okay, let's all take a second. Male succubi are born maybe once a generation. They inherit none of the racial talents. They can't feed the way the others feed. They can't grow stronger the way the others grow stronger. And so the entire race treats them as an ordinary imp with a pretty face. Every customer who ever wanted Zephyr became furious the moment they found out. He'd spent his whole life at the absolute bottom of a society that was already at the bottom. And he had walked all the way to the Imperial City and stood outside my door for hours anyway. A boy? That's fine. His eyes came open. Your Highness, you aren't angry? That's great. Your conditions fit perfectly. I want to note that everyone else in that reception hall immediately drew a conclusion about their prince, and I could see them drawing it in real time, and there was nothing I could do about it. Your Highness, if you wish, I gladly offer this body to you. Just please don't send me back there. I don't want your body, I said, because I could see exactly what was happening. This was somebody who had been told his entire life that he had exactly one asset and had never once been offered a second option. He wasn't propositioning me. He was bargaining with the only currency anyone had ever let him hold. I'm going to give you a job. Maybe your kind can win one man's heart with your body. The job I'm giving you, if you do it well enough, will let you capture the hearts of countless men and women. They'll like you regardless of race. You'll get the respect you deserve, and then a great deal more than that. He stared at me, and then, so quietly, I almost missed it. Can I really do it? How will you know if you don't try? But first, you're changing out of clothes that are barely better than rags. I wrote his name on the last blank sheet in the registry and stamped it, which gave a bottom-rung male succubus the right to walk in and out of the Imperial City on the authority of the third prince. Xylar, take him to change. Men's clothing. Yes, ma'am. Zephyr took a step and then hesitated, the way you hesitate when you're waiting for someone to change their mind about you. Head up, I said. Be confident. And don't forget you're a boy. Don't lose to those women. It's the single line my father said most often on Earth. Turns out it ports. While I was doing all that, someone had broken into my room. I noticed on the way back, before I even opened the door, something small was moving around in there. So I pushed it open, and the entire room's magic detonated at me at once, a shockwave that blew out every candle in the place. Gray magic ran out over my hand. I closed my fist, and the shockwave stopped existing. That's the Malcor demon party trick. I don't block spells. I make them forget how to be spells. The mouse wasn't done. White runes lit up around her. 3 books floated off the floor and launched themselves at my head, and I crushed the magic holding them so they just fell. I picked one up, dusted it off, and shouted into the dark. Didn't your teacher ever teach you how to treat books? The mouse turned out to be a human woman. She'd been in a cage in the Demon Realm prison an hour ago, along with the 57 people Xylar had scooped up. She was a traveling magic apprentice who'd been hitching a ride with that caravan, and she had escaped by burning a teleportation ring she'd begged off her rich older sister. That ring cost 3 years of her food budget. She spent it, and it dropped her into a room in the deepest part of the Imperial Palace, which is roughly like escaping a jail cell and landing in the warden's bedroom. She lit up an illumination spell, saw me standing there, screamed, and hit me with her staff. I caught her arm, not hard, just enough to stop a woman with the upper body strength of a wet napkin from breaking her own wrist on my ribs. She wrenched free, backed off, and started building her next spell with her eyes locked on me, and I could see exactly what she was thinking. If he moves, I overload and take him with me. I'd advise against being impulsive, I said, and lit a candle instead of attacking her. Then I pointed at my own neck. She touched hers. Then she looked in the mirror. There was a red crystal on a black ribbon sitting against her throat, and to anyone who didn't know better, it would have looked like an extremely expensive necklace. She knew better because she could not afford a ruby. I had one just like it in my hand, and to demonstrate, I dropped it on the floor. The bang put a crack in the stone. Don't waste your energy, I said. You can't get it off. She started clawing at her neck anyway, which I respected. That thing was another one of the demon prince's little masterpieces, sitting on his workbench where a normal person keeps a paperweight. The blast is not powerful. It's just powerful enough to separate a head from a body, and it goes off if the wearer gets more than 20 meters from me. She stopped clawing, and I watched her run the numbers, and I watched her reach a conclusion. What do you want from me? Quite a lot, actually, starting with your name. Lyra. Lyra? Do you happen to know a card player named Geralt? Side job, monster hunting? Who? Right, unnecessary question. Because the thing I actually wanted was the thing she'd just done to me. Her magic had picked up 3 books and thrown them. Mine can't do that. Mine can end a room. It cannot pick up a pencil. I could have leveled that entire tower in under a minute, and I could not merge 2 crystals without turning them into gravel. Her magic was the opposite. Order, control, precision. Which is precisely what I needed to edit footage. Tell me how to learn the magic you use. She short-circuited. A demon whose entire faith is chaos and darkness wanted to learn the power of the god of order. But here's the thing I learned in the next 10 minutes, and it's my favorite fact about this world. Nobody here actually worships anything. Gods are treated as a distribution platform. Different god, different magic system, and most wizards sign up for several because why limit your library? If a magician truly worships anything, it's knowledge. So Lyra, who had been kidnapped by a demon 40 minutes earlier, got out a little wooden statue, drew a circle on my floor, and performed a religious initiation ceremony for a Malcor demon. She was a second-tier apprentice. She had never presided over this ritual in her life. She was, by her own private admission, praying that her god would not smite her for what she was about to do. Just touch the wood carving. I touched it. Light poured up my arm and into my chest, and when I opened my eyes, there were symbols floating in my vision. Hundreds of them. They didn't belong to any writing system I knew, and I understood every single one instantly. The first one meant 1. The second meant 0. There were symbols for A and B. Runes, I said. Runes of order. She was so relieved it had worked that she got a little smug about it, and asked me the standard question you ask a newly awakened wizard. How many can you see? 2 is a pass, 3 is excellent, 4 is a genius. A pause. I saw 5. I looked at the wall of glowing text hanging in front of my face and did a rough count. More than 200. Every drop of color left her face. Here's why. Runes are the building blocks of every spell in this world, and the number you get is determined entirely by how well you understand the world. Not how strong you are, how much you know. Lyra had spent 5 or 6 years traveling and clawing her way to about 20. The great masters of Nolan's ruling council had a few hundred. She was standing in front of a demon who had opened his eyes and been handed 200 on day 1. She was seeing the periodic table. I didn't tell her that, but I wasn't looking at the runes and thinking about spells, because the second I looked at them properly, I recognized what I was actually holding. It was a language, a real one. Symbols, operators, values, a syntax, something disturbingly close to C with a very strange standard library. I used to work at Microsoft. I have written code on machines old enough to have opinions. No system to act as a cheat after transmigrating? Fine, I'll write one myself. Half an hour later, I had a working program that did addition and subtraction under 10. I typed 1 plus 2 into a window made of light, and the world said 3 back to me. Lyra watched me do it with the expression of a person watching someone eat soup with a fork. The important part is that this also solved my movie. Once I had order magic, merging the crystals stopped being an explosion and became a file operation. Shoot each scene on its own crystal, then push them all into one. Clumsy, slow, and about 400 years ahead of everything else in this world. Lyra, meanwhile, made a break for the door. I'd suggest not straying too far, I said without turning around. That thing detonates past 20 meters. Her hand came off the doorknob. She stood there for 10 minutes waiting for orders that didn't come, got bored, and drifted over to read the script over my shoulder. Which was the moment I learned that my hostage was going to be a problem, because she got to the part where Belle is imprisoned in the castle to save her father, and I watched her realize the plot was uncomfortably close to her afternoon. Then she got to the part where the demon saves Belle from the wolves, then the first dinner, then the ball. It's just a story, right? She said, in the voice of someone who very much needs it to not be just a story. Of course. There are big differences between the story and reality. For example, Belle's figure is considerably larger than yours. She grabbed her own chest, went scarlet, and was about 6 words into her comeback when someone knocked on the door. "Hide," I said, and pointed at the bookshelf. She was behind it before the second knock. Because the person outside my door was my sister, Ilara Blackwood, second child, overseer of the capital. Crimson hair, crimson eyes, and a presence that makes liars confess out of sheer social pressure. She took the job at 15 and has been putting demonic criminals in the ground with terrifying efficiency ever since. "I sensed magical fluctuations from a human here," she said. "Small experiments, human magic." I made a rune of pale white light in my palm and let it sit there for a second before my own chaos ate it, which is a neat trick and also a completely honest answer. "But second sister came all this way for more than that, didn't she?" "Hold out your hand." I held it out. She pulled my sleeve up and checked my arm. Then she put a hand flat on my chest. "Your magic hasn't been disrupted." And that's when I realized what was happening. This wasn't a search. This was a checkup. Because a year ago, Third Prince ran an experiment, lost control of his own magic, and was very nearly eaten by it. He held on, but his soul and his body were damaged, and his memories after that point get hazy. That's the hole I fell through. That's the gap I'm sitting in. Somewhere in there, a dying boy spent the last of himself summoning his bodyguard, and his scattered soul brushed up against another version of himself from another world. "Don't worry," I said. "I'm recovering very well." She straightened my collar, fixed the fold like she'd done it 100 times before. "Don't," she said. "Let it happen again." I still have work. Get rid of the human in your room and the ones you dumped in prison. The prison is not your hotel." And she left. And I stood there for a second with a very strange feeling in my chest, because I just met the woman who was going to be my rival in a succession war in 2 years, and she'd come all the way back to the capital to check whether her useless little brother was still hurt. I have a memory in this body of an older brother teaching 2 younger siblings how to do magic in a courtyard. Not all fish live in the same sea. That's a line from a Murakami book I read on Earth, and it kept coming back to me while I stood there. Draven grew up in a fortress and armed himself as a general so that one day he could force humanity to acknowledge our race by war. Alara inherited the capital and put on a mask called Overseer and wants to preserve the peace we have. Both of them are good people. Both of them are absolutely going to end up on opposite sides of a blade, driven there by their own ideals, and in 2 years, one of them is going to win, and the loser is going to be dead. I think that's the most pathetic thing a family can do to itself. And I also think a person's mind is not that hard to change. It just needs the right opportunity. There are people on Earth who got their belief in love back from watching one movie. That's what a movie is for. That's what any of it is for. You hand the audience a feeling they'd stopped believing in. Anyway, that's the end of the artistic segment, and by then I figured the sorceress's legs had gone numb behind the bookshelf. "She's gone, Lyra." Lyra came out. She'd been eavesdropping the whole time, and she'd heard my sister say, "Get rid of them," and she'd heard it the way you'd expect. "Are you going to execute all those humans?" "Execute them? Too much work. I'm going to release them." "Release?" "Food is scarce here. I have no reason to feed 57 strangers. In a few days, I'm putting the villagers back where they came from. Or rather, I'm going to personally rescue them from the clutches of the demons. Because Beauty and the Beast has 3 sets: the town, the snowy road, the castle. And the town needs townspeople, and townspeople need to be extras, and there is no film school in this world, and the greatest performance any human being can give is the one where they're playing themselves. So, the village becomes the town, the villagers become the crowd, and Etienne, the handsome, arrogant hunter that the whole town adores, becomes me. All I had to do was play a human hunter who wandered into the demon realm, broke into the prison, and saved all of them. Their adoration for Etienne afterward wouldn't need to be acted at all. It would be free, and it would be genuine, and they would never know they were living inside a story I wrote. Life is like a play, and a play is like life. Whoever came up with that had no idea. "Then could you rescue me too?" said Lyra, who was now visibly regretting the ring. "Unfortunately, no." "Why? I was kidnapped by you too." "Because you know too much." I have wanted to say that line my entire life. Xylar took the news that we were breaking into the Imperial prison about as well as you'd expect from a man who has been guarding this particular prince since birth. "Your Highness, are you going to hijack the prison?" "It's not a real hijacking. It's a metaphor." He looked slightly disappointed. 2 years ago, one of Third Prince's experiments nearly demolished the royal palace, so from his perspective, a prison break barely registers. I laid it out for him. I'd play a human magician, I'd walk the prisoners out through a portal, and every single overseer in the building would know about it in advance because I'd sent my sister a written plan. A performance, Xylar said slowly. Your Highness, sparing those humans is already merciful enough. Mercy? I'm not letting them go out of mercy. I need them to cooperate with me. Xylar, how many of them do you think I could subdue by force? Most of the human race is far too cowardly. And there was something in the way he said it. Not contempt, something closer to disappointment, because I got the rest of that story later. Xylar can burn a human to ash with one breath. He knows it. He also knows there are exceptional humans out there, which is why, despite everything, he has never once made the mistake of underestimating them. And once, he managed to get his own flames under control and tried to talk to one. They scattered like birds. You're right that most people submit when their life is threatened, I said, but force only gets you obedience while you're standing there. The second you turn your back, they start planning. That's not a demon problem or a human problem. That's just what people are. Even the most cowardly person has a crazy side. I let that sit. So I'm taking the subtle approach. Xylar, can you imagine a day when humans don't fear you? When they think you're incredible? When people travel for days just to see you and hand you flowers and want your autograph and want a picture standing next to you. He looked down at his own hands, claws that go through steel, green fire leaking between the scales, hands that were never, ever going to be able to hold a flower. I'm sorry, Your Highness, he said. I simply cannot imagine it. That day is coming. Believe me, you are going to be a superstar. Human girls are going to scream when they touch your mane. They'll be proud to stand next to you. And everything I'm doing right now is so that day happens. He didn't answer, but when he took the prison map and left, I noticed he was walking faster. I found out later that since the day he was born, the only people who ever spoke to him calmly were other Malcor demons. Everybody wants friends. There is no such thing as a creature that doesn't. Even tigers go looking during mating season. The other half of the plan walked into my room wearing proper men's clothes, which he had to fold his wings and tail to put on, and which somehow made him look more like a girl than before. Your Highness, is there anything I can do? Cleaning or serving you in bed. I've already told you, I didn't hire you as a servant. Zephyr, I need your acting, or to put it another way, I need your ability to deceive people. Isn't that what your kind is best at? That got through. Your first task is to infiltrate a group of imprisoned humans, as a human. You are going to play a brave, passionate, curious girl named Belle. The capital prison sorts its inmates by how dangerous they are, which means the humans got the outermost ring because to a demon warden, a human is a harmless small animal. They were all packed into one big cell, more than 30 of them, and they'd been listening to something enormous roar somewhere below them for 2 days. There was one person in that cell who wasn't panicking, Rhiannon Vance. 79 years old, a traveling merchant, and the owner of the caravan. She'd lost her husband suddenly and for no reason anyone could explain, and then she'd lost her only child to an illness, and she'd spent the rest of her life on the road keeping her husband's business alive out of sheer stubbornness. She had just bought a property in Nolan. She was 2 weeks away from stopping being a poor traveling peddler and becoming a real merchant. Then bandits. Then her own hired guards mutinying on her in the cell. Then demons killing the guards, which is a sentence I want you to sit with for a moment. She had already survived the destruction of everything she loved once, so she wasn't afraid of dying. She was just quietly considering whether it was time to write a will. Then the door opened, and a masked jailer dragged in a new prisoner, and 30 terrified villagers stopped crying and started whispering, because the girl who'd been thrown in with them was, frankly, unfair. Child, why were you brought here? I don't know, said Zephyr, in a voice that was doing exactly what I'd written on the page. My village was raided by bandits. My mother and father told me to run. I hid in an oak forest, and the demons found me. Every single villager in that cell had lived that exact week. The sympathy was instant and total. What a pitiful child. Those robbers should hang. They deserved to die. I'm sure your parents are fine, Rhiannon said. Everything will be all right, Zephyr said. Before I ran, I saw the robbers take my parents. And then he stopped, right on the beat, with a tremble in his voice, and let the sentence hang there, unfinished, which is a technique I did not have to teach him. He shed exactly the right number of tears and wiped them away too fast, and every adult in that cell saw a child being brave. Rhiannon looked at that and felt something she hadn't felt in years wake up in her chest. If her child had lived, he'd be about that age. "If you don't mind," she said, "may I know your name?" "Belle." Meanwhile, my other problem was eating tree bark. I want to be clear that I did not know this was happening. I was busy testing a ring I'd found in the pile, a transformation ring that changes how everyone around you perceives your face. And I heard a noise behind me and turned around to find that my hostage had produced half a strip of dried bark from the bottom of her bag and was preparing to eat it for dinner. "What?" she said, with her mouth full. "Never seen the bark of a cacao tree? It's a delicacy in the human world. I mean that." She could not hold the lie for even one full sentence. She'd also spilled the rest of her bag on my floor, which is how I ended up holding a piece of paper with a charcoal drawing on it. A stream, a stand of trees, a crude grill, and a campfire at night. It was good. It was properly good, the kind of good that takes 10 years to get to, and I would know because I spent 10 years on sketching and 5 more on painting. "Did you draw this? Where did you find that? Give it back." She lunged, missed, overbalanced, and nearly went face first into the floor. I got an arm around her waist and put her back upright, which she found so alarming that she jumped back 3 steps and immediately forgot about it because her bark had hit the ground. She scooped it up, brushed it off twice, and ate it. 3-second rule. She had heard that from a famous sorcerer. I want to be very clear about what I was looking at. This is a 19-year-old with a rare magical talent who taught herself to draw at a professional level with a charcoal pencil because paints cost 20 years of food money, and who has been feeding herself in the wilderness by electrocuting fish and smoking rabbits out of holes. If you drew that, I might consider treating you to some meat. The change in her face was immediate and total. That's right, I drew it. I probably should not have promised to set her free. I should have opened with meat every day for the rest of your life. It would have been cheaper. Have you considered doing this professionally? If I didn't learn it myself, who would teach me? The paints those court painters use cost 20 years of food. If I asked them for lessons, I couldn't afford it in 50. Very good. I might formally hire you, Lyra. Hire? Didn't you say you'd let me go after the movie? She took another bite of bark. She did not believe a word out of my mouth, including the part about the meat. Whether you accept is your business, but I think the price will satisfy you. What price? I will guarantee you enough money for food for the rest of your life. She stopped chewing. That night, she got a proper dinner, and I got to watch a magician nearly become the first recorded case of a wizard choking to death on grilled meat. She was patting her chest with one hand and reaching for more with the other. In industry terms, it was adorably stupid. Then we walked to the prison. I was wearing the transformation ring, a decent robe, and carrying a completely non-functional wand I had personally whittled from a stick over 4 hours. Lyra walked the whole way with her sleeves rolled up and her staff out, and an expression that said she would fight anyone in this city, because the demons on the street kept saying things like, "Smells delicious," as we passed. That's a wilderness instinct. She learned it from a brown bear. The moment you back down at close range, you've lost. I pointed at her neck. Her fighting spirit evaporated. At the gate, 2 overseers stepped out of the shadows and waved us through. Inside, 32 villagers saw a familiar face and went off like a stadium. "It's the magician. She really came back." They rushed the bars, gripping the rusty iron, absolutely thrilled, and I stood there thinking, this is the loudest prison break in recorded history. If I had not personally bribed every guard in this building, we would all be on a scaffold by sunrise. "Everyone please be quiet," I said. "Don't attract the guards." The guards were 4 meters away, watching. 2 overseers were standing in the shadows, making sure I didn't accidentally release anything that wasn't a harmless small animal. I leaned in and dropped my voice, and every single person in that cell heard me perfectly, because every single one of them was hanging on my words. Breaking out of prison right under the eyes of the police is unbelievably thrilling. He is my teacher, Lyra managed. Teacher. She had never publicly lied to more than one person at a time in her life, and she was doing it in front of 2 overseers, and she was doing it entirely because she wanted to see how Beauty and the Demon ends, and she wanted to see it for free. I tore the cell door off. Gray magic, no ceremony, and the door was a rusty block of iron with no rune protection on it at all, because who breaks into a demon prison? Then I walked 32 humans through the deepest part of an enemy fortress with 2 jailers politely holding the doors, and into a portal that opened onto a forest. At the very back of the line, an old woman stopped in front of the light. "My lord mage, may I ask your name?" Zephyr was standing right behind her, holding her hand. "Ah. So she's playing Belle's father. Or mother." "Etienne," I said. "Just call me Etienne. You can thank me when we're safe." She nodded, took Zephyr's hand tighter, and stepped through. And the moment they were all across, Beauty and the Demon officially began shooting. Xylar came to the interrogation room door with a briefcase full of equipment, camera, memory crystals, and a jar of invisibility powder. I took it, thanked him, and went through the portal after them, which is when the thing happened that I didn't find out about until much later. Xylar, alone in a prison corridor, smelled a human. He looked out and saw a little girl, maybe 6, running in circles in the dark. She'd been separated from her parents, or she'd never had any, and either way, she was alone in the demon realm, and she was not going to survive the night. Old Xylar would have walked away without a thought. New Xylar had orders to send humans home wherever possible. So the bravest warrior in the Sin Demon race walked out into that corridor and said, in what he genuinely believed was a friendly tone, "Humans, where is the exit to your world?" He was still on fire when he said it. She burst into tears. And this stopped him completely. If an enemy cried in front of him, he'd have torn them apart without blinking. But she wasn't an enemy. She was a child. He looked down at his own hands and did the arithmetic, that if he picked her up to carry her to the portal, his claws would kill her instantly. "Human girls are going to scream when they touch your mane," he remembered me saying it, and he stood there in a prison corridor and thought, "No, it's impossible." Then he stepped backward into the shadows until he vanished completely, and out of the flames on his own body, he made a small light like a will-o'-the-wisp and floated it down the hall in front of her. She followed it, all the way to the portal, and right before she stepped through, she turned around and waved at the little light. He told me later he couldn't explain what that did to him. He said it was more unforgettable than any enemy he had ever burned. The village was called Mokanali, and when I walked 32 people back into it, there were reunions happening in every direction, because most of the village had hidden in the forest and only some had been taken. Then they threw a party, and I filmed the entire thing. There's a scene in Beauty and the Beast where the whole tavern sings about how great Etienne is, and I got it for free because they were genuinely singing about how great Etienne was. I stood in the middle of a room full of people celebrating being alive, holding an invisible camera, harvesting their gratitude. I told you it was an invasion, and then this world handed me the one thing I had actually been dreading. Disney does something specific that nobody else does. It stops the plot and everyone sings. I had been quietly panicking about that for 2 days, because I had a cast of complete amateurs who had never seen a film, and I needed them to open my movie with a full musical number. Then an old man in the corner stood up and recounted his experience in the demon realm in what I can only describe as opera. The entire village sings, all the time, about everything. I don't know enough about traditional opera to judge the quality, so all I can tell you is it was extremely pleasant and I nearly cried with relief. And on top of that, Zephyr is a succubus, and a succubus voice does to the human mind roughly what a siren does. My racial resistance is high enough that I feel nothing. Ordinary humans feel a suggestion. So whenever Zephyr sang, the villagers joined in, whether or not they'd planned to. I had a musical. I had a chorus. I had not paid anyone. The next scene was Belle and her father, or in our version, her mother, at the fireplace. Rhiannon was staying in a cabin at the edge of the woods, and she was making plans. She was going to take the cart to Nolan, sell what was left, get set up, and come back for the girl. There were libraries in Nolan, towers of books. She was going to put Belle in a school. Zephyr sat across from her, holding a book he could not read a single word of. Not the human script, not even the demon one. There had never been anyone to teach him, because at the bottom of demon society, your entire day is survival. So the book was a prop. He was holding it because I wrote, "Belle loves reading," on a page. "Aunt Rhiannon, will you take me there?" "Yes, it will take some time. The cart only seats 2, but don't worry, I will come back for you." "Thank you so much. I don't know how to thank you enough. He meant that one. That one wasn't in the script. He had no idea where this human's kindness was coming from. Nobody had ever been kind to him in his life, and he'd already worked out the explanation, which was that she wasn't being kind to him. She was being kind to Belle, a beautiful, kind human girl. If she found out what he actually was, he'd get the same look he'd been getting since birth. Then Rhiannon noticed something cross his face and reached over and put her hand on top of his. Zephyr's memories don't include being touched gently. He froze. Belle, what's wrong? Nothing. I was standing 3 meters away, invisible, recording it. Is it really okay to deceive an old woman like this? Lyra asked me later, outside, in the rain that was washing the invisibility powder off both of us. Deception? In your terms, we demons are professionals at it. That does seem to be the case. Except that I stood at the edge of that forest, and I could still hear them talking inside, and I knew exactly what I was looking at. That old woman had decided Belle was family. A family built out of a lie is a beautiful and lethal thing. It's a poppy. Once shooting wrapped, the character of Belle would stop existing. And I stood there in the rain and thought, why? Why should it stop existing? If she can accept what Zephyr actually is, I don't mind at all if he stays. Filing that, moving on. Because the last set was the castle, and the royal city didn't look anything like a fairy tale castle, so I'd found a better one on a map. Which brings us to the Karna's Mountains, far north, blizzard, permanently. If the demon realm weren't in the height of summer, the storms there would freeze every living thing solid. Which is fine because nothing living lives there. Everything in those mountains is on its second life. Your Highness, I think it is unwise to visit that lord directly, said Xylar the moment we stepped out of the portal. His race is second only to mine. He is afraid of almost nothing. He was afraid. The demon realm runs on 1 king, 4 dukes, and 7 nobles. My father sits at the top. Under him, 4 dukes each own a quarter of the map, and the 4 dukes are the reason the demon realm has borders. Anything that walks into their territory gets killed at their discretion. My father is the only exception. I was going to visit one of the 4, politely, unannounced. He is called the Duke of Bones. I've met the Duke a few times. He's very easygoing, I said. Easygoing, Xylar repeated, in the flat voice of a man who has decided that his master has finally lost it. The forest we walked through was full of things watching us. Lyra got about 40 meters in before she said, I feel like there are wolves, or bears. There are no harmless creatures like wolves and bears here. The thing eyeing you might be a soul eater, or a mind flayer, if you're unlucky, a death knight. She went very quiet, because that's a knowledge gap she could not close, and she knew it. An ordinary human who steps into that forest gets swarmed within seconds and doesn't leave a soul behind. The only reason I could stand there safely was that the master of that forest had granted me a small privilege. The castle at the center had frost on every tree outside and flowers blooming in the garden inside. Dull, colorless flowers. Black thorns wrapped around the statues. There was music playing, a chorus, actually, full instrumentation. Every single instrument I could identify from Earth. Thanks, parallel universes. Why does this music feel so eerie? Said Lyra. Strange. Little one, that one sentence is enough for me to feed your soul to my dog. The voice came from everywhere, and then a figure walked out through an oil painting. I had been picturing a lich. I had been picturing robes, staff, glowing eyes, the standard build. What actually came out looked more like a pirate who had lost a considerable amount of weight and all of his skin. Rotten inside, bones outside, and dressed like he had opinions about tailoring. You'd better give me a reason for trespassing on my territory and disturbing my performance. Or even if you are a descendant of Vorlag, I will turn you into a skeleton and send you to your father. Xylar's flames came up. A crimson light flickered in the lich's eye sockets, and my 2-meter bodyguard hit his knees so hard the floor shook. That is the power that sits next to my father's, and my title was worth exactly nothing in that room. I had 1 card, so I played it immediately. I think you have a lot of talent, I said. Let's start a band together. The skull rotated 90 degrees. I want you to picture that. A being that has been killing everything that enters its forest for centuries, standing there with its head turned fully sideways, running the word band through a mind that has not encountered a new concept in 200 years. To put it simply, I said, I came to appreciate your performance, Your Grace. Would you mind if I heard you play a piece? Nobody in the history of performers has ever said no to that. If he'd been playing to a stadium every night, it might have gotten me killed, but he was playing in an empty castle in a dead forest to an audience of ghosts who work for him. So he stopped being offended and started being a host. The performance hall had everything: pianos, violins, the whole orchestra, and an orchestra to go with it, made partly of skeletons and partly of corpses that had not finished the process, all of them dressed like Victorian gentlemen, which works beautifully right up until you notice one of them has an eye hanging down to the floor. The Duke of Bones wasn't conducting, he was on piano. Long white fingers came down on the keys, and something started that I need to explain carefully. It was not just music. I didn't hear it, I received it. Through hearing and touch and sight and taste, all at once. It came in as cold and silence, like swimming under a frozen lake, so cold you can't breathe. Frost formed on my skin. Actual frost. My body temperature dropped. Lyra had it worse. Her lips went white. There was ice on her eyelashes. She looked like a woman who had been walking for 6 hours through a blizzard, and she was sitting in a chair. I took off my coat and put it over her. Your clothes are wet, her voice was shaking, which meant she was close to crying, which would have been an actively dangerous thing to do, because the tears would have frozen on her face. I took her hand. It was ice. This was no longer a matter of atmosphere. If he kept playing, she was going to die of hypothermia at a concert. The Duke stopped, noticed my human going blue, and delivered the following review. They can't even listen to a performance? The human body is so weak and vulnerable. I clapped anyway, not because it was good, because I was an audience member, and that's what you do. The soul fire in his eyes steadied a little. His Excellency's performance was truly extraordinary. It felt like being there in person. More than immersive, honestly. If he'd kept going, I'd have died there. But Your Grace, this performance isn't only for humans, and I don't think Your Grace feels particularly warm right now either. There was frost on his fingers. He was having to knock it off between pieces. This is a necessary effect for the performance, he said, and he did not deny it, which was the opening. Excuse my boldness, but will every piece you play next have this same atmosphere? That's right. All of them come from this sheet music. It is the only sheet music I own. He held up a book so worn the cover had gone soft. An extraordinary performer, with one book and no ability to write anything new. Then, Your Grace, may I play a tune? He was not offended. He was amused, which was worse. Your Highness, this piano is an old friend of mine. It has a much worse temper than I do. If the music you play doesn't satisfy it, it will devour your soul. Even I won't be able to save you. The piano played 3 notes by itself, mocking me. I'm willing to try. Here is my entire musical resume. My father made me start piano at 6. I quit after half a year because I failed the grading exam and because games existed. My skill level tops out somewhere between grade 3 and 4, and I hadn't touched a keyboard in 18 years. But my memory in this body is perfect, and it turns out that includes muscle memory. Before I sat down, I put my hands on Lyra's face. Keep your temperature up, don't fall asleep. Because she was drowsy, and her clothes were soaked through with melted frost, and if she went to sleep in that chair, she was not waking up. Dying while listening to a performance is too suffocating, she said, and pulled her face away from my hand, offended. I won't die that easily. Then hold on 10 more seconds. The Duke of Bones walked off the stage, picked up a glass of red wine, and settled in to watch me fail. I pressed the first key and felt something come loose in my chest, like a piece of my soul had been tugged partway out of my body. The piano was absolutely real about that. Then I played Canon in D, and the sunlight came on. Not a metaphor either. I felt actual warmth on my skin, actual breeze. It was like lying in a field of flowers in the afternoon, and it was happening inside a castle in a mountain range where nothing has been alive for 600 years. Lyra, who had been freezing to death 2 meters away, said afterward that it felt like a pair of hands closing around her very gently. She couldn't describe it. What she could tell me was that her nose started stinging, and she came very close to crying about a piece of music, and that she'd suddenly been thinking about the years she spent alone after she left home, telling herself to keep going, and having nowhere at all to put the fact that it hurt. She looked over at the piano, and she put her hand on her own cheek, where the warmth from my hand hadn't quite gone yet. Every single dead thing in that room stopped moving. The Duke of Bones dropped his wineglass and did not notice. Music does something that no other art can do. A film needs 2 hours, a novel needs a week, a painting needs you to stand there and work at it. Music takes 1 note and 1 second, and it's inside you. And then I hit the part I couldn't play, and it stopped. "Keep going," the Duke of Bones roared. "Why stop?" I can't play the rest." "You can't play anymore? You!" That was the first time in several hundred years that anyone had done that to him. The music got to the exact place it needed to be and then just ended, and he wanted to hit someone about it. "What is the name of this piece?" "Canon in D major. The composer is Wilhelm Krosch, a great man." An hour later, I was sitting at a banquet table in a castle full of undead, poking at a roast and trying very hard not to think about the zombie servant standing at my elbow with pieces of himself coming off. Lyra had no such problem. She'd burned an alarming number of calories being frozen, and she was eating like she'd been paid to. The Duke of Bones raised a glass of red wine, drank it, and I watched it come straight back out of his jawbone and onto the table. "Your Grace," I said, "please speak plainly," because a lavish banquet was not about my rank. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. Your Highness, I would like the sheet music for the piece you just played." And then he told me why, and it stopped being funny. "Your Highness, did you notice? Yes, I have gained unparalleled power in the centuries since I became a lich, and I have almost forgotten the taste of my favorite wine." He poured another glass he could not taste. "Only that piano. My old friend can remind me what it felt like to be human. Even the cold, being frozen by frost and snow, is so much more wonderful than this empty skeleton that feels nothing at all." He sat back in his chair, and for the first time he looked tired. "And the piece you just played, it made me feel the sun again. Oh God, I had almost forgotten what it feels like to sit in the sun." I want you to understand the shape of this man's life. He sacrificed himself for power, and he got it, all of it, more than anyone else has. And then the novelty wore off. This body never gets tired, so he cannot enjoy sleep. This body isn't harmed by heat, so he cannot feel warmth. He has no tongue, so he doesn't remember what roast meat tastes like. He got everything. He lost everything. And the only door left is a piano that hurts him every time he opens it. "Speak," he said. "My little tricks of manipulating souls are useless against your kind, so I accept your deal. What do I need to give up to get that sheet music?" "Nothing needs to be paid." He waited. "I want you to submit to me." The silence went on a while, and then he laughed, and the laugh was awful. "I heard the third prince gave up the fight for the inheritance. I thought you weren't interested in power. I didn't expect you were simply hiding it." He'd read it as recruitment. 2 years, 4 heirs, 1 useless prince buying himself a duke. "No, I have no interest in the throne. Governing is far too much trouble. I'm not recruiting you as one of the 4 dukes, or as a lich lord. I'm recruiting you as a performer, a musician." The soul fire moved. "Your Grace, are you content to play alone in this desolate place? Your performance shouldn't be buried here. More people should hear it. Thousands, tens of thousands, in one theater." And then I put the real offer on the table. And believe me, I have countless works by music masters from a very faraway country. They should not rot in this place. They should be heard, and I think you are the right person to play them on a world stage. "You mean," he said slowly, "there wasn't just one piece of that caliber?" "Far more than one." The soul fire flickered fast, several times, and then a black box floated out of the air and a very old contract with it. The box was full of corrosive power that I recognized without asking, because everybody knows what a lich keeps in a box. "A pact," he said. "I give you 1/4 of my soul in exchange for all your scores to play. I will not disappoint the masters you speak of." A soul is not divisible. Holding 1/4 of one means holding half his life. Let me be blunt, that is an insane offer. He was putting his own existence on my desk to get a stack of paper. But if you lived alone in a dark room with no light and no food and no water for 1,000 years, you'd sign it too. "Of course," I said. "I accept." I put a drop of my blood in the air. Black mist poured out of the box and into it, and the blood hardened into something like a jewel, and the jewel fell into my palm and melted and left a mark. And through that mark, I could suddenly feel every undead thing in that forest. For the future music master, Shonika. First, I stopped, because I had just learned the Duke of Bones' actual name, and Morwen does not sound like a man's name at all. She laughed her horrible laugh and raised her glass. "Cheers," said the Lich. That night, the castle was quiet in a way it had not been in a very long time. She played a slower version of the canon, and the evil spirits in the forest outside stopped their commotion and looked up at the sky, listening. A crow that had landed on the windowsill, intending to leave, decided against it and went to sleep. Lyra had already gone down on the carpet by the fireplace with a gold-embroidered cushion and was out. She'd earned it. The last few days had been a lot, and she'd spent all of them refusing to show weakness in front of demons, which is exhausting. She still had her staff in her fist. She'd have woken up at a floorboard. I've always thought Lyra had a specific quality that I couldn't name. Wild is close, but not right. On Earth, she'd have been the girl who never wears makeup and doesn't do the cute voice even when she has a boyfriend, which in my professional opinion is exactly the type that deserves to be spoiled. I wasn't sleeping. Programmers don't, especially when they're writing something new. Editing code is boring, writing it isn't. Xylar, don't you need sleep? He knelt down beside me, hesitated, and then said the following. I don't object to you befriending humans, but if you're looking for a mate, His Majesty will absolutely not agree to you marrying one. I inhaled a mouthful of mulled wine. Malcor demons are rare. We live about 200 years, and we reproduce badly. Interbreeding is forbidden with every other race in the realm, and that includes demon nobility, never mind a human. I have 3 siblings, I said once I could speak. Even if my father wanted to continue the line, he wouldn't be relying on me. Besides, I already have someone I like. I said it because it was true. Whether she was fictional or not is a separate conversation. Then I changed the subject before he could ask, because there is a version of this evening where I have to explain Lyra Silverstream to a lion. Xylar, do you have any beliefs? We demons believe in the fire of sin, the flames of sin and punishment. The more sins our enemies commit, the greater their suffering. Sparks came out of the cracks in his skin when he said it. Would you mind if I taught you another spell? I got out the same little wooden statue Lyra had used on me, dipped my finger in wine, and drew the circle on the floor. If this is His Highness's order, then put your hand on the statue. White light poured into a 2-meter demonic warrior and turned him, briefly, into a white mage of order. How many symbols appeared? 1. 1. He got 1. The greatest warrior of the Sin Demon race understands the world so thoroughly that it produced 1 rune. Which was fine, because I wasn't teaching him magic. I spread my fingers, and a white cube appeared, spinning above my palm. Can you see this? He nodded. I threw it at him. It went into his chest. And that's the moment I found out something genuinely important. You do not need to understand the runes to run the program. Nobody expects a user to read the source code before opening the app, which apparently is exactly how the gods of this world defined runes in the first place. A white rectangle appeared in Xylar's vision. Your Highness, what is this? He rubbed his eyes. It stayed. Chat window. I tapped my fingers in the air, and a line of text appeared in front of the most dangerous warrior in the demon realm. Are you ready for the performance the day after tomorrow? He went completely still. I said. You only have 1 rune, so it looks like you can't reply. Do I really need to build an input method? He stared at the box for a while, and then he said the first thing that came into his head, which tells you everything about how a soldier's mind works. Your Highness, the magic you created has extraordinary strategic value. Tools of war? No, Xylar. What you're looking at is a new world, a world where everyone is equal. He had no idea what I was talking about. Understandable. It's a lot to get to from 1 text message. Then I sent him to bed, because portals cost a fortune in magic, and he'd opened several that week, and even sin demons need to sleep. And then I did the thing I'd actually been waiting all night to do. I clenched the marked hand, and 2 shapes drifted in through the window. They looked like young women, transparent, in tattered dresses covered in runes that made my skin crawl. Banshees, high-tier ghosts. Left to themselves, they attack anything alive within eyesight, and their scream tears at the mind. They also have 4 other properties that I cared about a lot more. They pass through walls, they fly, they can pick things up, and they are not afraid of sunlight. Daylight weakens them, but doesn't touch what they are. I opened the briefcase and took out the camera. One of them drifted over, picked it up, and floated to the ceiling. I knew it was going to work. I still nearly shouted. Because that's it. That's the whole problem solved. No dollies, no tripods, no cranes, no rigs, no stabilizers, no camera cars. If Hollywood had access to these things, no director would ever have paid for equipment again, and every one of them would have gotten true 360-degree coverage with no blind spots. You are all wasting your talents haunting a forest. Come to Hollywood with me. The banshee is, as a species, a natural cinematographer. No, a genius. Unfortunately, they had no minds of their own. I let go, and the camera dropped, and both of them vanished. And I turned around to find Lyra awake by the fire, staring at the place where they'd been. How can anyone sleep with two evil spirits watching them? Then go back to sleep. Nothing will bother you tonight. You're not going to sleep here too, are you? Aren't you happy I'm here? I'm not happy. Let me make this clear first. I'm not interested in you, and there never will be. I dragged a chair over, leaned back, and shut my eyes. There was a long silence. Thanks, she said, at approximately the volume of a moth. What did you just say? Malcor demon hearing, sorry. I'll make you pay once I'm free. Oh. She hugged her cushion, turned her back on me, and went to sleep, furious. Shooting a movie with 12 banshees is the single greatest production advantage anyone has ever had, and I want to complain about it anyway. 12 of them. 11 under my command, and one with a mind of her own. The camera itself is only a medium. As long as it's pointed at something, the crystal records. So I stood in the middle of a village street shouting things I had waited my whole life to shout. Camera 1, note, the female lead has left the library. Where's camera 3, wide shot? Camera 2, close, follow her. Behind-the-scenes footage of that day is genuinely disturbing. In the movie, you see a beautiful girl walking through a sunlit market. In the raw plate, you see a beautiful girl walking through a sunlit market, surrounded by a dozen circling spirits of the dead. I hired a demon to film that too, for the archives. Zephyr sang the whole village awake, and the whole village sang back, and I gave him a pendant from the Duke of Bones's collection, a trinket she thought was worthless, that boosted his mental range enough to cover the entire settlement. Your Highness, such a valuable item. No, you are not valuable at all. You are the treasure, Zephyr. Your charm isn't meant to captivate this village. It's meant for this country, and then the world. Stop underestimating yourself. He got so flustered he almost forgot his lines. The only scene we had to reshoot in the entire village sequence was Etienne confessing his love to Belle, because Belle has to reject him, and Zephyr could not bring himself to reject a prince. It took me a genuinely embarrassing amount of coaching to get a succubus to turn me down. Then Rhiannon got in her cart and left for Nolan, and Xylar quietly built a portal ahead of her on the road, and I sent the weather in. She was 3 hours out when the forest went silent. No birds, snow coming down harder every minute, and then a castle she had never seen on a road she had traveled before. The gates opened for her before she knocked. I want to note here that the 21 ghosts serving in that castle all have the ability to possess objects and use them as bodies, which handed me the single most expensive element of the entire film, for free: living furniture. The Duke actually allowed a human to enter his territory, one of them whispered from a candlestick. If it were before, this human would have been eaten on the outskirts of the forest long ago. Shut up, Glimmer. His Majesty has allied with His Highness. Have you memorized your lines? What was the first one again? Movie, Shadow, said the alarm clock. He must have gotten lost in the forest. Shut your mouth. Rhiannon walked over to a table where a candlestick and a clock were arguing, picked up the candlestick, and appraised it like a merchant, because she is one. Then she found the fireplace and the dinner laid out for her, and she sat down and ate because she was starving. And then the teacup moved. Mom said I shouldn't move around, because it might scare you, said the teacup, in the voice of a small child. I'm sorry, it added, with total sincerity. It's okay. The two ghosts in the hallway afterward were having a slightly different conversation. Don't you think His Excellency the Duke has become a bit like her old self these past few days? Indeed, at least she smiles now. I hadn't seen that in decades. Damn it. If it weren't for those revolutionary soldiers, I believe His Highness would be falling for the Duke by now. Ahem, Glimmer. I filed that one away too. Xylar's first scene was throwing Belle's mother into a cell tower, and he nailed it. He played the Beast Prince as manic, restless, and socially catastrophic, which required almost no direction, and then he was down about it for the rest of the day. This is a demon who beheaded a band of bandits with a spear and washed the ground with them and did not think about it again. He yelled at a defenseless old woman for 30 seconds in a scene we all agreed on in advance, and it wrecked him. Kindness? A sin demon born for slaughter doesn't need it. But that isn't kindness anyway. That's just the basic dignity of a strong thing. His fire is meant for people who do evil, and he knows exactly which of those two categories a frightened old lady falls into. Zephyr will arrive this afternoon, I told him. After filming, the human goes free. Xylar, use the time to find some ghosts who can dance and learn ballroom. Which brings us to the discovery that made everyone in that castle reevaluate their assumptions. Zephyr and Xylar needed to waltz. Neither of them had ever danced. And in a castle full of dead nobility, the person who ended up teaching them was the starving mage who eats bark. Lyra knows court dancing perfectly, because Lyra used to be a noble's daughter, back when her mother was alive, and she hated every second of that life so much that she eventually ran away from home to go be poor in a forest. You've passed, she told them, arms folded. Although I hate to admit it, you've learned quite quickly. Then she made the mistake of turning to me. You don't even know a simple ballroom dance? If I knew how, I wouldn't have hired you as a teacher. She had, for the first time in our entire acquaintance, found a subject where she knew something and I didn't, and she was visibly high on it. I see. You'll definitely need this if you go into human society. Would you like to learn? I said yes, which she was not expecting, and she immediately regretted the offer. Put your hands on my waist. The music started, she led, and for about 4 steps we were doing an extremely creditable recreation of the most beautiful scene in the film. Then I stepped on her foot. You stepped on my foot. Sorry. You stepped on it again. Did you do that on purpose? Can we be a little more lenient with newcomers? I was not concentrating, and here's why. When I took her hand, I felt scars. Not one. A lot of them, across her palm and up her forearm. And when I got close enough, I could see them, pale ridges all over skin that should have been unmarked. She'd noticed me noticing and tried to angle her arm away. Those are not the hands a girl should have. I didn't say anything. What was I going to say? Sorry about the years you spent fighting bears for dinner. I just filed it with the bark, and the ring she burned, and the drawing she'd kept. The test screening happened in the castle, and it was the first movie preview anyone on this planet had ever attended. Audience: 1 Lich Duke and 21 ghosts. I projected it on a smooth wall, put the crystal on a table, and sat down in a row of chairs we'd dragged over. The lighting went out. The picture came up. And a group of dead people who have been in that castle since before the current human calendar watched a village wake up and start singing. They held their breath at the plot beats. I heard them do it. I've always thought the greatest thing a movie does is tell the audience there are such wonderful things in the world. You can swap out the adjective. The mechanism is the same. For 2 hours, you get a life that isn't yours, and every thinking creature alive wants that. And then the film stopped, because I hadn't finished shooting it. What happened next? The Duke of Bones said, before Lyra could get her mouth open. Where did it end? Your Grace, this movie is not yet finished. When will filming be finished? That's twice now that I have made a several hundred-year-old undead sovereign want to physically fight me. If Your Grace would allow those humans a short stroll around your castle, I said, I could finish it in 2 days. She sat there tapping her knuckles on the arm of her chair, thinking about it, which was when she asked the question that revealed everything about her. Your Highness, are you serious about wanting me to perform in the human world? Because she'd taken the concert offer as a joke. She's a mobile natural disaster. Walking into a human city is not a career move, it's an incident report. But she'd just watched Beauty and the Demon, and somewhere in the middle of it, she'd started to think that maybe I actually could change how people see us. I'm serious, and I'll put your name in the end credits. Everyone who watches it will know all the music was composed by you. Then, Your Highness, please continue. I look forward to the ending. And then she grabbed my hand as I stood up. Your Highness, could you tell me the ending beforehand? That is, did Belle and the prince end up together? Every ghost in the room turned to look at me. Lyra turned to look at me. Well, no, I said. What? In the end, the demon prince sacrificed himself to protect Belle. He dies in Belle's arms. The temperature in the room dropped about 15 degrees, and I felt my life expectancy shorten. Are you serious? The Duke of Bones had never liked me, but she had at least maintained the basic courtesy of a subject. That was over. What I was now looking at was a lich lord in a state that read very clearly as, "If you write a tragic ending, I will use death coil to make you explode." I thought about the screenwriters on Earth who write endings so beautiful and so cruel that audiences weep, and I decided to send all of them 10 pounds of razor blades as a gesture of goodwill. Your Grace, this is a fictional story. It's for the sake of the story's effect. I really did have it built as a tragedy. My version of the demon is a half-human prince under a curse that can only break if someone loves him, and I had him fall and die in her arms, because sometimes tragedy goes deeper than comedy does. Looking at the soul fire in front of me, I decided it was necessary to revise. The curse stays unbroken, and the prince and Belle live happily in the castle anyway. What genuinely surprised me is that a lich lord with an army of the dead has the fragile romantic heart of a 15-year-old. Then we shot the ending. I put on the ring, got in a cart, and rode out at the head of a mob of villagers with torches, pitchforks, and hunting bows, all of them fired up by Etienne, going to kill the beast that took the beautiful girl from their town. These are mountain hunters. If you tell them the enemy is a demon, they will not go. If you tell them it is a large animal, they will absolutely go, because to a hunter, anything that can be killed with an arrow is not frightening. So I walked 30-odd humans into the Shadow Dusk Forest, which is home to a population of evil spirits that could shred their souls in seconds. The spirits in that forest had not smelled anything living in centuries. They were extremely interested. And they could not move, because the entire forest was under the Duke's authority, and so they had to sit in the dark and watch a parade of hot dinners walk past. I wonder how those villagers would have felt about the walk if anyone had told them. While I was steering banshees around the tree line, a window popped open in front of my face. Was the ending truly a tragedy? I looked over. Lyra was in the next cart, staring at me. That's right, I need to add message notifications to the chat window. Also, I was lucky I wasn't riding, because a text arriving in your vision at head height will absolutely put you into the person in front of you. Is there absolutely no room for modification? It's just a movie. And here's what was actually happening. My hostage, a human woman kidnapped by demons, wearing a bomb around her neck, was sending me increasingly urgent messages because she was upset about the unfair treatment of a demon. She'd worked it out for herself somewhere in the middle. She sympathized with him. She was angry on his behalf. She wanted to go stop the villagers herself, and the villagers were on our side, and the demon was her kidnapper's bodyguard. Which is the entire product working exactly as designed. That's the whole invasion in one girl in a cart. I told her there aren't that many happy endings in this world, and then I told her I'd made her something, and threw her a spinning cube. What? Ping pong. 2 rectangles and a square, the oldest video game there is. The ancestor of the entire industry, built by a physicist to entertain people at an open house, and later stuck in a bar with a coin slot where it filled up with money in a matter of days. Lyra stopped sending me messages about the script and started sending me nothing at all, because she was busy. The last shot was the beast dying in Belle's arms. He raises one claw and wipes the tears off her face, very gently, and then he stops. The camera rises. Up past the balcony, up past the towers, until you're looking at the whole castle, and the sun comes up over the mountains, and the light lands on all of it. Cut! That's it! I climbed back up over the cliff edge, because the previous shot had been Xylar using the last of his strength to throw Etienne off it. I got a close-up of my own fall on the way down. I am a professional. The dead demon opened his eyes, stood up, and started brushing off the blood, which the Duke of Bones had kindly donated, because Sin Demon blood is not the right color. Zephyr wiped her eyes, straightened her skirt, and looked at me. Congratulations on completing the world's first movie. 12 banshees handed over their crystals one at a time. Xylar, go back to the castle and stay out of sight of the humans. Yes, ma'am. And then it was just me and Zephyr on a cliff, and Zephyr was fidgeting with the hem of her skirt and not saying the thing she wanted to say. Zephyr, come with me. I walked him to the castle gate and pushed it open, and the villagers outside saw Belle standing there, alive and unharmed, and started cheering. Belle, are you all right? Rhiannon started forward to hug her. Zephyr took a step back, because Belle was over, the story was finished, and the character had served its purpose. And now she was Zephyr again, a lowly succubus, and the reason a person survives at the bottom of demon society is by knowing precisely what does and does not belong to them. I put my hand on his back and pushed. Rhiannon is worried about you. Go. But your highness. I'm not. You're right. You're not Belle. Your name is Zephyr. So go and tell Rhiannon your real name. Your identity can stay a secret. She won't accept it. He was shaking. What do you think of Rhiannon? Would she dislike you over something that small? He stood there, and then he started walking, and a 79-year-old woman who had buried her husband and her son grabbed him and held on in front of a cheering village, and this time the tears were not for the camera. Perhaps that's the real ending for Zephyr, not the one I wrote. How ironic, said Lyra. She was standing in the crowd that had just stormed a castle to rescue a girl who was never in danger, watching them celebrate a victory over a monster who was standing in the woods 30 meters away, brushing fake blood off his coat. She was the only person there who knew. But for them, isn't this a happy ending? I said. The devil was the villain who kidnapped Belle. They rescued her. Justice triumphed over evil. This story will probably be told in this village for 100 years. She didn't answer. Then I told the whole town that the beast had cursed the castle with his dying breath, and any human who entered would be haunted by his vengeful spirit, which convinced them to leave immediately, which was necessary because they had absolutely started planning to loot the place. Defeat the dragon, take the hoard. It's a universal law, and I couldn't very well feed my extras to the ghosts after they'd done such good work. Mr. Etienne, Rhiannon started. Please, just call me Kaelin. Etienne is a pseudonym. Rhiannon, you should go now. I'll catch up. Right on cue, an enormous howl came out of the castle behind me, and the sky went dark, which was Morwen having fun. I understand, Mr. Kaelin. She took Zephyr's hand and left with the rest of them, and I stood in the snow holding a crystal, the first physical object in this world to carry a piece of Earth's culture inside it. Post-production took a night. Editing, credits, and one detail I insisted on. The first name on the end credits is not mine. It's Jean-Marie Le Prince de Beaumont, the French woman who wrote the original. The Duke of Bones asked why, at one point, in the tone of someone who thinks I'm being sentimental. Because I came to this world to spread Earth's culture, not to steal the credit for it. If somebody here wants to adapt Beauty and the Beast into their own version, I actively encourage it, and the only condition I will ever put on it is that the original author's name goes on it. That story got as big as it did precisely because everyone kept retelling it. That's the minimum requirement for a qualified cultural communicator, and it's a requirement I hold myself to. Then Zephyr, then Xylar, then every ghost who played a piece of furniture, then guest appearances from villagers, then Lyra Lloyd, then music, and I asked for the Duke's full name. Surname is not important, Your Highness. You only need to remember my name. She was extremely averse to her own surname, which is a thing I noticed and did not ask about. So the credit reads, Duke of Bones, music by Morwen, and then a long run of one name doing everything. Director, producer, screenwriter, props, set design, cinematography, editing. I spent a lot of money on this production. I was not going to be modest about it. The opening was a globe I drew by hand, spinning, animated by flipping through a stack of paper, because I hadn't solved image import yet. Underneath it, I wrote, in 2 languages, produced by Earth Studio. It looks a little silly. It's going to be my logo for the rest of my life. I made a copy for the Duke of Bones because she'd earned it, and because 100 crystals had gone into the shoot, and after Lyra's magic lessons, I could reuse most of them. Is Your Highness going to screen this in the human world next? Of course. First stop, Nolan. And then the butler ghost, the one who played the teacup, floated down, put something on the table beside me, and left without a word. It was a badge, old, worn, exquisitely engraved with something like a bouquet, and carrying a kind of magic I could not describe. This is something from a long time ago, and has no use to me now, said the Duke of Bones. Take it to the humans with the surname Dalk. If I'm not mistaken, that family should be in the theater business by now. I did not ask a single follow-up question. A woman who hates her own surname that much, handing me a badge to give to a family in the theater business, is a story that will explain itself when it wants to. Then I'll take my leave. Your Excellency, when I visit again, I'll be inviting you to perform in a theater. Also, here's the sheet music I prepared. I pushed across a stack thick enough to be a doorstop, containing the work of a significant number of the greatest composers my planet ever produced. She put it away the way you'd handle a newborn. As for the performance, I don't expect anything that far ahead. If you make a next movie, you have to give it to me in advance. So that's confirmed. I got a lich hooked on movies inside of a week. Lyra was waiting on the castle steps. We're about to return to the human world. Aren't you excited? Back to the human world? Wait, never mind that. Let's play another round of ping pong. Her record at that point was 0 wins to my 10. It had done something to her. I'd honestly thought ping pong was too primitive to be interesting. I've played every AAA release for a decade. But the entire purpose of a game is to bring the player joy. and it was bringing her an enormous amount of joy, and the simplicity had nothing to do with it. She ran to the cart Xylar was driving and patted the seat next to her. I can already see what she's going to be like when the internet actually arrives. I don't think it's far off. I kicked that door open pretty hard. The road to Nolan took 3 days through snow and mountains, and by the end of it, the traffic had gotten heavy enough to notice. Caravans everywhere. Carriages far too extravagant for anyone ordinary. Is the foot traffic in Nolan always this high? Popularity? Said Rhiannon from the opposite seat. I imagine they're envoys. Mr. Kalen, didn't you come all the way to Nolan for the World Expo in 2 months? A world's fair. Every nation on the map bringing their best magical technology to one hall to show off. I had not known about it. I now had a deadline. That might seem abrupt, but could you tell me what you'd like to demonstrate? Rhiannon's business instincts had come back online the second we crossed the border. Because 30 years ago, Nolan passed a patent law, and the moment that happened, every ambitious wizard in the country stopped trying to become personally powerful and started trying to build machines. Workshops opened everywhere. Arcanotech devices became the national industry. That patent law is the single most important sentence anyone in this world has ever written, and almost nobody understands why yet. It's all right to tell you, I said, and pointed at my own head. The thing I'm exhibiting is here. She looked politely confused, because Rhiannon has never learned order magic, and therefore cannot see the window floating in front of my face. Don't worry, Mrs. Rhiannon. When the time is right, I'll discuss a business deal with you. One that will bring you immeasurable wealth. Then Nolan came up over the hill, and I stopped talking for a while. There are no city walls. There is a transparent magical barrier where the walls should be, because Nolan is built on top of the ruins of an ancient civilization, and that civilization left behind something that makes it the most impregnable place in the world. The architecture is 19th century Victorian. The pedestrians are not. In the first 2 minutes, I saw sandmen, lizardmen, elves, dwarves, gnomes, and goblins, and about 80% of everyone was wearing wizard robes. Rhiannon handed me an address on a slip of paper and told me to come if I had good news. Zephyr, in men's clothing with his hair in a ponytail, which did absolutely nothing to make him look less like a delicate girl, nodded at me when I told him to settle in. Rhiannon, by the way, already knew. He'd told her his name and his gender on the road, and she had accepted both without a pause and gone straight back to planning which school to enroll him in. So where do we go next? Said Lyra, listlessly. Our ping-pong record at that point was 1 to 210. She'd started accusing me of cheating. Didn't you say you came here to see your sister? Because coming home is one thing. Coming home as a demon's prisoner to a wealthy older sister you ran away from is another. Nolan's lower town is where the unknown workshops are. Wizards who haven't made it yet, all of them hoping some rich merchant walks past the window one day. Lyra's sister had one of those. Her name is Seraphina Thorne, and she is taller than Lyra, better dressed than Lyra, more mature than Lyra, and she has never in her life stopped being Lyra's mother. Their actual mother died when Lyra was 10. Their father walked out the same year. For the last 9 years, they have been each other's entire family, and Lyra's response to being fussed over was to run away from home for a year and come back with a certificate. Seraphina opened the workshop door, looked her sister up and down, and said, "Lyra, where have you been for the past 6 months?" "In many places." Then she looked at me. "And who is this?" "A friend Lyra met while traveling. My name is Kalen." She pulled Lyra into a side room to interrogate her, which is how I ended up alone with the thing standing in the middle of the workshop floor. It was a pale blue cube about waist height, and I knew what it was before I touched it, because I used to make a living with one. A drawing tablet. I ran my fingers across the surface, and runes lit up under them, and a drawing interface came up as a projection in the air. No paper, no canvas, just space and a cursor. I have used an AR rig at Google that did something like this. This was better. So I did the only thing a professional can do when handed a new tablet, which is make a test drawing. 9 minutes later, I had a line art of Alara Whisperwind, sharp-eyed, standing like she was about to make a decision somebody would regret. Seraphina came back in the middle of it and looked at my elf for a long moment, because it did not look like any elf that lives in a forest. "Don't mind this. It's placed here for visitors to try." Visitors? Is it on display for the public? There was nobody else in the building. The workshops on either side had queues. That's when the story came out. She'd built it for the World Expo. It's her mother's last unfinished work. She'd taken the gamble, spent every coin of her savings and her scholarship money on it, missed enough classes to endanger her degree, and produced something the reviewers took one look at and rejected. Not because it was bad, because it was too far ahead. Every painter in this world wants to paint on real paper. Nobody wants their work to exist as a magical current stored inside a rune unit. If the machine breaks, the paintings are gone. It isn't a thing you can touch, so it isn't a thing that has value. In Earth terms, everyone was still applauding the small steam engine and shouting about the Industrial Revolution, and this woman walked in holding an LCD tablet. "Mrs. Thorne," I said, "I'd like to invest in your research." Actually, invest is the wrong word. Let's say collaboration, or a startup. Startup? She looked at Lyra. Lyra shrugged, in the specific way of a person who has spent 6 months around vocabulary she doesn't have. It means collaborating to promote the artwork created with your device. Paintings? Mr. Kalen, the paintings on this machine are magical flows stored in a rune unit. They aren't physical objects. They can never be exhibited in a museum. They have no value. Value? I said. Nothing in the world has value to begin with. Value is created by people. And then I demonstrated, because I've spent my entire adult life in an industry that runs on this exact principle. I went back to my line art of Alara. I put a border around it. I wrote a 6 in the top left corner, then a 5 in the bottom left, and a 5 in the bottom right. Then I added a text box in the middle and wrote, "Death Rattle. Control a random enemy minion." And there it was. The strongest neutral legendary in the game, sitting on a magical drawing tablet in a bankrupt workshop in a fantasy city. I paid 600 yuan of real money for that card once. That is what I mean by value created by people. Data can be copied infinitely. A CG painting on a hard drive is worth nothing on its own, and everyone knows it. But wrap it in a rule set, give it a rarity, make it a thing you can win and lose and trade, and people will hand you money forever. Serafina looked at the card, then at me, then at the card, which was the moment I ran into the single most humiliating problem of my career so far. I was broke. Not cash flow issues broke. I had 0 money. A demon prince does not need currency because a demon prince points at things. I had crossed a border into a capitalist economy with a briefcase full of magical film equipment, a bomb collar, a business plan involving arcade machines, and not one single coin. Fortunately, I was carrying capital. It was in the briefcase. "Mrs. Serafina," I said, "as Lyra mentioned, I'm actually a cultural worker, and I came to this city to visit a theater." I got out the badge. "Do you know which theater owner in this city has the surname Dalkey?" "Dalk? I think you mean the Alaric Theater. It's not far, just across the river." She walked us there herself and gave me a geography lesson on the way. Nolan has 2 layers. The surface is human wizards. Underneath it is a dwarven city. The dwarves were here first. They lived in the ruins under this land and spent generations digging for them. Then the humans showed up, also interested in the ruins, and the dwarves, who are strong but genuinely terrible at magic and completely hopeless at reading ancient runes, did something almost no species ever does. They accepted help. Several hundred years later, the humans have built one of the wealthiest cities in the world on top of a dwarven fortress, and the relationship is still good, and one of the 7 members of the ruling council is a dwarf. Because the wizards were curious and humble, and the dwarves noticed. I want to underline that. In a world with this much prejudice, in a city surrounded by nations that hate each other, 2 species figured it out by being curious and humble. That's the thing I'm going to weaponize. The Alaric Theater is an elegant, magnificent building, and standing in front of it at the busiest hour of the busiest season in Nolan's history was one small boy with a stack of handwritten flyers. "If you'd like to see a show, sir, go to the Nolan National Theater on Belsic Street. The Black Swan Troupe from Ferocia is performing. You can see the flower of Ferrucci there." He handed me a flyer and ran off before I could ask a follow-up. So there's a rival. Good. Rivals are useful. The lobby of the Alaric Theater was luxurious, artistic, and completely empty. "Sir, I'm sorry. We don't have any shows running at the moment. If you're here for a visit, I can show you around." "I'm here to see the manager." I flipped the badge between my fingers like a coin, and the attendant's face did something complicated. "Sir, please come this way." The corridor to the manager's office is lined with oil paintings, and every single one of them is a battlefield. Swords, blood, skeletons, corpses as decoration. It's the least theatrical hallway I have ever walked down. It feels like a war memorial. I did not have to knock because you could hear the office from 20 meters out. "No matter how high your offer, I will not sell the theater to you. You despicable businessmen, get out of my house." "Sir Alaric, your repertoire is outdated. No company wants to perform here anymore. Why not make a fortune one last time and retire? Classics never go out of style. This theater will keep running if there is one audience member left. Two men in expensive black came out, glanced at me, and left angry. I straightened my coat and went in. The man behind the desk was slightly overweight, wearing full stage costume, with blush on both cheeks and something rosy on his lips. He had the look of a person who has been putting on a face for so long that taking it off is not an option anymore. Oren, didn't I say I wouldn't interfere? Wait, who are you? A collaborator who can save your theater. Partners? Did you hear my rebuke just now? You businessmen won't get an inch of this land. He hit a bell on the desk, and two extremely large spellcasters came in through the side door. He was too angry to negotiate, so I skipped the negotiation and took out the badge. He had good eyes. He recognized it instantly, and his face went from rage to fear to composure in about 2 seconds, and he shouted at his own bodyguards. "What are you doing? He's a guest. Go and have someone brew a pot of black tea." The Duke of Bones has an extraordinary amount of influence. I sat down, and I noticed something else while I did it, because the mark on my left hand reacted to him. He carries magic left behind by the Duke of Bones. He is not undead, he is something else, and it is not my business, and I have never asked. You, who sent you? No one, I'm his friend. Friend. He stood up to bow. I stopped him. My lord, please be merciful. This theater was once a shining star in Nolan. You must have heard of the girl from Singer, or the Great Revolution. I wrote both scripts and performed both here. Sir Alaric, are you referring to someone who was once very successful? I put a small amount of emphasis on was, and let my eyes go to the painting on the wall behind him. A girl in armor holding a banner, a crowd behind her, composed almost exactly like a certain painting of liberty leading the people. It's the same now, he tried. Is it? An empty lobby is the theater's most glorious moment? Is my understanding of the word glory different from yours? He turned an alarming color, and I decided to stop before the negotiation ended in a heart attack. Relax. I'm not here to buy your theater. I'm here to save it. Salvation? I have a show that can bring this theater back to its former glory, and then past it. A performance? Forgive me, I didn't know you were a company manager. What is your troupe called? I'm not a manager. I don't own a troupe. Then, I tapped the briefcase, my performance is in here, a performance that could usher in a new era. Then I stopped explaining and projected Beauty and the Demon onto his office wall. When it finished, he had been crying for approximately 90 minutes, and there was no makeup left on his face at all. I'm sorry, sir. I have seen people cry at endings. His tear ducts detonated in the middle, at the scene where the demon prince saves Belle from the wolves and never recovered. Despite her devilish appearance, she possessed a truly beautiful heart. In order for her beloved to live happily, she ultimately chose to sacrifice her own life. This is true, selfless love. He then delivered, extemporaneously, a review of roughly 1,000 words while still weeping, and I sat there realizing several things at once. The first is that there is a reason this man owns a theater. The second is that my personal takeaway from Beauty and the Beast, after watching it multiple times across 2 lifetimes, is don't judge people by appearances, and this man got about 10 times more out of it than I did in one viewing. That's a film review. That is what a film review is. Sir, this kind of performance is unheard of. It's like another world has been presented to me. May I ask the name of this style? He'd reached out several times during the ball scene to try and touch the moving furniture. Movie. 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 It really is, as you said, sir. It will usher in a new era. And then he got quiet, because he understood the rest of it faster than I expected him to. A movie doesn't need a set change between acts. It doesn't need the audience to imagine the forest. It moves the performance off the stage entirely, and once it does that, a stage cannot compete. The beginning of one era is the end of another. He was sitting there with his career in his hands, doing that math, at the exact moment he'd fallen in love with the thing that was going to kill it. Sir, are you really planning to screen this in my theater? I don't think the Nolan National Theater would give me such a grand reception. That's right, those people are despicable liars, businessmen who don't understand art at all. Then he pulled himself together. because he had also worked out that this was no longer a conversation between two artists. Sir, I'll handle all arrangements for the screening, including publicity. As for ticket revenue, how about you take 70%? For reference, on Earth, the production company pays the theater, plus marketing, plus taxes, and then maybe sees money. This man offered me 70% of the gross on a film that cost me nothing to make. No problem. Please wait while I write a contract. Also, sir, you should register the copyright of this movie with the Patent Association and the patent for your technology. Nolan has a functioning legal system with a real concept of contracts and even the beginnings of courts. I cannot stress enough how rare that is on a map like this one. I will, but first I want to see the theater. The main hall seats 2,000 across 3 levels. The ceiling has gold filigree, and every seat is spotless despite months without an audience. My lord, what do you think? The stage is too small. My lord, I swear this is Nolan's greatest stage, not even comparable to that despicable theater. It's still too small. Because I wasn't looking at the stage. I was looking at the enormous white backdrop panel behind it, which was very nearly the width of the entire building. Take down the curtain. He hesitated over a red curtain that had hung there for decades, and then had it taken down. Can that board be moved? Sure. Push it to the front of the stage. He did. Perfect. Now put out all those glowing stones. I walked up to about the 10th row, fed magic into the crystal, and threw the picture across a screen the size of a building. The results were pretty good. I sat down in a padded chair, in the dark, in front of a giant screen, and for the first time since I arrived in this world, I felt like I was home. It's starting, said Lyra, who had sat down next to me without asking, and who was about to watch it for the second time. This is a stage play, said Serafina. 2 hours later, Lyra was fine, and Serafina was not. Lyra cried at Beauty and the Demon the first time, and had planned her emotional defenses for the second. Serafina had no such preparation, and no such defenses. But what actually got her was not the ending. It was that the movie showed her a place she wanted to go. Not visit, participate. She sat there wanting to help Belle find the demon faster. She wanted to drive the villagers off herself. She had the impulse, and she noticed herself having it. And she'd never had that from any of the travelogues she'd read in her academy library. And then she looked at the elf I'd drawn on her mother's machine and thought, that one has a story too. There must be one. Something as unforgettable as this. She's right, incidentally. I fully intend to tell Alara's story in this world, just not as a movie, as a game. While the film ran, I went out and got Sir Alaric to explain how a theater works. Tickets are coins. Dark gold pattern on the front, a number on the back, functionally an arcade token, and much easier to produce than paper tickets in a world without printers. 1 silver for a regular seat, 1 gold for first class, VIP, by personal invitation only. And advertising? Handwritten flyers? In the past, we needed no advertising at all. The name Alaric was the best advertisement. But recently, he was surviving on reputation alone, which works right up until somebody opens a competing tavern at the mouth of your alley and starts hawking. Then the best wine in the world doesn't matter. Publicity is essential, and flyers are too slow. I also don't think the National Theatre will let you distribute them. Because it was obvious by then that his rival had decided to erase the Alaric from the city entirely, and then own the monopoly. Nothing is more profitable than a monopoly. Then what should we use? Let's just post the poster. The word did not land at all. Here's the trick. The crystal projects at any scale without losing quality. So you stand a giant white wall next to the theater entrance, throw the most beautiful frozen frame in the entire film onto it, Belle and the demon in full dress, mid-turn, looking at each other, and then add the title and the cast. Every single person who walks past will stop. It may take 2 or 3 days to prepare a backdrop that size, as soon as possible, and add more ticket sales points. Then I went back in and watched the rest with the sisters, and afterwards Serafina looked at a clock on the corridor wall and had a small crisis. She had come to collect Lyra and take her back to school. She had sat down at 5. It was now 7. She had lost 2 hours to ping pong and not noticed a single one of them. Serafina believes wasting time is a serious crime. She sat there staring at that little white window in her vision, seriously considering using magic to erase the game from her own consciousness. She decided against it. Because she had lost 3 games to Lyra, and in each one she'd felt that if she'd just held on a little longer, she'd have won. That is the exact sentence that has funded my entire industry for 40 years. That night, I drew the poster by hand in Serafina's workshop because I still hadn't cracked image import. Title in ink on white paper, and the dancing frame projected onto it. And I found something else in the finished goods room. The tablet was on, projecting a portrait of a woman with pale blue arcane light in her eyes and a torrent of magic coming off her hands and rain falling behind her, silver white and gold hair moving in it. Lyra had copied my Lyra Silverstream. "Who is she?" she asked, coming out from behind the machine with my original ruff in her hand. "Lyra Silverstream. What is your relationship with her?" I thought about that for a second and gave the most accurate answer available. An old comrade in arms. I played Alliance. We were in the same faction. It's technically true. She didn't say anything. She just looked at the portrait and then at me, and I could see her thinking about a conversation she'd overheard through a wall in a castle several days ago, in which I told my bodyguard that I already had someone I liked. I did not explain. That is on me. What I did instead was look at the copy she'd made and confirm something I'd been suspecting for 2 weeks. Lyra should not be a wizard. Her painting isn't professional yet, but it isn't retro either, which is the strange part. This world paints in oils or in ink like the Bactria style I'd seen in the theater. Her work doesn't look like either. It looks like modern CG. There's no era in it at all. She just draws the way she sees, and the way she sees happens to be 400 years early. Have you really never considered pursuing painting? I have no idea. She was ready to refuse. Powerful mages stand at the top of this world, and she has the talent to become one, and she wasn't giving that up to hold a brush. I'm not asking you to give up your main profession. Treat painting as a side job. Life occupation, she said slowly, and then she looked at Lyra again, an unbelievably powerful archmage, and worked out that with the people currently standing around me, the only genuinely useful thing she could offer was the painting. Fine, but one day my magic will tear you to shreds. That's a line off the bottom of the original sketch. She read it and threw it back at me. I did not feel threatened. I felt like a producer. Hey, that line sounds pretty good. Would you be interested in voicing this character? Voice acting? Because I am absolutely going to build Hearthstone in this world, and Hearthstone needs art, some straightforward animation, and voice lines. The art was solved. The voices were the problem, and her voice, with a little emotion in it, is Lyra exactly. The next morning we went to the Patent Council, which looks more like a museum than a government office, and is full of wizards in colored robes moving very fast and speaking very quietly. Serafina's friend Ayla was behind the registration window, a young woman from the Holy Teachings country, studying in Nolan, currently working the desk and absolutely dying to gossip. She sent us up to room 372 via a teleportation array. The office I arrived in was a disaster. Files everywhere, books stacked at angles that violate physics, an owl on the shelf staring at me with total contempt. The owner popped up from behind the desk, 70-something, gray robe with visible dirt on it, hair and beard doing whatever they wanted. Picture a wizard from a certain fantasy trilogy, and then remove all the dignity. I'm here to apply for patent ownership. Application? Wait a moment, I'm looking for a letter. He pulled a book off a shelf, and the entire shelf came down on him like dominoes. White runes lit the air. The books floated off him and stacked themselves neatly in a corner. These damned books are crushing my old bones. The owl, visibly out of patience, hopped down, picked a letter off the floor with its claws, and put it on the desk. The letter was titled, "Can Order Inscription Construct the Magic of Remote Communication?" 72nd issue from the Owl Pen Pal Society. He excitedly dusted it off, put on his glasses, found a line, wrote a reply with a quill, rolled it up, and handed it to the owl, which flew out the window. Almost immediately, a white owl landed and dropped off a different letter. He opened it, read it, and shouted, "Nonsense! Constructing a teleportation rune like that is completely pointless." Then he wrote his rebuttal on the envelope and sent it away. I stood there and watched the whole cycle and understood exactly what I was looking at. He was posting and calling the original poster an idiot. Different handwriting on every letter, thousands of owls. Nearly 10,000 spellcasters across Nolan, writing their thoughts down and sending them into a network with no membership list and no leadership, so that nobody knows who anybody is, and everyone can therefore speak as equals. They had invented the forum, with birds, and a latency of 2 months per reply on a good day. If you're unlucky, you die before your question gets answered. Were the letters those owls brought just now random? Of course it's random. Are you also interested in pen pals? No, I just think this discussion format could be improved a little. Improved? I waved my hand and a white window appeared with a message in it. His pupils went wide and he pushed his round glasses up his nose. Then, to demonstrate, I sent a message to Lyra, who silently moved the ping-pong window out of the way and materialized her chat interface in front of him. This. He had, over a very long life, seen every kind of astonishing invention this city produced. He had personally founded the Patent Council. My little glowing box was, objectively, unimpressive next to a machine that replaces horses. And he was the founder of the Owl Pen Pal Society, and he was a scholar who wanted to talk to more people so he could know more things, and he understood the value of that window instantly and completely. With a little time, I said, I can build something that lets many people participate in one discussion, and perfectly preserve all of it. He was practically levitating. However, the maximum range is currently about 200 meters. He came straight back down. Is there any way to expand it? Of course, I need a server. I am currently running on a local area network where my own mental energy is the cable and my brain is the terminal. To go past that, I need actual infrastructure. And infrastructure means storage, and storage in this world means crystal. A cheap crystal holds 100 runes. A good one holds thousands, maybe tens of thousands. He'd seen ones that held hundreds of thousands, even millions. How much do you need? 100 million, though for a temporary situation, 100,000 as a base would be acceptable. I wanted to say trillion. I talked myself down. That's really an excessive request, he said, adjusting his glasses, because 100,000 is the foundation stone of a national teleportation array. He was not being rude. I had asked a man for a nuclear reactor to run a chat app. I didn't push. I registered the camera patent and left. And the moment I was out the door, that old man sat down, tapped the table, thought for a while, picked up his quill, and started a new letter. 2. All members of the Owl Pen Pal Society. How to obtain an original crystal stone of near infinite quality. Written by Dustin. An all-black owl took it out the window and flew straight for the tallest building in Nolan, a place called the Tower of Sages. He already knew where that crystal was. He was writing to the other founders to ask whether they were insane enough to consider it. The first person outside our circle to see Beauty and the Demon was a paladin. Ayla, the girl from the registration desk, from a country where the state religion teaches that demons are evil made physical. She came because Serafina invited her, and because she is constitutionally incapable of not knowing what her friends are doing. She cried for the demon, not politely. She sat in the dark with her hands over her mouth, making a sound I can only describe as structural failure. And when the lights came up, she was furious at the villagers, who were human, for killing him, who was not. That is the whole product. One screening, one paladin, 2 hours. Sir Alaric watched her come out of the hall, watched her walk past him without seeing him, and then went and rewrote our contract. Sir, 80% to you, 20 to the theater. You offered 70 an hour ago. That was before I understood what I was being offered. I signed it because I am not a fool, and because a man who voluntarily gives away 10% of his own revenue is a man who has correctly identified which of us is the scarce resource. Then I went home and drew up a company. Films, games, music. 1 guild, 3 divisions, and a ground floor. Rhiannon's house in Nolan has a wide ground floor that used to be a caravan office before she stopped running caravans. I offered her a partnership. She runs the trade side, she runs the room, and the room becomes a tavern. A tavern? Mister! Kaylin, there are 9 taverns on this street. None of them have what mine will have, which is tables that fight back. She agreed on the spot because she is 79 years old and has just watched a movie and has decided she would rather be at the front of whatever this is than safely behind it. The name is Hearthstone Tavern. It was always going to be. And then I threw a purse of gold at Zephyr, who caught it with both hands and looked at it like it might be a test. Your Highness? Enroll in school. As a qualified actor, you cannot be someone who does not know a single word. He couldn't read the book he held in the fireplace scene. He held it the whole time anyway, at the correct angle, for 4 takes, because he thought that if he admitted it, he would be replaced. Your Highness, I can't accept. You can. You'll have to repay me double for the investment I've made in you. That's how you give a person something when they have spent their entire life being taught they aren't allowed to have anything. You don't call it a gift. You call it a debt. He nearly floated out the door. Meanwhile, on the other side of the river, the most famous 15-year-old on the continent was sitting through a play and quietly dying of boredom. Her name is Isolde Valois, daughter of a Grand Duke of Ferocia, prima of the Black Swan troupe, billed everywhere as the flower of Ferrucci. Wine-red eyes, black hair to the waist, and a personal bodyguard who is an elf you cannot see. She had performed in that play 40 times. She could do it asleep. She had been doing it asleep. And Professor Marius, who owns the National Theatre and who had spent 3 months trying to buy the Alaric out from under its owner, decided that what this bored child needed was an outing. Come, let me show you the corpse of Nolan's oldest theatre. They took the long way so he could enjoy the walk. He'd been past the Alaric every day for a season. Every day it was dark. Then they came around the corner and there was a queue. Not a group, a queue. Around the building. Nobles, students, merchants, 3 separate racial groups, a lizard man in a hat. And at the entrance, a wall the size of a house, and on it, a picture. A girl in a golden dress and a creature in a black coat mid-turn, looking at each other, frozen in a light nobody in this world has ever painted. Marius stood in the street with his mouth open. He had never seen an image like that at that scale. Nobody had. That is the entire mechanic of a poster. It is not information, it is ambush. Isolde walked up to the ticket window without asking anyone's permission and bought a coin. Miss, there's no need for you to. Professor, you're coming too. He paid 20 gold for a first-class pair, out of his own pocket, into the till of the theater he was trying to bankrupt. I want that on my headstone. What happened inside is the part I actually care about. Marius has been in theater for 40 years. He watched Belle for 6 minutes and then leaned forward, and he did not lean back until the lights came up. Because a stage actor is always an actor. You sit in row 12 and you watch a skilled professional pretend, and you admire the skill. That's the contract. It's a good contract. It has run for 3,000 years. A camera breaks it. There is no row 12. There is a face 3 meters tall, and it is not performing for a hall, it is just existing. And your brain, which has no defense against this, because nothing in evolution prepared it for a giant close-up of a person's eyes, decides that she is real. He fell in love with her before the second act. A grown man, in public, with a girl made of light. He also memorized the name in the credits. Zephyr. I'll be dealing with that later. Isolde stayed until the very last frame, which almost nobody does the first time. Beside her, an invisible elf who has killed for a living for longer than Isolde has been alive was crying so hard the seat was shaking. Demons are monsters, Isolde said conversationally. You've said so yourself. Why are you crying? No answer. Let me ask a different one. Suppose it wasn't villagers with torches. Suppose it was the crusaders of the holy teachings. And suppose they decided Belle was a witch for loving a demon, and they came to hang her too. Would you help her run? Still no answer. Which is an answer. Then the credits rolled, and Isolde read them, and her expression changed for the first time in the entire evening. Director, producer, screenwriter, cinematography, editing, props, set design. One name, over and over, all the way down. Got you. She's 15, and she has been surrounded by adults who manage her since she could talk, and she has never once met the person who made a thing. Only the people who own it. Well then, she said, standing, brushing her skirt. One more question, and I want an honest answer or I'll know. Is my performance more interesting, or is that? Her bodyguard, still crying, still invisible, made a terrible mistake. The movie. Also, I have been sleeping through your plays for a year. Isolde's smile did not change at all. The wood of the seat back under her hand made a small sound as it gave. The next 4 days did something to that street. The queue stopped being a queue and became a condition. People from 6 countries in a city that already had visitors from 20. 2 women from the Frost country who had, I was told, personally killed demons in a border war, sobbing into each other over the death of one. You served 3 years in the Northern Army, one of them said. Shut up. Shut up. Rhiannon came to a screening in the VIP box because I insisted, and I sat next to her, and I let her get about halfway through before I said anything. Because there's the thing on the screen, and there's Belle, and Rhiannon has held Belle's hand, and Belle has cried on her shoulder in a stone cell, and now Rhiannon is watching Belle in a golden dress, dancing with a demon in a castle in a mountain range she rode through in a snowstorm. Mr. Kalin, is she performing? She is. Then in the prison, when she told me about her parents, was that? There are no cameras here, I said. Everything here is real. She thought about it for a while, watching a girl she decided was her daughter. Then she nodded and went back to the film, and she never once asked me what Zephyr actually is. Small note, Zephyr now wears glasses in public. The problem is that a succubus at rest still leaks charm, and a city street full of people who slow down and turn their heads is a city street where something eventually goes wrong. So I inscribed a pair of frames with an order rune that damps the effect down to nothing. He hated them for about 2 hours, and then discovered that nobody stares at him anymore, and now he will not take them off. He wears them to bed. I've seen him. The other thing that happened in those 4 days is that I invented merchandising by accident. The golden dress. A dressmaker 2 streets over saw the poster, made a copy of the gown from memory, and put it in a window. It sold in an hour. Then she made a dozen more. By day 4, there were girls in golden dresses at the ticket window, in the market, at the fountain, and at least 2 of them were nobles who had ordered theirs from a tailor who charged the price of a horse. I did not receive 1 coin from any of this, which is fine. Every girl in that dress is a free poster with legs, and I would have paid for the privilege. Somewhere across the river, in a dressing room, a 15-year-old prima looked out at a house that was noticeably emptier than it had been on opening night. And behind the curtain, her own supporting actresses were talking about Belle. Did you see the part where she runs back into the castle? I've seen it twice. I'm going again on my day off. Isolde sat there and listened to her own company discuss a rival's leading lady, and then she took off her stage makeup and put on the plainest dress she owned and grabbed a fistful of empty air where an elf's wrist was. Keep this from my father, or you know exactly what the consequences will be. Meanwhile, at Hearthstone Tavern, we had been open for 2 days and had served 4 customers. 3 of them wanted beer. I had built the greatest entertainment venue this world has ever had and put it on a street where nobody knew what it was, which is a mistake I have watched 3 separate studios make and swore I would never repeat, and then repeated. An owl came through the window on the 2nd afternoon and dropped a letter on my table. The gray old man at the Patent Council had asked his forum where a person might obtain a crystal of nearly infinite quality, and the forum had answered, "The dwarves. Under this very city. Under our feet. A species that has been mining an ancient ruin for 600 years, who cannot use magic worth a damn, and therefore have no idea that a fist-sized stone they use as a paperweight is a supercomputer." I was still reading the letter when the door opened. A girl came in, 15 or so, plain dress, black hair, wine-red eyes, and a stillness in the way she stood that no ordinary 15-year-old has. "Are you Kaylin, the one whose name was in the credits 8 times? 9, you missed props." She walked up to the bar, put both hands on it, and looked me in the eye. "I want to act in your next movie." I put the letter down. I'd like to say I recognized her instantly. I did not. What I recognized was that a child had walked into a bar alone and demanded a job in an industry that did not exist 2 months ago, in a tone that suggested she was already negotiating price. Why? Because you're going to make more of them, and I would rather be in them than watch them. You have a company. I have a cage with better costumes. Which is when I noticed the elf. Not saw. Noticed. There's a particular kind of quiet that a person makes when they're standing in a room trying very hard to not be a person in a room. So this is the flower of Ferrucci, and the flower of Ferrucci has run away from home for the evening. "All right," I said. "There's a test." She straightened up. Whatever test she was expecting, she was ready for it. Monologue. Weeping on command. Dying. She has been examined by voice coaches since she was 6, and she has never failed one. The first test is whether you can swear. Silence. Pardon? Say a bad word. Any bad word. Go ahead. She opened her mouth, closed it, went a color I have only seen on a sunset. That is, why would that be? Because the role I have in mind is a 12-year-old girl whose family has just been murdered, who lives in a slum, and who has never in her life said please. If she talks like a duchess, the audience stops believing her in 4 seconds, and then the whole film is furniture. She stood there for a full minute. Her hands were shaking slightly. An invisible elf somewhere near the door made a small, strangled noise. And then, in the flat, careful voice of someone reading a legal document in a language they don't speak, the daughter of a Grand Duke said the word. The room did not collapse. She seemed surprised by that. "Well," she said, devoid of emotion, extremely stiff, terrible. But you did it, which means you're coachable, which is the only thing I actually needed to know. 2 months. You'll practice every day, and I will not tell you what you're practicing for until you can do it without turning red. 2 months for one word? 2 months for a person. The word is just the door. She left through that door about 6 inches taller than she came in, and I stood there holding a letter about dwarves and had one clear, uncomfortable thought. I have just recruited a 15-year-old aristocrat, and my first act as her director was to teach her to swear. I'm going to hear about this from someone eventually. Then a dwarf walked in. He was about the height of my ribs and roughly the width of a wine barrel, with a beard he could have used as a blanket, and he came in because the street outside was loud and the tavern was quiet, and he wanted somewhere to sit down. He sat down at a glowing table. His name, I would learn about 4 minutes later, is Frostaxe. He is one of the founding elders of the dwarven clan that dug the foundations of this city. He is 900 and something years old. He has personally survived a fight with a 20-meter worm. He is also the reason I own a mountain of crystal. What's this? A game. Would you like to try? Games are for children. This one has orcs. He put his hands on the table. The interface came up and 8 class portraits turned slowly in the air, and he looked at the green one with the 2 axes. What is that? An orc, war chief of the Horde. Horde? What's a horde? A group of homeless guys who got very organized. He picked Kale. Of course he picked Kale. And when he tapped the portrait, it turned and shouted at him in a voice like a rock slide. Victory or death. Frostaxe went completely still. Then he leaned in until his beard was on the table and did not lift his head for 6 hours. He lost 7 times in a row. I want to describe those 7 losses properly because I have never seen anything like it. A 900-year-old dwarf who has watched empires rise and fall discovered the concept of tempo. He learned about card advantage. He worked out by himself that playing your biggest thing on turn 4 is not the same as winning, and he took it as a personal insult. On the 8th game, 4 life left, board empty, he drew a card and his hands started shaking. He told me afterward that the last time his hand shook was the poison from the worm 10 years ago. Gore howl. 7 attack, 1 durability. He swung. Kale roared. And an archmage in blue on the far side of the table came apart in a sound of breaking glass. The dwarf came off the stool and did something between a war dance and an assault. Ha! Ha! Arm wrestling is way more boring than this. Then he grabbed my sleeve. There are 7 more of these portraits. 9 total. And the cards, are they fixed? Do I get the same ones? You build your own deck, from your own collection. I watched him process that. A man who spent 9 centuries in a hole in the ground being told about deck building. How many of my clan can play at once? How many are there? 4,000. I sat down, because my legs made that decision without me. Elder Frostaxe, I said, I think we should talk about crystals. Blackrock Fortress is under Nolan the way a keel is under a ship. You go down a staircase behind a smithing district, and the ceiling stops being a ceiling and starts being a mountain. Forges the size of city blocks. Ore carts on rails. 600 years of dwarves digging towards something they still haven't fully uncovered, and stacked along the walls in casual heaps, crystal. Not gem-quality decorative crystal. Original crystal. The kind that holds runes by the 100 million. The kind the entire Owl Pen Pal Society considers a legend. They use it to prop open doors. This one? Frostaxe kicked a chunk the size of a dog. Bad batch, won't take an enchantment, won't hold an edge, useless rock. Because a dwarf measures a stone by whether he can hit something with it, and a crystal that holds 100 million runes and shatters at a tap is, to a dwarf, a beautiful and completely worthless object. I looked at a wall of them, and did the arithmetic on how much a Hearthstone server costs when the hardware is being used as a doorstop. Elder, I would like to buy some. How much can you pay? Here is the point where I should mention I had spent every coin from the theater on the tavern fit-out, and the theater money had come in 3 days ago, and dwarves do not accept a smile. I'd like to propose a different structure. Speak. Cards. He went quiet. Every month, I said, you get 3 cards of my choosing, plus 1 hero portrait exclusive to your clan. Nobody else in the world gets them. In exchange, crystal at half price, in perpetuity. Which cards? Gorehow, Grimgar Bloodaxe, Ignis, and the portrait of Durin Stonehand, king under the mountain. He did not know who any of those were. It didn't matter. I had said the words Durin Stonehand, king under the mountain, and a dwarf in a mine had immediately decided that this was a thing that belonged to him. Done. You should probably negotiate. I said done, human. That is how the first exclusive content licensing deal this world has ever seen got signed, and I would like the record to show that the other party's entire negotiating position was gotcha. They loaded a cart for me, then a second, then a third. Seraphina's workshop, which had been sitting empty and mortgaged and full of one machine nobody wanted, filled up with a fortune in raw material that no wizard in Nolan could have bought at any price. Seraphina stood in the doorway and made a noise. Kalen, how much is this worth? On paper, more than the district. And you got it for 4 pictures a month. She had to sit on the stairs for a bit. They also threw in a bonus, unprompted, because dwarves think in gifts. It came in a crate, and when I opened it, there was a lizard in there about the size of a large dog, with stubby legs, a tail like a draft excluder, and a slab of crystal growing out of its back the way a turtle grows a shell. A primal crystal lizard, endangered, docile, sleeps 21 hours a day, eats anything. And that plate on its spine holds runes in the high hundreds of millions and regenerates its own magical current from the animal's metabolism. I looked into its small yellow eyes. Hearthstone's server is decided to be yours. It blinked at me slowly and went back to sleep, and it has been the load-bearing infrastructure of my entire company ever since. Anyone who wants to tell me this is undignified should know that a famously large studio on Earth ran the multiplayer for a game with 100 million players on a machine most of us would refuse for a home router. My server eats fruit and does not have a maintenance window. I consider this an upgrade. The tavern took 4 days to convert, 20 tables. Not tables, cabinets, waist high, each one running a full board, each one a crystal projector with a rune array underneath. I built them chunky and warm and slightly too tall, and I put a stool at each one because a person standing up leaves. A person sitting down stays. The aquarium went along the back wall, lit from beneath, with the lizard in it, and I told everyone it was the tavern's mascot. Every player gets a black crystal. That's your album. Your collection lives in there, and it goes home in your pocket. And I made one decision that would have gotten me fired at any company I ever worked for. No dust. No disenchanting. You cannot grind a card into powder and craft the one you wanted. Instead, you can trade. Player to player, freely, whatever you can agree on. I know exactly what I gave up. Disenchanting is a beautiful pressure valve that keeps money flowing in one direction, which is toward me. Trading leaks value out of the system and lets a secondary market grow that I earn nothing from. I did it anyway because a card that can move between 2 people stops being a resource and becomes property, and property gets talked about, argued over, loaned, gambled, stolen, wept about. Every collectible game that ever became a culture instead of a product was tradable, and every one that wasn't stayed a product. I'm not building a product. I'm building a habit that outlives me. Opening night, we let the dwarves in, 70 of them. Rhiannon could not pour fast enough. She recruited 2 neighbors and a nephew inside the first hour, and by the end of the night, she had invented queue management, table service, and, I am fairly sure, the concept of last call. 70 dwarves at 20 machines means 50 dwarves standing behind other dwarves telling them what to play, which is a form of entertainment that requires no development budget at all. And then there was the pack opening. I want to be honest about my own performance here, since I'm the one telling this. I opened 47 packs that night. I paid for them personally, at cost, and I opened 47, and I got nothing. Commons. A rare I already had 4 of. A different rare I already had 4 of. At pack 30, I stopped being a designer evaluating the drop rates and became a man with a problem. Zephyr came over to collect glasses and I grabbed his arm. Open one. Your Highness? Just touch it. Right there. He touched it. Legendary. And an epic in the same pack. The tavern made a sound like a mine collapsing. 70 dwarves stood up at once. The glasses, boy. Get the glasses, boy. Do another one. Boy, over here. Touch mine. And that is how a succubus who spent his entire life being spat on by his own species became the luck mascot of an entire dwarven clan inside of 4 minutes. He looked at me over a wall of shouting beards, completely lost, with a legendary card floating in front of him. Apparently, I told him, luck is preserved. I made a note that night. The pack opening animation needs to be slower. It's already the best part and it's over too fast. If I stretch it 2 seconds and add a glow when the rare tier rolls, the entire room will lean in every time. That's not manipulation. That's respect for the moment. Anyone who tells you the difference doesn't matter has never watched 70 dwarves hold their breath at once. Which brings me to the woman with the sword. Her name is Zira. She is 25, an orphan, raised by a nun in the Holy Teachings country, and she is named after her god, which happens there when a child has no family name and someone decides the child belongs to the church instead. She is also a crusader, which, in her country, means a person licensed to identify and destroy demons. She arrived in Nolan on business, walked up the main street on her first evening, and stopped dead in front of a wall the size of a house. Because on that wall, in a golden frame of light, was a sin demon. Not a symbol of one, not an artistic impression, the actual anatomy, the horns, the mane, the specific structure of the hand, rendered with a fidelity that no painter working from a description could ever achieve. She has the third eye. It's a genuine ability, and it told her, standing in that street, that the thing on that wall had been seen. So her conclusion was not unreasonable. Her conclusion was, there are demons in this city, they have infiltrated it, they are producing propaganda, and the entire population is queuing up to consume it. She was, in every particular, correct. She sent for her superior, an archbishop called the Serene, and she waited. And on the third day, she found out that the theater's owner had a business partner, and that the business partner ran a tavern, and that the tavern had a boy in it who made her third eye scream. Ayala got there first. She had come to the tavern to find Serafina, and instead she found a slim young man in glasses carrying a tray, and she looked at his face for 4 seconds, and then she made the sound that people make in the presence of celebrity. "You're Belle. You're actually Belle. Oh my God. Oh my God, can I?" And then her third eye caught up with her mouth. Ayala is a paladin. Ayala believes, with everything in her, that demons are the enemy of everything living. She stood there in the middle of my tavern with the truth in her hands and had roughly 2 seconds to decide what she was, which is when 3 crusaders came through the door and threw a golden chain around Zephyr's ankles. Holy binding. It locks a demon's limbs, and it burns. Zephyr went down without a sound. He didn't even look surprised. That is the part I keep coming back to. He hit the floor, and his face said, "Oh, of course, this again." And Ayala put her hand on the chain, and her own magic, the same faith, the same God, tore it apart. "Run!" they shouted at her, called her a traitor, a heretic, an accomplice. She stood over him with her hand still smoking, and her voice went to pieces, and she said the thing anyway. The scripture says to help the weak. It says that first. It says that before it says anything about demons. So which one am I supposed to follow? Nobody in that doorway had an answer for her. I came down the stairs into the middle of it. Zira was already inside, tall, plain, unbelievably straight-backed, with a sword she had not drawn, moving toward a boy on the floor with the expression of someone doing paperwork. I got there first and caught her wrist. "Please don't be rude to my staff." She looked at me and her third eye reported nothing, because Malcor magic does not read as demonic to a system built to detect sin. It doesn't read as anything. That's the entire point of Malcor. Move, that thing is a demon. That thing is an employee, and this is Nolan. Demons are permitted to reside here, as are lizardmen, sandmen, elves, goblins, gnomes, and the 4,000 dwarves under your feet, one of whom sits on the ruling council. That is the law of this city. It was law before you were born, and it will be law after we're both dead. The law of men does not bind the judgment of... Then answer a simpler question. Do you intend to arrest my employee here? In this room? Right now? She looked around. 70 dwarves. Every one of them turned toward her. Every one of them had been having the best evening of their century about 90 seconds ago. I do. Then could you please ask my customers to leave first? They're innocent. I said it gently. I said it in the voice you use with a colleague, and I watched her look at 70 dwarves and understand that she had walked a squad of 4 crusaders into a room containing 70 off-duty members of the clan that built this city, and that if the phrase, "ask them to leave," was spoken out loud by a foreign religious officer, it would not be a request. It would be an incident, and the incident would have her name on it. I did not stop there, because I am not a nice person, and this was an opportunity. Elder Frosax. He looked up from table 9. "I'm sorry to say we're closing early tonight. There's a dispute with this lady." The dwarf reached into his coat, took out a crystal, and crushed it in his fist. 2 meters of ice grew out of his hand into the shape of an axe with a haft as thick as my leg. 69 other dwarves stood up. "You can go outside and discuss it," he said. They did not touch the Crusaders. They didn't have to. 70 dwarves simply walked forward at a normal speed, and the Crusaders exited the building the way water exits a room with a hole in the floor. Zira stood in the street with her back to a wall and worked it out. She'd been played. Not by demons, by a 19-year-old with a good sense of timing. To her enormous credit, she did not draw the sword. "You've made me look like a fool in front of a city. You did most of it, I only chose the room. What do you want?" Here's the thing. What I wanted was not her retreat. A crusader who leaves Nolan angry comes back with an army. A crusader who stays and gets bored is a solved problem. "Compensation," I said. "Your people damaged my property, terrorized my staff, and cost me an evening of trade. I could take it to the council. Instead, work it off. A few days, behind the bar. You want a crusader of the holy teachings to serve ale? I want the person who accused my tavern of being a demonic conspiracy to stand inside it for a week and see what it actually is. If I'm running a conspiracy, you'll have the evidence. If I'm not, you'll have wasted a week." She stared at me for a long moment. Then she said yes, because her faith requires her to make restitution when she is in the wrong, and because she is, underneath all of it, absolutely certain she is going to catch me. And the dwarves got 3 free packs each, described in my announcement as an apology for a temporary service interruption. Zira turned up the next morning in a full habit, without armor, with her hair covered, and I understood immediately that she had prepared a strategy. She was going to defeat me with words. Patient, kind, tireless words. She was going to stand in the middle of my den of iniquity and be so visibly good that everyone in it would repent. She lasted 3 hours. Not spiritually, practically. She had never carried a tray. She could not remember which table ordered which thing. She overpoured, underpoured, and put a stout in front of a dwarf who had ordered a wheat beer and then explained to him that all drink is a gift from God. Dwarves have opinions about wheat beer. "Girl, this is not what I asked for. Consider that perhaps what we receive is not always it's not what I asked for." And every time it got loud, Zephyr appeared. He'd take the wrong glass, apologize, replace it, and say something quiet in a voice that made everyone's shoulders come down. Because he is a succubus, yes, but mostly because he spent his entire life at the bottom of a violent society, where reading a room before it goes bad is not a talent, it's survival. The dwarves adored him. They had adopted him as their mascot on night 1, and by day 2 he was theirs. By evening, Zira had been rescued from her own customers 9 times by the demon she came to arrest. I let that sit for a full day before I said anything. Then I found her wiping a table with the expression of a woman planning a very thorough report. "You think he's beneath you," I said. "I think he is a demon." "Then prove you're better than him." "I've no interest in brawling in not a brawl. By the rules of this house." I pointed at the nearest glowing table. "He plays, you play. 9 classes, whatever deck you like. If a crusader of the holy teachings beats a demon in front of 70 witnesses, I'd say that says something about which of you is stronger. Wouldn't you?" She looked at the table, then at the 70 witnesses. And that is how I invented competitive esports, by daring a nun to play a card game to defend the honor of her god. She picked Terran Brightblade because he is a paladin, and paladins are crusaders, and she said out loud that this was clearly the correct and righteous class. Zephyr picked the warlock because the warlock summons demons, and Zephyr thought that was funny. She lost. Then she lost again. Then she lost 5 more times, which brings the total to 7, which is the exact number of losses it takes a person to stop playing a game and start studying one. The dwarves were hysterical. Around game 5, she stopped saying anything pious and started saying things like, "Why does he always have it on turn 4? Around game 6, she asked what a curve was. Around game 7, she bought a pack with her own money. Then she bought 4 more. Then she bought 6, and the 6th had an epic in it, and a woman who has taken a vow of poverty made a sound in my tavern that I can only describe as unbecoming. At midnight exactly, she stood up, because her order requires her to return to lodging at midnight, and she pushed the stool in neatly, and she squared her shoulders, and she said to a demon in front of 70 dwarves, "I'll come again tomorrow." In the church lodging on the other side of Nolan, a young crusader named Doran was writing a gospel against my movie. That was the plan. Publish a pamphlet, distribute it at every ticket window, explain to the faithful that Beauty and the Demon is demonic propaganda designed to soften them toward the enemy, and watch the queue disperse. He had been assigned to write it because he had seen the film, for surveillance purposes. He had been sitting there for 9 hours and had written one line. The problem was not doctrine. He had the doctrine. He could quote it. The problem was that in order to write about Belle, he had to think about Belle, and every time he thought about Belle, he thought about her running back up the mountain in the snow, and his hand would not move. He tried, "The demon is portrayed sympathetically in order to deceive." Then he thought about the demon wiping the tear off her face with one claw. He crossed it out. He was on his 4th crossed out line when the door opened, and every crusader in the building went to one knee because the Serene had arrived. He is old. He is blind, or at least he wears a wide band of cloth over his eyes and has done for 40 years. He is an archbishop of the holy teachings, and the man who raised Zira after the nun who raised her died. His title comes from his own sermon. He has tried every desire the world offers and found the bottom of all of them, and now he wants nothing, which, in his church, is the highest state a person can reach. Where is my student? Nobody wanted to answer that, because his student had, over 4 days, withdrawn 200 gold from the church's account. The monthly discretionary allowance for a crusader on foreign assignment is 10. She was not funding an operation. She was hunting a card called Borin Strongarm, a legendary paladin who leaves behind a holy blade when he dies. She had decided he was hers by right, on the grounds that she is a paladin, he is obviously the greatest paladin, and the machine had personally insulted her by handing over 6 epics and no Borin. I have watched this exact process happen to grown adults with mortgages. Watching it happen to a woman under a vow of poverty was almost religious. So the Serene walked across Nolan and came down my street and opened the door of Hearthstone Tavern, and found 70 dwarves, a wall of glowing cabinets, a lizard asleep in a tank, and his student sitting on a stool with her hair coming out of its pins, hunched over a table, saying, "Come on, come on, come on." It is the oldest scene in the world, a parent standing in the doorway of an arcade at 11 at night. He did not draw anything. He did not raise his voice. He walked to the bar, where Rhiannon had already put a cup of tea down for him, because Rhiannon reads people faster than any of us, and he said, "I have come for my student. I am not here to fight, and I make no demand. This is my plea," which is an extremely difficult thing to argue with. I should mention that Rhiannon knew by then. Ayla's confrontation happened in her tavern, in front of her, and she had heard the word demon shouted at the boy she calls her daughter, and she had spent one evening quiet about it. Then she went back to work. She has never asked me for an explanation, and she has never treated him differently by so much as a syllable. Her position, as far as I can tell, is that she knows what Zephyr is because she has watched him carry trays and pull a rude crusader out of trouble all week, and everything else is a detail about his species. 79 years old. Best person in the building. "Master," said Zira, without looking up. "1 minute." Both of them stood behind her, the Archbishop on one side, me on the other. Neither of us said a word. On the far cabinet, Zephyr was playing Warlock again, and he had a board, and Zira had 4 cards and 8 life and a Terran she'd been holding for 3 turns. She had lost 14 straight at that point, and then she played the sequence. Equality, consecration. The board cleared. Every one of his demons came apart at once, and the dwarves who had gathered behind her made a noise you could hear on the next street. Then Terran came down. Then she swung. "Accept the punishment of justice!" Zephyr's hero portrait cracked. She stood straight up off the stool with both fists in the air and shouted something in the liturgical tongue of her church, which I am told was a battle hymn line, and which she absolutely did not intend to say out loud in public. Then she remembered that her master was standing directly behind her. She turned around very slowly. The Serene was not looking at her. He was looking at the table. Or rather, he was facing the table, which, for a blind man, is a specific decision. "Master, how does the small one with the shield work?" "Pardon?" "The one that appeared and prevented damage. Explain the rule." Zira's mouth opened. No sound came out. Behind them, I very quietly reached under the cabinet and pulled the recording crystal. Because a match had just happened. A real one, with a comeback in it, with a decisive play and a finishing line, in front of a crowd, and I had it on camera from 4 angles because the cabinets record by default. I have the first esports VOD in the history of this world sitting in my pocket, and I did not have to organize a single thing to get it. Zero went back to the church that night and tried to pray. She got through the opening invocation. Then, in the middle of the second passage, at the place where you are supposed to be contemplating the mercy of God, her brain supplied a voice like a stone bell saying, "Justice prevails." She started over. She got to the third passage. Her brain said, "I sentence you to death." She snapped a training sword in half in the courtyard at 2 in the morning. Then she lay in her cell in the dark and stared at the ceiling and thought, with total clarity, that if she had held the consecration one more turn, she could have gone for lethal a turn earlier. At which point she got up, put on plain clothes, tied a scarf over her hair, and climbed out of a window of the residence of the Holy Teachings Country like a 15-year-old sneaking out to meet a boy. She crossed the city at a run. She came around the corner of my street and stopped, because through the window of Hearthstone Tavern at 2:30 in the morning, she could see her master, sitting at a cabinet, blindfold and all, playing cards against a demon, and laughing. The Serene is a man who has publicly renounced all desire, and he was leaning forward on a stool, with his elbows on a glowing table, making a small, dry, delighted sound, while a succubus in glasses played a minion in front of him. I was upstairs on the landing where nobody could see me, listening to the whole thing, and I want the record to show that I did not interrupt for a full hour. She came in eventually. She had to. Her legs took her. "Master." "Sit down, Zira. Look at the table." Yes, all right, it's a card." "No, look at it, with the eye." The third eye is not a metaphor. It sees the structure of magic underneath the appearance of a thing. It is how she identified a demon in a painting from 30 meters. She turned it on my arcade cabinet, and the arcade cabinet had roughly 200,000 order runes in it, arranged in nested layers, running a state machine, a random number generator, a rendering pipeline, a network stack, and an authentication system. It hit her like a wave hits a person standing in the sea with their back to it. She went down on one knee, then both, with her hands on the floorboards. What is that?" "Master, what is that?" "I don't know." "Even your holiness doesn't know?" "I do not know," said the Serene, and his voice did something it does not do in sermons, but it is fascinating knowledge. A man who has renounced all desire found one he had not tried yet. I stood at the top of my own stairs in the dark and had a genuinely emotional moment about it, and then had a second, less noble thought, which was, I could write a beginner's programming textbook for this world. I could call it Learning C from Novice to Despair. I would sell 1 million copies to wizards, and every single one of them would hate me by chapter 6, and they would all buy the sequel. The gold came in on a Tuesday. Sir Alaric's accountant sent the first full settlement from the theater run, and it arrived in a strongbox, and I opened it on the second floor of the tavern and had to sit down. I have been paid before. I have had a good salary, and I once had a bonus large enough to be embarrassing. I had never in my life seen my own money as an object with a shape. Then I called Lyra upstairs, because the money was not actually the thing that happened that day. She came in eating something and stopped when she saw the box. "Is that all yours?" "Most of it's already spent. Sit down, I have 2 things for you." The first was a contract. Concept artist and voice performer, Earth Studio, with a salary and a share of the games she works on, and a clause about her name in the credits, and the line at the bottom she read 3 times. "This says I can leave, whenever I want, with no penalty." That's what a job is. The second thing I did was put my hand on the crystal at her throat and unwind the rune. The collar came apart in my fingers. 4 weeks ago, I put that on a starving 19-year-old I had taken prisoner and told her it would remove her head if she walked more than 20 meters from me, and I demonstrated it on a stone floor so she would believe me. I am not going to pretend that was a kindness. It was not. I did it because I needed a mage who could see order runes, and she was the one who broke into my room. She rubbed her neck. "That's it? I'm free?" "You were free the moment the film wrapped. I'm 4 days late. I apologize." She stood there in the middle of a room with a box of gold in it and did not move toward the door. "Can I keep it?" "Keep what?" "The crystal, the collar part." She was going red from the neck up, and her voice was getting faster. "Not to wear, obviously, just It's a flame crystal, and they're expensive, and it would be wasteful to throw it away. And I'm a person who has eaten bark, so I don't throw things away. That's all. That's the entire reason. Lyra. What? Take it. She snatched it out of my hand and put it in her pocket, and turned around and walked directly into her sister, who had come up the stairs with an armful of ledgers and had been standing there for an unknown amount of time. Serafina looked at the pocket, then at her sister's face, then at me. And what Serafina was thinking about, she told me weeks later, was the boy in their town who tried to court Lyra when she was 13 and got punched in the mouth, and the second boy who got punched in the mouth, and the third boy who saw it coming and ran. Lyra, she said carefully, are you feeling well? I'm fine. She went down the stairs at a speed usually reserved for fires. The church's pamphlet came out 3 days later. They had given up on attacking the film. Doran had failed to write a single publishable line, and somebody senior had made a smarter decision, and what they distributed instead was one sentence, repeated everywhere, on paper, by hand, for free. Belle is a demon in disguise. Which was, again, entirely correct. Sir Alaric came to me with a copy of it and his makeup half off, in a state. Sir, they've exposed her. This is a catastrophe. If the public learns that Belle is, who said they'll believe it? He stopped. Sir Alaric, consider the situation honestly. The church has published a claim. I could publish a different one. I could announce tomorrow that Belle is an angel sent to instruct humanity, and print it on a wall 4 meters high in colored light, and put her on a stage in front of 3,000 people singing, and let the audience decide which of the two claims feels more true. Sir, that's an outrageous. It's a question of who is believed, not what is true. Truth doesn't have a distribution network. I do. He sat down slowly. What are you proposing? A fan meeting. The word did not exist. I had to build it out of other words for 10 minutes. Belle, in person, on the stage of the Alaric Theater. The cast. Questions from the audience. A song nobody has ever heard. 3,000 seats, sold, and a projection outside on the wall for everyone who couldn't get one. And the demon prince, alive, walking out onto that stage on his own 2 feet. His Grace, the actor, he's alive. That's the point. The film killed him and 3,000 people cried, and then he walks out. Do you understand what that does to a room? He understood. He is a professional. He turned an interesting color and started writing. Which left me one problem, which was that my leading man was in another dimension. I sent the summons through the mark and told the dwarves to open the lower gate, because the portal anchor was down in Blackrock Fortress, and there was no polite way to bring a sin demon into the upper city. 400 dwarves turned out, armed, in formation. They are not afraid of demons. They have fought demons. Their position, stated to me plainly by Frostax, was that they would be delighted to host my colleague, and would also be standing here with axes, as a matter of hospitality. The portal opened, and out walked a lion. 2.5 meters of sin demon in a tailored noble's coat, black mane, gold eyes, claws that opened stone, wearing a flower crown. A ring of little white and yellow flowers sitting slightly crooked on his head over the mane, tied with a ribbon. 400 dwarves lost their formation instantly, not from fear. It is very difficult to maintain a battle line while trying to work out what you are looking at. And then a small human girl came running out of the portal behind him and grabbed a fistful of his coat and hid behind his leg. She is the one from the prison. The one who got lost in the demon city. The one he made a will-o'-the-wisp for out of his own flame because he couldn't pick her up without cutting her. Apparently she found him again. Apparently she has been finding him again, daily, for weeks. Big cat, she said, in a very small voice, looking around at 400 dwarves in a cavern the size of a cathedral. Where is this? Xylar's face, on a creature built entirely for slaughter, was the precise expression of a man whose colleagues have just discovered his hobby. Your Highness. Yes. Say nothing. I would never. I said nothing for almost 11 seconds. While I was standing in a mine trying not to laugh at a flower crown, Sir Alaric was under siege. Not by businessmen this time, by duchesses. 6 of them, in his lobby, demanding to know what happened after the film ended. Not what happened next in a sequel sense. They wanted the ending explained to them personally, by the person responsible, because they had decided the ending was unacceptable and someone was going to answer for it. The one who broke him was Madame Dubois, wife of the Grand Duke of Ferocia, mother of a certain 15-year-old Prima, a woman who does not raise her voice because she has never in her life needed to. Bring me the writer. Madam, the writer is, Bring me the writer, or I will buy this theater and then bring me the writer. That is how the fan meeting got scheduled at 3,000 seats instead of the 800 I originally proposed. Everyone else got the wall outside. Live projection, standing room, free. Sir Alaric thought giving away the overflow was madness. 10,000 people standing in a street looking at the same wall is not lost revenue. It is the most effective advertisement this world has ever had, and every one of them will pay for a seat next time so they don't have to stand. Then I walked a sin demon up the main street of Nolan in daylight. He had an honor guard of 40 dwarves, which I had not asked for and could not refuse. The little girl rode on his shoulder. The flower crown stayed on because she had made it and because he had established a policy about that which he did not intend to discuss. Nolan is the most cosmopolitan city on the map, and it still stopped dead. We passed the tavern. Inside, Zira stood up so fast her stool went over, and her hand closed on the back of a chair, and every muscle in her did what 12 years of training told it to do. Frostaxe put down his cards. Lass, have ye forgotten the rules of this tavern? She looked at him, then at 70 dwarves who had also stopped playing, and who were all looking at her, and not one of whom had reached for a weapon. What are the rules? Speak with Hearthstone. She sat down. She lost that game too, incidentally. She'd been rattled. The pamphlet had reached Doran's hands by then, and Doran, the young crusader who could not write a single line against Belay, received an invitation to the fan meeting through a distribution channel that I had personally seeded, because I wanted the church in that room. He agonized for 2 days. The doctrine says a demon's works are poison, and to consume them willingly is to consent to the poison. He wrote in his own journal that he would attend for reconnaissance purposes. He wore civilian clothes. He arrived 90 minutes early. He got a good seat. 3,000 people, and the doors had to be closed by force. The wall outside had somewhere north of 8,000 in front of it, and the city guard eventually just closed the street. I stood in the wings with a stack of cue cards nobody was going to read, and watched the house lights go down on the first fan meeting in the history of this world. And then Belay walked out. Golden dress, no glasses, every damping rune off. The sound that room made is not describable in a language that developed on a planet without amplification. 3,000 people screamed at a girl who was standing 30 meters from most of them, and she flinched visibly, because a succubus who spent 19 years being kicked in the street has no framework for a room full of people making that noise on purpose in his favor. He looked into the wings. I made a small gesture, chin up, and then he sang, "Let It Go." I had spent 4 days teaching it to him phonetically and then arguing with him about the bridge, and I had told him the truth about it, which is that the song is not about weather. It is about a person who has spent their whole life hiding what they are because they were told it would hurt people, and who stops. I did not have to explain that twice. He hit the top of it, and something in the theater broke. People stood up in the middle of it. Doran, in a good seat, in civilian clothes, on reconnaissance, stood up with them and did not notice he had. Then the demon came out. Xylar walked onto the stage in his coat, without the flower crown, because he does have some dignity, and stopped center and lifted one hand. The film killed him. 3,000 people watched him die in a girl's arms and cried about it. And there he was, standing up, breathing. They came out of their seats like a wave, front row to back. The guards on the aisles gave up entirely. I stood in the wings and watched a sin demon of the demon realm, born to a species that has been at war with humanity for a century, get a standing ovation from 3,000 humans, and I thought, Phase 1 complete. Then the questions. Most of them were what you would expect. Was the castle real? How did you learn to sing? Are you and the demon in love? Sir Alaric ran it like a professional, because he is one, and then a woman near the front stood up with the church's pamphlet in her hand and read it out loud. Belle is a demon in disguise. She wasn't a plant. I want to be clear about that because I did plant one 4 rows back, and my plant never got to speak because a real member of the public got there first and asked it better than I had written it. The room went quiet in a bad way. Zephyr looked at the pamphlet. He looked at me in the wings, and I did nothing at all, because there is a moment in every performer's life when you either do it yourself or you never do it. He walked across the stage and took Xylar's hand. An enormous clawed hand in a girl's small one, in a golden dress, in front of 3,000 people and 8,000 more on a wall outside. I think, he said, from their point of view, I really am the devil. He lifted their hands. Because I'm with him. I have written for a living in 2 worlds. I did not write that line. He did, standing on a stage with a piece of paper in the audience, calling him a monster. The room came apart. People were crying in the aisles. The woman with the pamphlet sat down and put it in her bag and did not take it out again. And 4 rows back, Doran of the Holy Teachings, who had come to observe, clapped until his hands hurt. Somewhere in the middle of all this, Lyra was standing next to me in the wings. She watched Zephyr take the ovation, and she watched the screen outside through the stage door, and then she said, to the floor in a very casual voice, "So, Bel is the beautiful one, and Xylar is the brave one. That's the general concept, yes. What am I?" I looked over. She was extremely interested in a rope. 4 weeks ago, this person broke into my room to steal a map, called me a monster, tried to kill me with an encyclopedia, ate bark out of the bottom of a sack, and threatened to tear me to shreds with magic she does not yet have. "You're a really nice girl." There was a pause. "That's it? That's the whole answer? You asked what you are. That's what you are." She turned around and looked at the wall for a while, and her ears were extremely red, and she did not say anything else for the entire second half. I have replayed that exchange since, and I am aware that I could have done better. In my defense, I was managing a live event. After the show, backstage turned into a small disaster of a different kind. Xylar had come off stage still braced for the part where humans scream and run, and instead, a crowd of extremely well-dressed people had been let into the corridor, and they were looking at him the way you look at a very large dog you have been told is friendly. Excuse me, sir, may I?" It was Serafina, my concept artist's older sister, a serious woman who had spent the evening in a box seat taking notes on projection quality. "May I touch the pads on your paw?" Xylar, who has beheaded bandits, looked at me for rescue. I looked at the ceiling. He held out one hand, palm up, roughly the size of a dinner plate, with pads on it like black leather. She pressed one carefully with a fingertip. "Oh," she said, "they're just like my cats." 9 noblewomen behind her immediately formed a line. He escaped 40 minutes later through a service door, and he escaped with ribbons in his mane because the daughter of somebody important had asked, and he had not been able to construct the sentence for no. He went straight back to the demon realm without saying goodbye. He is going to be teased about this for 100 years, and every demon who teases him is going to be doing it about the day 3,000 humans cheered for him, which means the teasing itself is the crack. That's the invasion. Not the film, the teasing. The invitation came 2 days later, on paper heavy enough to be a weapon, sealed with a black tree. Lyra appeared in my study that evening with a cushion under her arm, which is a thing that started around the time we got to Nolan, and which nobody has ever explained to me. She sleeps in the armchair. I have offered her a bedroom 4 times. She says the study is fine, and then falls asleep at an angle that will destroy her spine by 30. "Who's it from?" "A noble." "Which one?" "A noble woman." She sat up. "That makes things even more complicated." "How does that make anything more complicated?" She did not elaborate. She lay back down with her back to me and pulled the cushion over her head. The estate of the Grand Duke of Ferocia in Nolan has a glass conservatory on the east side, and I got there early, because being early lets you walk around a place before anyone manages you. Which is how I heard the singing. Someone in that greenhouse was playing a small harp and singing "Let It Go," quietly, in the wrong key in 2 places, and absolutely perfect everywhere else, in a voice that made me stop walking mid-step. I have hired singers. I have sat in booths with professionals. This was not that. This was the kind of voice that makes a room decide to be quiet without being asked. I came around a wall of glass and flowers and found an elf. Silver white hair, ears, a plain servant's dress, sitting on a bench with a harp on her knee, and on her shoulder, a black cat. I recognized her by the way she froze. It was the bodyguard, the invisible one, the one who cried through the entire film and then told a Grand Duke's daughter that she'd been sleeping through her plays for a year. The cat looked at me, and my order runes lit up so hard I lost a second. Because that was not a cat. That was a construct of magical current in the shape of a cat, and the current inside it was denser than anything I have measured in my life. Denser than the lizard. Denser than the crystal wall in Blackrock. I reached out, not to grab, just to touch, the way you reach towards something you cannot believe is in front of you. The dagger came in from behind at the level of my spine. Lyra's staff caught it. She had come around the other side of the greenhouse, and she got there in time by a distance I do not enjoy thinking about, and there was a sound of steel on wood and a hard scrape, and then I did the only thing available. I reached out with Malcor and ate the elf's stealth rune. I have never done that to a person before. I have used Malcor to eat my own runes, to eat crystal, to eat a book that was flying at my head. I had never used it to strip an ability off a living creature. It came off her like a coat. And a Blackwood guardian of the deep forest, an assassin who has been invisible since she was a child, stood fully exposed in a greenhouse in front of two strangers and did the following. She grabbed her own ears, both of them, pulled them down over her face, screwed her eyes shut. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Lyra lowered her staff. I looked at Lyra. Are you sure this isn't your sister? Excuse me? I fought you to the death. You threw a book at me. I threw the encyclopedia. It's the heaviest one. Her name is Zara. She is a Blackwood guardian. She is bound to the Valois family, and she has the emotional armor of a wet napkin. She also would not tell me one single thing about the cat, which she carries everywhere and which she calls nothing at all, and which I want more than I have wanted anything since I got to this world. Later. That's a later problem. Madame Dubois took tea with me for 2 hours and spent 90 minutes of it circling the thing she actually wanted, which was the technology. She did it well. Investment offers, patronage, a very generous partnership in which I would receive a great deal of money and she would receive the camera. Madam, the equipment isn't for sale, and it isn't for license. Everything is for license. Not this. But I'll offer you something better, and I'd like you to hear it before you decide I'm being difficult. Go on. Your daughter's company, the Black Swan Troupe. 26 performers, all professionally trained, all currently performing to a house that is emptying every night through no fault of their own. Her cup stopped moving. I'll train them, I said, all of them, in how to act for a camera, which is a different craft than the stage and which nobody in this world knows yet. And then I'll cast them in my next film. I did the arithmetic out loud for her because she is a businesswoman and she deserved it straight. The stage is dying, not this year and not because of me, but it is. Once a story can be recorded and shown in 100 theaters at once, a troupe that can only be in one place becomes a luxury item. Her daughter is 15 and famous, and the ground under her is already moving. And in exchange? A pavilion slot at the World Expo, under the Ferocia banner. I want a stage, and I want the crowd that comes with your family's name on the door. She thought about it for a long time. Then she agreed, and I walked out of that conservatory having acquired an entire professional acting company, a spot at the biggest exhibition on the continent, and the personal enmity of exactly one invisible elf. I spent the next 6 weeks in the workshop, and I came out the other side with the thing I actually needed. Live transmission. Not recording, not playback, a crystal here and a crystal there, and what one sees, the other shows, at the same moment, over distance. The moment it worked, I sat on a stool in Seraphina's workshop at 4 a.m. and laughed like an idiot at a picture of my own hand. Because a movie is a thing you make, broadcast is a thing you are. The morning of the expo, Seraphina could not do up her own buttons. She has spent 3 years on a machine her mother did not live to finish. She has been rejected by every review board in this city. She has missed enough classes that her degree is genuinely in question, and she has eaten her savings, and she has spent months explaining to people why a painting nobody can hold is worth anything at all. And this afternoon that machine goes on the main stage of the Crystal Palace, in front of every nation on the map. It's going to be fine, said Lyra, doing her sister's buttons for her, which I suspect was the first time in 19 years the direction of that particular service had reversed. It isn't. They'll hate it again. They won't. How do you know? Lyra looked at me over her sister's shoulder. Because this time it's not a machine. It's a machine with a demon in it. The Crystal Palace is a hall of glass and iron the length of 4 city blocks, and once every 3 years, every nation on the map puts its best machine inside it and tries to look modest about it. Weapons are not permitted, not even ceremonial ones. There are inspectors at every door, which is how a crusader of the holy teachings came to be standing in the aisle of the Ferocia Pavilion in a plain dress, unarmed, with murder in her face, because she had heard a voice. Let the light of justice guide us. Borin Strongarm, the legendary paladin. The one card she had spent 200 gold of church money and, I am reliably informed, her own dowry chasing through 400 packs. She came through the crowd like weather. You have him. That was his voice. I know his voice. I have heard it in 3 separate— Miss Zira. Where is he? 2 Ferocian attendants got hold of her at that point, because a woman shouting about voices in a national pavilion is a security problem regardless of her theology, and they walked her back toward the doors with the professional courtesy of people who do this 9 times a day. She stopped them by sitting down. Right there in the middle of the aisle, on a chair meant for a delegate, opposite me, with her hands folded. I have no weapon, I am breaking no law of Nolan, and I am not leaving. You may report to your superiors that I am a demon who will not let you escape. Then she took a black crystal out of her sleeve and put it on the table, her deck. I have been threatened by professionals. That is in the top 3. We were still negotiating when the other 2 arrived. The serene, blind, in full archbishop's regalia, having crossed half the exhibition without appearing to hurry. And the gray old man from the patent council, Rursk, still in the same dirty robe, with an owl on his shoulder and a founder's medallion of the Council of 7 around his neck that I had somehow failed to notice the first time I met him. They arrived from opposite directions and stopped when they saw each other, and I understood that a great many things about this city had been arranged by these 2 men over a great many years. Both of them wanted the same thing from me, not the game, the runes underneath it. So I made them an offer, and I made it loudly, because there were 400 delegates within earshot. I'll teach one of you, personally, whatever you want to know about order inscription, for as long as you can stand it. Which of us? Whichever wins. Best of 3 on the main stage of this exhibition, in front of the world. The archbishop of a religion that has renounced desire, and the founder of the most prestigious magical institution on the continent, looked at each other and said yes within 1 second of each other. That is the first officially sanctioned esports match this world has ever staged, and it happened because 2 extremely old men could not let the other one have something. The presentations came first. A man named Gaspard from a northern academy went up before us with a phonograph, an honestly clever device, recorded sound in a wax medium, 4 years of work, and got in front of 1,100 people and froze. Total lock. He stood there for 90 seconds, unable to make his mouth work, while his machine played a scratchy violin to a room that had already stopped listening. I felt for him. That is the worst thing that can happen to a person, and it happens because nobody in this world has ever taught anybody how to stand on a stage and talk to a crowd. They are going to be taking my public speaking course inside 2 years. I am already writing it. Then Seraphina Thorne walked out. 3 years of work, every coin she had, a degree in jeopardy, her mother's unfinished machine on a cart behind her. She got to the middle of the stage and looked at all of them and said, "What I want to exhibit are the works my mother left behind in this world." Then she turned the machine on. For about 4 minutes, it went badly. She was explaining rune architecture to an audience that had come to see fireworks, and the hall's attention started to slide, and I watched her hands shake and kept my face completely still because there was nothing I could do from the wings that would not make it worse. And then she said, "Allow me to demonstrate," and drew. Live. At full wall scale, behind her, 4 meters high, in front of the entire world, a blue-white archmage with lightning coming off her hands, and beside her, a green orc with 2 axes and a jaw like a cliff face. The hall stopped, because nobody there had ever seen an image appear. Paintings exist. Paintings are found finished. Nobody had watched a face come into existence out of nothing at the speed of a hand moving. She finished and stepped back, and the 2 figures stood there enormous and silent, and then the backdrop behind them changed to a logo I had drawn myself, a blue eye and a circle of frost, and under it, in 2 languages, "Welcome to Hearthstone Tavern." The whole hall applauded a bankrupt woman in a borrowed dress, and somewhere in the 3rd row her sister was standing on a chair. Then we played cards. I want to record the matches properly because they were the first, and because in 100 years somebody is going to want to know. Match 1. The Serene, Priest. Rursk, Mage. The Archbishop, who has been playing for 9 days, opened by stealing a card out of his opponent's deck, then stealing a second one, then playing a minion that copied the mage's own creature back at him. Rursk, founder of the Patent Council, was visibly appalled. "That is my spell." "It is. You cannot simply take—" "I have taken it." The blind man won on turn 9 by killing the mage with the mage's own fireball. Delegates who had understood approximately none of the rules understood that completely, and the noise was tremendous. Match 2. Rursk, Shaman. Zira in the audience, who had lent her deck to nobody and was watching with her fists on her knees. He picked the orc. Total overhead cost, no idea what he was doing, and he drew perfectly, and he built a wall of totems and then hit a paladin in the face with a weapon for 4 turns straight. Here's the part that mattered to exactly one person in that hall. He beat a paladin. Taryn, Zira's class, her champion, played by an amateur on a stage in front of the world and dismantled by an old man with an owl who had learned the rules that morning. She sat in her seat with her jaw locked and did not move for a full minute. That is the exact moment competitive play was born. Not the match, her face during the match. Match 3 is the one they'll still be talking about. The Archbishop, having won once, switched classes. He took the Warlock, the class that burns its own life to draw cards, the class of demons, and I watched a religious leader of an anti-demon faith deliberately choose it in public, and I watched him do it with a completely straight face, and I decided I liked him. He went to 4 life, then 2, and then he played Lord Malachor. The card destroys your own hero and replaces you with an Eridar Lord. The animation opens a portal in the middle of the board, and a demon 3 times the size of everything else steps through it and says in a voice like a landslide, "You face Malachor, Eridar Lord of the Burning Legion." An Archbishop of the Holy Teachings summoned a demon lord onto the main stage of the World Expo, and the hall screamed. Somewhere in the standing area, a crusader of his own church had money on him. Rursk had 1 turn. He had 6 mana and nothing on the board, and he was dead in 1 swing. He drew a card. He looked at it. He put it down. Gorehowl. The dwarves in the gallery, and there were roughly 200 of them because Frostax had brought his clan to the exhibition as a block, came out of their seats before the animation finished. The mage picked up an axe with a hatch as thick as a mast and hit a demon lord in the face, and the demon lord came apart in a sheet of green fire, and 200 dwarves in the upper gallery began chanting a word in Dwarvish that I later learned was not appropriate for an international exhibition. Nobles were betting by the 3rd turn, openly, ledgers out. The Grand Duke of Ferocia's own steward booked a table before the applause finished. Afterward, I paid the winner. I threw Rursk a small white cube, underhand, and he did not catch it, and it hit him squarely in the forehead. It is the installer for the chat window. 12,000 order runes in a package that unpacks itself into the recipient's own magical field. He picked it up. He looked into it. And a man who has been the leading scholar of order inscription for 6 decades stood absolutely still in the middle of a crowd and understood in one go the thing that all of them had been missing. The runes in that cube were not a spell. They were letters. Every wizard in this world learns runes as words of power. Fixed meanings, fixed effects, memorized and combined. What he was looking at was a structure where the runes had no meanings at all and were being used to write instructions in sequence with branches, and the meaning came from the order, an alphabet. He walked out of the World Expo without saying goodbye to anyone, talking to himself, with an owl trying to stay on his shoulder. I am told he did not sleep for 4 days. That afternoon, the world stepped out of the Middle Ages, and about 9 people noticed. One of them was Zira, who came to find me at the end of the day, and informed me, formally, that she had been reassigned. Reassigned to what? Observation. I am to remain in Nolan and record everything you do. So you've been promoted from arresting me to writing about me? Yes. Congratulations, you're a journalist. She did not know the word. I explained it. She hated it. She wrote it down. Backstage, meanwhile, a 15-year-old was having the worst evening of her life for reasons that had nothing to do with cards. Isolde had come to the exhibition with her mother's party, and she had, at some point, been introduced to the second prince of the Iron Country, a boy her age called Malchor, apprentice to the Iron Marshal, extremely important, extremely bored. He did not know she was standing behind him. The flower of Ferrucci? She's like a porcelain doll, very pretty, nothing behind the eyes. And then, to his companion, "We're going to another one of her plays tomorrow? God, 40 pieces of gold to watch a doll recite." She stood there with a handful of her own skirt closed in her fist. Zara was beside her, invisible, and Zara has known her since she was 6, and Zara did not say a single word. Because there is nothing you can say. "Zara, miss, you will not repeat what happened at that tavern. Not to my mother, not to my father, not to anyone." "Yes, miss. And I am going to be the lead in the next movie." Nobody is going to stop me. Her mother was at that moment 2 rooms away, buying information about me from a fat, cheerful man in a merchant's coat who is not a fat, cheerful man at all. Madame Dubois wanted my history, my backing, my sources, and the fat man gave her a very good report for a very high price, and then stopped talking when she asked about the demons. That subject I can't sell you. Name a price. There isn't one. I'd like to be alive tomorrow. She let it go. Then she asked, because she is thorough, what he thought of the film. Beauty and the Demon? A children's story, very well made. But the real world is a great deal crueler than what playwrights put on a stage, madam, and both of us know it. Squirrel Street is the only genuinely filthy street in Nolan. Everywhere else the drains work and the lamps are lit and the pavement is swept twice a day. Squirrel Street has crooked buildings, laundry across the alley, damp brick, and about 400 residents, almost none of whom are human. That is not a coincidence. It's where they were allowed to live before the law said they could live anywhere, and law changes faster than a district does. At the end of it is an inn called Black Pigeons. The owner is a soft-faced middle-aged man in an apron, and I identified his species from the doorway, which is not a thing that has ever happened to him before. You're a faceless, a deceiver. He stopped wiping the counter. Sir, I don't know what. Your face doesn't have a bone structure, it has a shape. You've been holding it for a long time and it's very good work, but you're tired and it's slipping around the jaw. He put the cloth down and looked at me with something behind the soft face. His name is Grimald. He runs the inn at a loss. Behind the counter, peeking around a door frame, were 2 half-dragon children and something with cat ears, all of them under 10, none of them related to him, all of them living there. He's in debt because he keeps taking them in. I want to rent your building. A room? The building, all of it, for 2 months. Nobody but my people in it, and your residents stay exactly where they are and get paid for the inconvenience. For what purpose? I'm going to shoot a film here. Madame Dubois, when she heard, sent a note that consisted of 1 line. I trust you are joking about Squirrel Street. I was not. The Black Swan troupe found out the same afternoon and spent an evening being extremely amused about it because a company that has spent its career in ballrooms and palaces had assumed the next film would be another castle, and instead they were being sent to the wet end of town. Their prima did not find it funny. She read the script. And then Isolde Valois went to her room, took out a pair of shears, gathered her waist-length black hair in one hand, and cut it off at the jaw. She came to the read-through in a boy's shirt too big for her, with a bruise she'd drawn on herself in stage paint, with her hair hacked flat, and stood in front of 26 professionals who had been laughing about Squirrel Street an hour earlier. Nobody laughed after that. Madame Dubois read the full script that night, all of it. Assassins for hire, a magical narcotic, police who are worse than the criminals, a 12-year-old girl who comes home from an errand and finds her entire family murdered on the floor of their own apartment, and who does not scream because screaming would get her killed too, and who walks past her own door and knocks on a stranger's. She sat with it for a long time. Her daughter is playing that girl. Times have changed, she said, to nobody in an empty room, and those who cannot change get their heads taken off by the blade of obsolescence. Then she signed. I caught the spy 2 days later. There had been a butler at the estate, then a porter at the theater, then a fat merchant at the expo, then a maid on Squirrel Street who was extremely good at being somewhere I had just been. The tell was the walk. You can change a face. Changing how a person distributes their weight over 400 meters is much harder, and I have spent 2 months directing performers, which has ruined my ability to not notice things like that. I said her real title out loud in an empty corridor, and she stopped pretending. The Dark Elf, head of the Black Pigeons, the Intelligence Guild, not the Inn, although the naming is not an accident. She turns into a raven. She used to be Inquisition, and she betrayed them, and there is a black bird marked on the side of her neck that she does not talk about. She was expecting a fight or a bribe. I want to legalize you, I said. I beg your pardon? Your organization. 200 people in every country who can go anywhere, see anything, and get a report home in a day. That is currently a crime. I intend to make it a profession. And call it what? News. I explained it to her. Broadcast. A crystal on one end and 10,000 crystals on the other. People who go to where a thing is happening and show it to everyone at the same moment and get paid for it, legally, with their names attached. She laughed at me, genuinely, without malice, the way you laugh at a child describing a country they've invented. You made a beautiful children's story, Lord Kalen, a demon with a good heart and a girl in a golden dress. The real world is a great deal harsher than that, and the people in my profession do not survive on a diet of fairy tales. Then here's a wager, my next film. If it moves you, if you sit down in front of it and it takes something out of you, you sign. And if it doesn't, then you were right, and you keep your secrets, and I never bother you again. She thought about it, and then she smiled with about a third of her mouth. Agreed, though I should warn you. I stopped being able to cry roughly 40 years ago. Auditions were held in the ballroom of the Black Swan's own rehearsal house, and the first thing I did was assault the manager of a theater with water. Sir Alaric arrived in full stage makeup, blush, powder, the lot. It's 40 years of habit, and he has worn it every working day since he was 19. Sir, I've prepared 3 monologues, and I hit him in the face with a water sphere. The room made a noise. He stood there, dripping with the paint running off his jaw and his mouth open. Cinema does not need that mask, I said. The camera is close enough to see your pores. Everything you've spent 40 years painting on your face was there to be visible from row 30, and there is no row 30. Now read. He read Caldwell. Caldwell is a corrupt officer who takes a drug before he kills people, and who is charming right up until the moment he is not. The nice, weeping, rouged theater manager who cried for 90 minutes at a love story put the pages down halfway through the second page and did the scene from memory, and 2 young actresses in the front row physically stepped backward. I have never in my life been happier to be wrong about a person. The company's leading man did not do so well. Baroque is technically excellent, has played kings and generals, and he was offered the role of a man who has killed 40 people and who keeps a houseplant that he loves. Play it like a man in love with a doll, I told him. He waters it. He talks to it. It's the only thing he owns that hasn't been ruined by what he does. I will not debase myself. He walked, made a speech about it on the way out, which the whole room enjoyed. Then he read the rest of the script that night, alone, and got to the end. I'm told he sat on a staircase at 3 a.m, with the pages crushed in both hands, having worked out, too late, permanently, and entirely by himself, that he had just turned down the role of his life because it was not grand enough. I do feel for him. Not enough to call him back. The last audition of the day was an elf with no surname. In this world, that means one of 2 things, born common or thrown out. She did not say which, and I did not ask. Silver white hair, very tall. Currently employed by the Black Swan as a background player, which means she stands at the edge of scenes holding a tray. I'd like to read for the lead. You're 1.5 feet taller than the lead, and the lead is 12. Ah. She took it well. She was already turning to go when she stopped. May I ask something? The song, Let It Go. Did you write it? I arranged it. It reminded me of home. Then she sang 8 bars of it, standing in a doorway, unaccompanied, because she wanted me to know what she could do before she left. I have hired singers. I told you that already. I am telling you again because the second time it happened I was more prepared, and it still took the room out from under me. What's your name? Phelan. Phelan what? Just Phelan. That night, alone, she sat on the edge of a narrow bed in a shared room in a boarding house and opened her left hand. There is a seed in her palm, grown into it, part of her. It is a world tree seed, and it is the last one, and her entire clan, every frost elf that ever lived, was eaten by a gray mist that came out of nowhere and left nothing behind. The seed grows on admiration. That is its actual mechanism. It feeds on the regard of other living things, and if it grows, her people come back, and if it dies, they are gone forever, and she is the last of a species. She closed her hand. All I have to do, she said to an empty room, is make someone like me. The first day of principal photography began with a fight over rent. I arrived at Black Pigeons at dawn and found a debt collector, 4 thugs, a hired mage, and an earth giant standing in the street outside my film set. An earth giant is 4 meters of packed stone and clay with a magical core in the chest. It is what you bring when a building needs to become a smaller building. Grimold was in the doorway with his arms out, holding the door shut with his body, and the children were behind him. The collector saw me and did the arithmetic on my coat. This doesn't concern you, sir. It concerns me quite a lot, actually. I've rented this building. Then you've rented a building that's about to be repossessed. He gestured, and the giant swung. Zira caught it. She had been following me since sunrise, taking notes, at a distance of 40 meters, in a plain dress, in her new career as a journalist. She crossed those 40 meters in under 2 seconds and put one hand up and stopped 4 meters of stone. The street went quiet. Then a barrel of apples hit the mage from above, because Lyra had come out onto the second-floor balcony, assessed the situation, and used the resource nearest to hand. He went down under about 90 kilos of fruit and did not get up in a hurry. "Who the hell are you people?" "That," I said, indicating Zira, "is a future Legion commander of the Crusaders of the Holy Teachings." I wouldn't argue with her. They left, quickly. And Zira, who has spent her entire life in an order that grinds ambition out of you and who has never once been praised by a superior, went slightly pink and stood a little straighter and said, "I am only a crusader," in a voice that meant she was going to think about that sentence for a week. I felt bad for about 4 seconds. Then I bought Grimald's debt outright, because a set you might have to evacuate is not a set, and because the alternative was a man losing an inn full of orphans over 900 gold, which is roughly the price of one duchess's dress. The film crew arrived at 7. 12 camera operators, all women, all in matching dark uniforms with white aprons, all extremely enthusiastic, and all of them dead. They're the Banshees. Something happened to them during the first shoot, and I have theories but no proof. They spent 3 weeks holding a camera on a love story and being told they were doing good work, and somewhere in there, they stopped screaming. They don't burn in sunlight anymore. Their edges are solid. They can hold objects for hours without dissipating, and the cold that used to come off them has gone. The Duke of Bones, when I described it to her by letter, was silent for 2 pages and then wrote that in 400 years of necromancy, she had never heard of a banshee warming up. They call themselves the Day Banshees now. They chose the uniforms themselves. I was not consulted, and I would not have dared. Camera 1 took position. Camera 3 went up to the roofline. Camera 2 floated backward down a corridor at exactly the speed of a walking child. I raised the board. Leon, the demon. Act 1, Scene 1, action. The shoot ran 40 days. I am not going to give you all 40. I'll give you the ones that mattered. The Black Swan troupe arrived on day 1, convinced they were slumming. 26 trained stage performers standing in an alley in the wet end of town, being asked to speak at a normal volume, without gestures, to a floating camera. Every instinct they had was wrong, and all of it had to go. Don't project. Don't turn out to the house. Don't hold for the laugh. Don't move your face that much. The camera is 90 centimeters away and you look like a lunatic. Half of them could not do it. The other half caught fire. On the evening of day 1, I cut together 9 minutes of footage and showed it to the whole company in the inn's dining room. They had spent the day being told everything they knew was useless. They sat down, expecting to watch themselves fail. Then they watched a scene shot in a corridor they had walked through that morning, and they saw the girl's face fill a wall, and every small thing they'd been told to do instead of acting, the flicker, the held breath, the eye that moves before the head, was there, 3 meters high, doing more than any gesture they had ever made from a stage. Baroque's replacement, a quiet man who had spent 12 years playing second parts, watched himself in close-up and put a hand over his mouth. They applauded. Standing. In a dining room, at their own footage. That's the day I got the company, not the day their patron signed. Isolde was the surprise. I had cast her expecting to spend 2 months dragging a performance out of a well-trained aristocratic child. Instead, I got the thing I have only seen a few times in my life on Earth. A young performer who is not acting like a person, just being one, on camera, with the volume off. The scene where she comes home is the one everyone will talk about. She walks up a staircase carrying groceries. She's chewing on something. She's swinging the bag. She is 12 and bored and slightly annoyed about an errand. And then she gets to the landing, and she sees the door of her apartment standing open, and what is on the floor inside it. And she does not stop walking. That was the whole direction I gave her. Don't stop. Whatever you do, don't stop, don't scream, don't look. The men who did it are still inside. If you stop, you die. Just keep walking. She walks past her own front door with her family on the floor of it in one continuous shot at the same speed, chewing. And then she gets to the next door along and puts her finger on the bell and rings it and rings it and keeps ringing it, while the tears come down her face and her expression does not change at all, because she is 12 years old and she has understood in 4 seconds that the only thing keeping her alive is a stranger's decision. I called cut and the corridor was silent, and then one of the day banshees started crying, which is not a thing banshees do, and which cost me the take on camera 3. We used camera 1. It's fine. It's better. Her mother watched that scene at the edit and did not speak for 10 minutes. Then she said, "She cut her hair for this." She did. I thought she was being dramatic. She was being an actor. It's an easy mistake. Sir Alaric, meanwhile, had discovered that he was terrifying. He played Caldwell the way you'd play a man who genuinely believes he's the most reasonable person in the room. He got so far into it that on day 19 he improvised a line about music, mid-scene, in a voice that made the boom operator drift 2 meters backward, and I kept it in. At the end of a take, he would come back to himself, blink, and apologize to everyone individually. "I'm so sorry. Was that all right? Was I too much?" It was perfect. Oh, good. Oh, I do hate him. He's a horrid man. Then he'd go and have tea with the children. Phelan came to the tavern on the 9th night to sign her contract, and she came in like a person walking into an execution. I had offered her a job, vocalist, Earth Studio, exclusive. I'd told her the terms across a table in a rehearsal room, and she'd said yes immediately, and then spent 3 days working herself into a state about it. Because everyone in this city now knows there are demons around me, and everyone in this world knows what a contract with a demon means. She'd made her peace with it. That was the part that got me. She had decided that a portion of her soul was an acceptable price, and she had come to pay it on time, alone, at night, without telling anyone. I gave her the contract. It is 4 pages. It covers salary, recording rights, tour obligations, a clause about her name on every record, and a termination notice period of 1 month either way. She read it twice, then a 3rd time. Where is the rest? That's all of it. There's no magic in this. There's a signature line. That's usually enough. She stared at me. Then she signed it very fast, the way you sign something before someone changes their mind, and she asked if she could sing. The tavern was half full, dwarves at the machines, Rhiannon at the taps. She got up on the small stage I'd built for exactly this, and she opened her mouth, and 8 notes came out. And then she went down. Not a faint, a collapse, straight down, hard, with her hand clenched shut, and something under the skin of her palm burning white. I got there first. Lyra was 2 seconds behind me. The seed was open. It had pushed a white thorn out through her palm, and there was a gray haze coming off it, thin as smoke, and everywhere the haze touched, the light in the seed went out. I have a mark from a lich in my left hand, and a species of magic that eats other magic, and I looked at that mist, and every alarm I have went off at once. That is not a disease. That is not a curse. That mist is engineered. Lyra, pour into it. She did, without asking. She put both hands over the elf's hand and gave it a 1/3 of everything she had, which is a considerable amount and which she has never done for anyone. The seed did not move, not responded weakly, did not register the transaction. A 1/3 of the magical capacity of a mage who can see order runes went into it, and it was like tipping a cup into a canyon, because that thing is a world tree seed, and its capacity is not measured in the same units as a person. So I did the only thing I could think of. I stopped trying to feed it and started trying to repair it. The mist wasn't consuming energy, it was consuming structure. It was eating the pattern of the thing, unwriting it, leaving holes where instructions used to be, and the seed was dying because it could no longer remember how to be a seed. That is a corrupted file. And I have spent 2 months of this life and 8 years of my last one doing exactly one thing, which is writing instructions in a language of ordered symbols. I put my hand over hers and wrote into the gaps. Not her language, not the trees, mine. Order runes in sequence, structured, patching every hole I could find with code of my own, filling the damaged regions with a scaffold that would hold until whatever the seed actually is could rebuild itself. It took about 6 minutes, and it hurt considerably. The gray mist pulled back off the thorn like a tide going out, and then the seed took my code. Not stored it, took it, absorbed the structure into itself, and lit up in the shape of what I'd written, and the light in her palm went from dying white to something steady and warm that pulsed roughly once a second. I sat back on the floor of my own tavern with my ears ringing and looked at what I had just done. I had patched a world tree with a rune framework of my own design, and the world tree had accepted it, and a world tree is a living structure of effectively unlimited magical capacity, with a root network that once spanned the entire planet. I had just installed my operating system on a root server. Nobody in that room understood what had happened except me, and I sat on the floor and laughed until Lyra asked if I'd hit my head. Phelan woke at dawn. She said she had slept without dreaming for the first time in 6 years, and then she cried about that for a while, and then she told me the whole thing. The Frost Elves lived in the far north, 9,000 of them, 12 villages. Their world tree had stood for longer than any human record. The gray mist came in over one winter. It doesn't kill quickly. It gets into things, into the tree first, then the animals, then the people, and it takes away structure, memory, language, faces. By the end, she said, the ones who were left could not remember what a name was for. She was 14. She was sent south with the seed in her hand because the tree could put its last piece into a living carrier, and she was the one who was fast enough. The seed grows on being liked, regard, admiration, attention freely given. That's how a world tree feeds. It's a tree that lives on being loved by the things that live under it, and the things that lived under this one are gone. So she has spent 5 years trying to be liked by strangers in a country where she has no surname, as an extra holding a tray at the back of somebody else's play. So let me make sure I understand this, I said. In order to bring back your entire species, what you need to do is become famous. Yes, Phelan, that is the single most solvable problem anybody has ever brought me. I booked her a concert in my own tavern for the following week. It went catastrophically. I want to be honest because I've been telling you about my successes for a while now, and it's important that you understand I also produce disasters. She sang for 12 hours, noon to midnight, traditional Frost Elf ballads, in the original language, unaccompanied, in a voice that is objectively one of the finest instruments on this planet. By the 3rd hour, half my customers were asleep. By the 7th, dwarves were putting their heads down on the cabinets. By the 9th, Rhiannon had stopped serving because there was nobody awake to serve. Frost Elf ballads are 11 minutes long, have no chorus, and are all in a minor key about ice. There is no hook, there is no build. There is nothing your body wants to do while you listen to it except lie down. Frostak summarized it at the end of the night, with great affection, while helping a snoring clansman off a stool. That elf woman's singing sounds like a sleeping mushroom. Phelan came off the stage and had to be told by me that the greatest voice I have ever heard had just cleared a room. Is my singing bad? Your singing is extraordinary. Your material is a war crime. I sat down that night with a stack of paper and started writing songs for her. Somewhere in the middle of all this, the church sent the Inquisition. 3 of them walked into my tavern in the middle of a shift wearing faces that belonged to other people. That is what they do. The Inquisition of the holy teachings are the shadow under the light, the department that handles what the Crusaders are not told about, and every one of them has a face that used to belong to somebody else. A 4th stayed behind at the church because she could not be brought out in public. I'll come back to her. They were there for me. Reconnaissance, they said. Sit quietly, observe, report. And then Phelan got up to sing. I had her doing short sets by then, testing new material, 4 songs and out. 8 bars in, the one at the front of the table stood up. His chair went over. His hands were flat on the table and shaking, and his borrowed face had gone the color of paper. Again. I beg your pardon? Sing that again. Sing it again. That is the voice of the saint. That is Saint Aurelia's voice. Sing it again. He got about 2 steps toward the stage, and then half my tavern stood up. 3 7th-rank mages who had been playing cards, 40 dwarves, a Malcor demon behind the bar, although only 1 person in the room knew that part. The Inquisition are formidable. They are not formidable enough to take 3 7th-rank mages and 40 armed dwarves in a confined space, and their commander did that arithmetic in about a second and a half, and got his people out of the door with the 2 of them still fighting him. Later, I found out why he broke. The whisper. It's what the Inquisition carry. It is why they take other people's faces, and why they don't last long. And the only thing in the world that has ever been able to quiet it is the singing of a saint of their church, which is a gift given to roughly 1 person a century. He heard 8 bars of it from an elf in a tavern, and lost control of himself completely. I stood on a chair after they left and bowed to the room and put rye beer on the house for everyone. 40 dwarves booed me. No beer! Free card pack! I have created something I do not fully control, and I could not be prouder. The Inquisition did not go home. They went into an alley 3 streets from my tavern, and something followed them into it. I got the account afterward, in pieces, from someone who was bleeding on my floor at the time. The dark elf took the first one from a rooftop, with an arrow through the shoulder and into the brick behind him, which pinned him to a wall. The second turned and put a blade through her chest, and she came apart into a column of ravens and reassembled 4 meters away with her bow already drawn. She is very good. She has been doing this for 60 years, and she was winning. Then she put an arrow into the back of the commander's skull, and his head turned around. Not his body, his head. It rotated 180 degrees on a neck that did not break, and the borrowed face on the front of it smiled at her, and he said, "Our skills and our wisdom are gifts from God." And then the whisper went into her. She described it later as an ocean pouring into a cup. It is not a sound. It is a set of instructions arriving in your head from somewhere else, in a language you understand perfectly and have never learned, and it does not stop, and every second it is there, it takes a little more of what you were. She had 4 seconds before she stopped being a person. What saved her was a bell. There is a spell in the Lich's arsenal called the Toll of Calamity, and I have access to it through the mark on my hand. I had been on a roof watching the whole fight since the 2nd minute. I am not an idiot. 3 inquisitors do not walk out of my tavern to go quietly to bed. The bell rang across 4 blocks. Everything undead in the district stood up. The whisper cut off like a door closing. She killed the other 2 with arrows before her hands stopped shaking, and then she turned into a raven and flew straight through my 2nd-floor window and hit the far wall. She was dying. Not from the wounds. She had 3, and none of them mattered. The whisper had gotten far enough in to leave a channel open, and it was still running, quietly, in the back of her skull, unwinding her. She could still talk. She was completely lucid. That's the horrible part. She knew exactly what was happening to her at every stage. "Bring me flowers," she said. "What?" "The inn has flowers in the entrance. Bring me all of them and put them where I can see. I would like to look at something living. It is not a large request." I did not bring her flowers. I closed the shutters, put out the lamps, set a crystal on the dresser, and played her the rough cut of Léon. It was 90 minutes of unfinished footage with no music and 3 scenes missing. The children came. They always come, half-dragons and catfolk, 10 of them, sitting on the floor of a dying woman's room in the dark because the wall was lit up. And the whisper lost. That's the mechanism, and I worked it out watching her face. The whisper is a stream of information that overwrites you. It wins by being the only thing in your head. It does not have a defense against a second stream arriving at the same time and being more interesting. For 90 minutes there was no room in her head for the voice of a god, because a 12-year-old girl was ringing a doorbell. When it ended, the room was quiet for a while. "I retract my previous assessment of the movie," said the Dark Elf. "Then she paid me, because she is a professional, and she settles her debts." The Inquisition is not a department of the holy teachings. It is a cult inside it, worshipping something that is not the God the Church thinks it is, operating with the Church's authority and none of its knowledge. The whisper is that thing talking. The stolen faces are what happens to people who listen too long. And the gray mist that ate the frost elves is theirs, deliberate, a method used before, on more than one people, for reasons she does not know and would not guess at. I sat with that one for a while. So the thing that killed 9,000 elves is a department of a church, and the only known cure for its side effects is 1 saint per century? Correct. And any strong positive emotion appears to interrupt it. That appears to be what just happened to me, yes. I looked at the crystal on the dresser and had a thought I am still not sure was appropriate. If a strong enough emotion holds the whisper off, could I just sell them music? Portable crystals, 1 song each. Give 1 to every soldier on every front where these people operate, and let them carry a saint in their pocket for a gold coin. Or a combat disc jockey. Ride along with the column. Absolutely enormous speakers. I said that last part out loud, and the Dark Elf laughed at me, which I later learned was the first time she had laughed in something like 11 years. That night, while I was sleeping, she made her report. I know this because she told me later, and because knowing it changes how I hear everything that came after. She lit a circle on the floor of a rented room and knelt in front of it and spoke to a master she has never met in person, whose mark is on her neck and who lives in the demon realm. She reported that I had refused a summons back to the capital, that I was building something, that she had been unable to determine my backing, and the voice on the other end of the circle asked one question: "Do you find that movie interesting?" "I do." "Good. I'm in no hurry. I'm quite used to waiting." That is someone from my family. It has to be, and it is not my father. I'll deal with it when it walks through a door, which it will, and I would prefer that to be after I have finished the current picture. Meanwhile, I wrote songs, 11 of them, over 9 days, in the back room of a tavern, mostly at night. Not translations. I could not simply hand her a pop record from Earth, because half of what makes a song work in one culture is nonsense in another, and because a frost elf singing about a convertible is not a thing I want to be responsible for. What I did instead was take the machinery. Verse, pre-chorus, chorus. Hook in the first 15 seconds. Repetition, but not too much. A key change if you've earned it. The specific trick where the arrangement drops out for 2 bars before the last chorus so that the room takes a breath before it gets hit. None of that exists here. Music in this world is either liturgical or courtly, and both of them are built to fill time in a large room, not to lodge in someone's head on a walk home. I built her a set designed to lodge. Madame Dubois came to see me about it, because word travels, and because the Black Swan troupe technically still employed my vocalist. She brought a book. It was a bound volume of original manuscripts by the greatest composers alive on this continent, worth roughly the price of the Alaric Theatre, and she put it on the table in front of me as a gift and as a proposal. "You have no composer. I am offering you every composer." "I have a composer. I have a very good one, and she's dead, and she works cheap." "I beg your pardon?" "I'll pass, madam. Thank you. I have my own material." She was politely appalled. Then she asked to see it, in the tone of a woman preparing to be kind about something. She read the first score with her mouth slightly tight. She read the second and third the same way. By the 6th, she had stopped commenting. On the 9th, she went back to the 4th and read it again. Then she got to the last one, and she put it down flat on the table and put her hand on it. "Name your price, Mr. Kalin." "They're not for sale either. They're for one voice." That was the moment she made a decision, and I watched her make it. She had 4 maids fetch Phelan from wherever she'd been hiding, and they washed her and put her in a proper dress and did her hair, which nobody in 5 years had bothered to do. And then Madame Dubois assembled the entire Black Swan troupe in the rehearsal hall and gave a nameless extra an ultimatum in front of all of them. Stay with the Black Swan, with a real contract this time, with a name, with a place, or go with the demon. Zara, who has exactly one friend in the world, stood at the side of that room and begged her with her eyes not to do it. Phelan stood in a borrowed dress in front of 26 people who had never once learned her name and looked at me and said, "I'm sorry, I've already signed." I want to note something about that scene which nobody else in the room noticed. While Phelan was standing there, I was recording. Because I had solved audio-only capture 9 days earlier and had told nobody, and there was a crystal in my coat pocket taking down every word. The first sound recording in the history of this world is not a symphony. It is a 19-year-old elf quitting her job, which is exactly right, honestly. The first photograph ever taken was a blurry roof. Zara followed her out and did not catch her, and stood in a corridor with her back against a wall, and something dropped onto her head from above. The black cat. It sat on her hair with its tail down over her ear and did not move. And a woman in a face that was not her own came past in the corridor and paused. "The enemy of the elves is not the demons," said the dark elf, quietly, without stopping. "It is the church. Take good care of that cat while it can still purr." The inquisitor they had left behind at the church was a girl. She looks about 12. She is 91 years old, which is a fact that took me an embarrassingly long time to fit inside my head, and which she delivers to strangers with obvious relish. Her name is Brenna. She has been carrying the whisper longer than anyone else in the order, and she is the strongest of them by a considerable margin. And by the time they had lost 3 operatives in an alley, she had gone past the point where she could be kept in a room. She was in a cell in the church basement, putting her head into a stone wall, over and over, in a rhythm, because the impact was louder than the voice. 2 knights went in to restrain her. She threw both of them through the far wall without appearing to move. The serene came down himself and put her in chains of golden light and knelt in front of her and told her, gently, that he was going to release her, which in the vocabulary of his church means one specific thing. And Zira, who was not supposed to be there, who had come back for a change of clothes, who has spent her entire career following orders, picked up a 91-year-old girl in chains and ran out of the building with her. She ran to my tavern. She did not have a plan. She had one fact. An elf sang in that tavern, and an inquisitor lost his mind over it and called it the voice of a saint. That was the whole plan. She ran 2 kilometers through Nolan at night, carrying a child who was strong enough to kill her on the strength of a rumor. She came through my door at 10:30, and Phelan was not there. She was at the estate, being fitted for the premiere, 4 kilometers away. Zira stood in the middle of my tavern, with a girl going gray in her arms, and said, "Where is the elf?" And I looked at her, and understood that a person was about to die in my bar. And then Rhiannon, who had been listening from the counter, said, "We sell that. There is a rack beside the till. Flat black crystal discs in paper sleeves, 1 gold each, with a label I designed myself. 11 songs, sound only. I had pressed the first run 4 days earlier as a test, mostly to see whether anyone would buy music they could not see performed. Rhiannon took one off the rack, put it on the player behind the bar, and set the needle. And Phelan's voice came out of a machine in an empty tavern at 10:30 at night. Brenna stopped moving. It took about 40 seconds. The gray came out of her face, her hands unclenched. And then she was just a very small person, unconscious, breathing, in the arms of a crusader who was staring at the rack of discs beside my till like she had never seen an object before. "You sell it," she said, "for a gold coin, on a shelf." "Yes." "The voice of a saint, which is given to one person in 100 years." "Yes." She sat down on my floor with the girl in her lap and did not say anything for a long time. Lyra found me afterward, upstairs, and she had a question, and she asked it the way she asks things when she has been chewing on them for hours. "Is it right? Selling those to the church?" "Why wouldn't it be?" "Because they're the church." "Because you're handing the thing that saves their people to the people who are hurting yours. Because they'll use it, and then come back for you anyway." I thought about how to explain it, and then I gave her the straight version, because she's earned the straight version. Right now, the ability to quiet the whisper exists in one throat, once a century. That is the entire supply. Whoever holds that person holds every inquisitor in the order, because every one of them will do anything at all for an hour of relief, and the church knows it, and that is why they've never once tried to find a cure. And now it's a gold coin, on a shelf, next to the beer. She worked it through. I watched her get there. They lose them. They lose them. Not tomorrow, but the day a man in that order can buy relief for a coin instead of begging his superiors for it, the church stops owning him. Every institution that runs on scarcity dies when the thing gets cheap. It doesn't matter what the thing is. Salt, books, music. That's horrible. That's distribution. She was quiet for a bit. "You're going to do this to everything, aren't you?" "That is the plan, yes." 1,100 kilometers north, in a country made mostly of iron and opinions, a general was dragging a prince to the theater. General Roland is the Iron Marshal of the Iron Country. He has fought in 4 wars. He considers the entire nation of Ferocia to be a pantomime with a flag, and he has said so publicly, and he is not sorry. His student is the second prince, a boy called Malcor, who is 15 and who has spent 3 months quietly asking everyone at his academy whether they know how to write to a girl named Belle. "We're going," said the marshal. "To another play? Sir, the last one was—" "It isn't a play. Get your coat." He had a diplomatic invitation to the Nolan premiere of the Second Earth studio picture, and he intended to attend, and be seen attending, and be bored in a way that would be politically legible to everyone in the room. He brought the boy to teach him something about endurance. Backstage on premiere night, my company was falling apart in the way companies do. Sir Alaric had been sick twice. Isolde was so calm it was frightening. Grimald was in a corner practicing a line he does not have because he plays Leon, and Leon barely speaks, and he had decided that was worse. And in the middle of the corridor, an elf 1.5 feet taller than everyone else had a succubus pinned to the floor and was pulling his shirt off. "Hold still!" I can change my own. You have 4 costume changes and 6 minutes, and you keep doing the buttons wrong. Lyra walked past, glanced down, and said, without breaking stride, he does do the buttons wrong. Thank you. Grimald came around the corner with a tray, took in the scene, and said the sentence that got repeated in my tavern for the next 6 months. An elf has a demon pinned to the floor and is undressing him. This is the part nobody's going to believe. I stepped over the 2 of them and went to check the projector. I also, that afternoon, finished something else and told nobody. The Spellcaster Forum. Live. Running on a root server that is currently a seed in a singer's palm. Threads, replies, anonymous handles. 9,000 wizards in this city alone, currently sending their questions into the sky attached to owls and waiting 2 months for an answer from a stranger. I had it ready in my pocket during the premiere of my own second film, and it is, on any honest accounting, the more important of the 2 things. But that's tomorrow's problem. Tonight there is a house of 3,000, and outside on the wall another 9,000 in the street, and a story that is about to teach this world something it does not yet know about what a story is allowed to do. Beauty and the Demon opens on a village waking up in the sun. Leon, the demon, opens on a wet brick wall and a man with a knife. I gave the audience 9 minutes of grace, and then I took the whole thing away from them. No music, no castle, no golden dress. A man who kills people for money in a room with a houseplant he waters every morning, in a district where the lamps do not get lit. 3,000 people who had come to cry about a love story sat in the dark and watched a magical narcotic get cooked in a bathtub. They did not leave. Nobody leaves. That is the thing about this medium that nobody in this world has learned yet. Once you are in a dark room facing a lit wall, your body has decided you are staying, and the story can do whatever it wants to you. Madame Dubois was in the second box with her husband's party, and about 40 minutes in she leaned toward a colleague and made a small remark about the actor playing the father of the murdered family. Don't worry about him, he won't be alive much longer. The actor was sitting 4 rows below her. He heard it. He flinched hard enough for his wife to grab his arm. He had not read past his own scenes because he only had 9 pages, and he had come to the premiere to find out what happened. He found out about 90 seconds later. The massacre is not on screen. I want to be clear about that, because I have been asked. You see a corridor, you see a door standing open, you see a girl's face while she walks past it, and you understand everything from what happens to her eyes. That is a decision I made in the edit, and it is the single best decision in the film. General Roland of the Iron Country spent the first hour with his arms folded and his chin down, in the posture of a man being professionally bored at a diplomatic event. At the halfway point, he opened his eyes and said one thing quietly to his student. How pathetic. The prince, who is 15 and does not yet know when to be quiet, asked what he meant. That man. He kills for money and he waters a plant. He is already chosen. Anyone who walks that road has 1 foot in the grave the moment he steps onto it, and every day after that is him pretending otherwise. Then the marshal folded his arms again and did not speak for the rest of the film. I want to record that a man who has fought in 4 wars identified the theme of the picture in 1 sentence, in the middle, without help, and delivered it as an insult. He also never once looked away again. The doorbell scene did what it did. 3,000 people, and 1 small sound repeated 11 times. I timed the cut on that scene 40 times in the edit. 11 rings, not 9, not 15. 11 is the number where the audience stops hoping the door will open and starts needing it to. And the last shot is a man falling a single step short of a door. The lights came up on a house that did not applaud for 6 full seconds, which in a theater is a very long time. Then it did. All of it. Every level. The upper gallery came down onto the rail. In the 4th row, a 15-year-old prince of the Iron Country, who had not cried since he was 10 years old, was crying so hard his shoulders were going. And beside him, the Iron Marshal, career soldier, hero of 4 campaigns, the man who had called the whole thing pathetic 90 minutes earlier, sat completely straight with his arms folded and tears running down both sides of his face and made absolutely no attempt to wipe them. That was when a 13-year-old girl 2 seats along turned around and recognized the man sitting behind her, the rouged, plump, gentle owner of the Alaric Theater, wearing the exact coat Caldwell wears in the film. She screamed and began the incantation for a lightning strike. 4 adults got hold of her. Sir Alaric went the color of paper and put both hands up and said, I'm very sorry, 4 times, while being backed against a pillar by a child. I had warned him about this. Now that you've played this part, I told him during the shoot, be careful walking alone at night. He had laughed at me. He was not laughing now. He has since started wearing a different coat, and he keeps the Caldwell one in a locked wardrobe, and last month he asked me, extremely casually, when we were going to shoot the sequel. Upstairs in the projection room, a professional thief was crying into a tablecloth. The dark elf had come to steal the crystal. That was the actual plan. Get into the booth during the final reel, take the master, and walk out with the only copy of a film that half the continent would pay a fortune for. She got into the booth on schedule. The crystal was right there. And she made the mistake that has ended more heists than any guard in history, which is that she sat down to see how it finished. I came in at the end and found the head of the largest intelligence organization on the continent sitting on a stool with a tablecloth pressed to her face, making a sound like a kettle. It's not real, I said helpfully. None of it happened. Shut up. Also, for what it's worth, Leon survives. She lowered the tablecloth. He does not. I watched him. In my version, he does. He crawls out through the service tunnel, opens an inn on a bad street, and adopts 2 children, and one of them has scales. She stared at me, and then a woman who does not laugh laughed until she had to hold the edge of the table. Then she looked down through the booth window at the stage, where a sin demon in a coat was taking a bow next to a girl with cropped hair, in front of 3,000 standing humans, and the laugh went out of her. You have won, Lord Kalen. And then she cast a sleep spell in my face at a range of 1 meter. Professionally executed. Genuinely excellent work. It would have put a horse down. I did not fall asleep. I would like to explain why, and the explanation is not magical resistance. I have shipped software. I have done 4 consecutive nights in an office with a deadline on the other side of them. Whatever this woman thought she was doing to a 19-year-old prince, she was in fact attempting to make a man sleep who spent 8 years of a previous life being professionally denied that. Do not underestimate a programmer's capacity to remain conscious. She had the crystal in her hand and her back to the door when I put the mark on her palm. Lich sigil, borrowed authority. It landed and it took, and she went absolutely rigid. You were awake. I was awake for all of it, including the part where you cried at a demon dying. What do you want? You wanted a copy of the film. You can have one. Actually, you can have all of them, with distribution rights across every country your people operate in, and a percentage. The price. Your soul. Same terms as the Duke of Bones. A quarter, contractual, revocable on my death. She did not hesitate as long as I expected. Done. You should probably have negotiated. I have watched 2 of your films. I know what you're building. Give me the paper. Then I gave her what she was actually buying. Not the movie, the system. Her own copy of the interface, messaging, a personal handle, a channel to her people that does not involve birds, and access to the Spellcaster forum, which had gone live 4 hours earlier and which had, at that moment, 9 registered users, all of whom were me testing it. She opened it. She looked into it, and her hair, which is quite long, stood up. This is not a spell. No. There are no titles in here, no races, no faces. That's the entire idea. Do you understand what this is? I do. I built it. No, said the dark elf, very slowly. I don't think you do. In this world, there is one God, and every institution I have ever fought was built on the fact that people cannot talk to each other faster than a horse can run. She looked up at me. And you have just ended that, in a projection booth, on a Tuesday. The midnight concert was the last item on the program, and half the house had planned to leave before it. They had watched a 2-hour film about assassins, and they were emotionally finished, and the notice said there would be a short musical performance afterward, and I watched 300 people start putting their coats on. Then, Phelan walked out. I had given her 4 songs, not the whole set, 4, arranged in a curve, opening with the one that grabs you in the first 15 seconds, and closing with the one that takes the arrangement out from under the last chorus so the room falls forward into it. Nobody put a coat on. At the back of the hall, General Roland of the Iron Country turned to his aide and said, in the flat voice of a man giving an order, "We need to recruit 1 more person." He did not specify which one. I have chosen to assume it was the elf and not my leading lady, because the alternative involves an international incident. Backstage, after, Phelan opened her hand for me without being asked. The seed had split. There was a sprout coming out of it, pale green, about the length of a fingernail, curled at the tip, sitting in the palm of the last living member of a species. She could not speak. She just held her hand out flat and let me look at it. How long since anything grew? 5 years and 4 months. We activated the root server 3 nights later on the flat roof of Seraphina's workshop at 2 in the morning. Lyra put up a barrier because a rune structure of that size failing outward would have taken the top off the building, and because she had appointed herself to the position of the person who makes sure I do not kill myself without applying for it or being paid extra. Phelan held her hand out over the array, and I wrote into the sprout for 40 minutes. Not a patch this time, the whole thing. Routing, addressing, storage, the forum, the message layer, the permission model, all of it. Structured, indexed, and pushed into a living root network that used to span a continent and is currently 1 fingernail of green in a woman's palm. It took, and the sprout lit up from the inside, and above my left eye a small white indicator appeared and filled to 5 bars. 5 bars of signal. I sat down on the roof of a workshop in a fantasy city and looked at 5 bars of signal, and I am not going to describe what that did to me. Then I sent the first message. I sent it to the dark elf, who was at that moment in raven form, 4 kilometers away, halfway through a delivery. The window opened directly in front of her eyes at a closing speed of about 9 meters per second. She hit the window of a nobleman's mansion, full speed, flat, slid down the glass. The first message ever transmitted across a magical network on this planet read, "Are you receiving this?" She received it. She reassembled in the letter room of the mansion, in a state, with a bruise on her forehead, in human form, in front of 40 owls in cages who had been having a perfectly ordinary evening. The owls, I am told, took an interest. New bird? Bit dark, isn't he? Where's your letter then? And the head of the black pigeons stood in the middle of a room of the finest message-carrying birds on the continent, still concussed, and cawed at them. You are all going to lose your jobs. Her first assignment on the new network was to fly the perimeter of Nolan and tell me where the signal stopped. She came back before dawn with the map. Everything east of the Gear River, nothing. The industrial quarter, the docks, half the lower town, nothing. Coverage was about 1/3 of the city. I looked at that map for a long time and thought about how many people on Earth have said the words "no signal" in a tone of personal betrayal, and I understood that I had just invented that too. Isolde went home after the premiere and put her face into a pillow and screamed into it for approximately 4 minutes. Then her mother came in, and she was upright, composed, and pouring tea within a second and a half because she has been trained since she was 6, and the training does not switch off. That night, she and Zara broke into a locked room on the 3rd floor. Not a strong room, a storeroom, her mother's private one. It was full of letters, 2.5 months of them. Sacks and boxes and stacked bundles, addressed to the flower of Ferrucci, to Rosalind, to the girl from the film, from every country that had seen it, from children and soldiers and old women, and every single one of them unopened. Her mother had been holding them, not out of cruelty, out of strategy. An artist who is unreachable is worth more than an artist who answers. Scarcity is the entire business model of a prima, and Madame Dubois is a professional. Isolde sat on the floor of that room until sunrise, reading letters from strangers who liked her. Zara sat with her and read them out loud when Isolde's voice stopped working. 2 days later, a 15-year-old girl was standing outside my tavern at 10:30 in the morning, with her hair still cut short, holding a bundle of letters, asking whether the thing everyone was whispering about, the window, the network, the place where people talk, was real. It is. Can I have one? You can. There's a form. There's a what? I registered her myself at a table with Lyra leaning over the back of the chair offering commentary. You need a handle, not your name. Nobody uses their name. She thought about it for a long time, longer than the technical setup took, and then she chose Black Swan because it was the name of the company she had spent her whole life inside, and she had decided to take it with her. Her first post was 4 words long. She wrote it, deleted it, wrote it again, and sat there with her finger over the send rune for 4 full seconds. Then Lyra, who has no patience, reached over her shoulder and pressed it. The reply came in under a minute, then 2 more, then 9. And somewhere in the middle of it, Lyra, who had been drawing on a tablet in the corner and half listening, sent into the thread a small, hand-drawn picture of a dwarf with its mouth open. That was not a feature. There was no image support. She had abused the drawing tool to push a raster into a text field, and it worked, and 9 people immediately asked how she had done it. I sat at my own bar and watched the emoji get invented by a 19-year-old with a stylus, roughly 9 hours after the network came up. Then I made it worse. I handed Isolde a camera. She had never held one. Nobody had, except my crew. She turned it over twice and then instinctively drew herself up straight, chin level, hands folded, and gave me the expression she has given portrait painters since she was 6. No, stop. Don't pose like you're at a ball. Then how do I sit like Rosalind? She dropped, slouched into the chair, one leg up, chin down, looking at the lens from underneath with the cropped hair falling across one eye. I took it. Then I showed her. She looked at the image of herself, an image that no painter made and no one commissioned, that took 1/4 of a second and cost nothing, and looked more like her than any portrait in her family's house. Then she took the camera out of my hands and held it out at arm's length and pointed it at her own face. I would like the historical record to show that I did not teach her that. Nobody taught her that. She invented the selfie in under 90 seconds by herself, and she posted it to a forum with a few hundred users, and by that evening there were 14 more, and by the end of the week the Spellcaster Forum, founded to advance the science of order inscription, had a section that was entirely pictures of people. Rursk has complained to me about this twice. I told him it was an unavoidable consequence of open registration and that I would look into it, and then I went home and added support for image attachments. Some things you cannot stop. You can only make sure they render properly. The church came for Brenna on a Thursday. 4 crusaders found her on the main concourse, and she attached herself to a marble column, and I want to be accurate about this. She did not hold the column. Her fingers went into it. 91 years of Inquisition strength pressed into dressed stone up to the second knuckle. Sister Brenna, release the column. No, you are ordered to return to the... I gave that boy a legendary card. A legendary. Do you understand what that costs? I opened 40 packs for it. You cannot take me back before I get my value out of it. They took her back. It required all 4 of them, and they carried her horizontally, and she was still gripping a fist-sized chunk of the column when they got her through the doors. Her parting words to me, shouted across a public square, "May you never draw a legendary card again. That is the single most effective curse anyone has ever laid on me, and I have not opened a good pack since." She got loose 2 days later, 3 streets from the church, with a search running behind her, and what she did was duck into the nearest building with a dark doorway, which happened to be the Alaric Theater in the middle of the afternoon showing. She sat down in the back row to hide. She came out 2 hours later with her face swollen from crying, walked directly to my tavern past 3 separate patrols, and told me she was going back. You just escaped. I'm going back for the others. She has been in that order for 70 years. There are 31 inquisitors. Every one of them is carrying the whisper, and the church's answer to a member who becomes inconvenient is a brand pressed to the skull. They'll kill you. Probably. Then take this. I gave her a leaf. Phelan's tree had put out 3 of them by that point, and a leaf from a world tree is still part of the network, and I had spent 1 entire night working out whether that meant what I thought it meant. It does. A leaf is a relay, signal through root and branch over any distance the tree's network reaches, which, as far as I can determine, is most of a continent. Keep it on you. You'll have the window. You'll be able to reach me from inside the holy city. She turned it over in her small hands. Why would you do this? Because I want to know how it ends. Rursk dissolved the Owl Pen Pal Society on a Wednesday in a lecture hall in front of 100 wizards. He did it with theater, which I did not know he had in him. He got up in front of the founding board and a hall of members, took out an owl feather quill, and used it to strike through the name of the society on the great board behind him. Then he wrote 3 words underneath it, Spellcaster Forum. Then he explained what it was, and half the room did not believe him, so he did something genuinely vicious. He read out the real identities behind 4 of the society's most famous anonymous correspondents. Brother Rune of the Northern Marches, who has for 19 years written to this society as a young woman, and who has received a great deal of very sympathetic correspondence. The hall turned into a riot. And Cinder, whose treatises on combustion are excellent, and who has been quietly mailing formulations for high-yield explosives to anyone who asks nicely. He was making a point about accountability, and the point landed, and the point was somewhat undermined 9 seconds later when a reply appeared in the live thread projected behind him from a handle reading Whisperworm. Sorry, could you go back to the part about pretending to be a woman? I have follow-up questions, Ayla. From the registration desk, 3 floors down, in real time. That was the moment the room understood. Not the lecture, the reply. Because the Wizards of Nolan have spent their entire professional lives waiting 3 to 6 months for a colleague to answer a question, and they had just watched an answer arrive from another floor of the same building before the speaker finished his sentence. 1,721 registrations in 2 hours. The Holy City is 11 days east, and it is the most beautiful place I have never wanted to visit. Brenna went back into it and lied to a room full of bishops in stolen faces about where she had been, and they believed her, because she has been lying to them since before most of them were born. Then she went to evening chorales, which is the central devotional practice of her church, in which the saints' designated successors sing for 2 hours, and she yawned. She wrote to me about it at length in a state of genuine crisis. I've heard that music for 70 years, and it's the only thing that ever made the whisper stop. Tonight I sat through the whole service, and I was bored. I want to know if something is wrong with me. Nothing is wrong with her. Her standards moved. That is what happens when you give someone a stack of pop songs with a hook in the first 15 seconds, and then send them back to 2 hours of unaccompanied liturgical chant. I did not tell her that because it would have been cruel, and because I wanted to see whether she'd get there herself. The other thing that happened is that mice ate her diary, 70 years of it, paper in a locked chest in a cell in the basement of a church, and something got in and made a nest out of the 3rd decade. She rewrote it on the forum instead. That was not my idea, and I want that on the record. She simply began transcribing 70 years of a professional heretic hunter's private journal into a public thread on an open network under an anonymous handle, starting at the beginning. 2 hours later, there were 30 replies, and somebody had marked the thread as a favorite. That is the first web novel in the history of this world. It is an autobiography. The author is a 91-year-old assassin who looks 12, and I could not have designed a better launch title if I had tried for a year. Around this time, somebody beat Lyra's high score. I should explain that I had, in a weak moment, built a platformer. 2 dimensions, side-scrolling, a small man in a hat who jumps on things. I built it in 4 nights as a break from the forum, and I put 1 cabinet of it in the corner of the tavern. Lyra owned that machine. She had the top score by a distance, and she had written her handle at the top of the board, and she checked it in a way she thought was subtle, roughly every 90 minutes. Then one afternoon, it said someone else's name. Fuya. Who is Mei Lin? She said, in a voice with frost on it. I looked at the board and did not answer for a moment, because Mei Lin is my sister. 4th princess of the demon realm, youngest of us. She sleeps for months at a time, an actual condition, not a habit, and she has spent her entire life in a tower at the bottom of the abyss with a view of a staircase made of bones. Which means somebody had brought a cabinet into the demon realm. I knew exactly who. The dark elf had gone home to report, and she had gone home carrying a copy of a film and a personal message system and, apparently, a portable arcade unit. She climbed the bone stair and showed Leon to a girl who has been asleep for most of a century. Mei Lin did not sleep for 2 weeks. She sent runners for iced juice at 3 in the morning. She watched the film 9 times. She then discovered the platformer and set about the high score with the focused intensity of someone who has nothing else and all the time in the world. Somewhere in the middle of that, our Aunt Alara came through the lower galleries, putting down a mutated elemental with a single cut, saw the dark elf on the stairs, and said, without breaking stride, "You've gained weight." The dark elf, who has survived the Inquisition, 4 assassination attempts, and a sleep spell going wrong, told me later that this was the worst moment of her year. There is a thing in that report that I did not like. Malcor demons across the realm are getting headaches. Crops are going to dust in the fields. Not blighted, dust. I have a species of magic that eats other magic, and something at home is making everyone who shares it ill. That's a problem for the version of me that finishes the current picture. The mages of Nolan, meanwhile, had discovered fiction and had failed to identify it as such. Phelan reads constantly. She is 19, She was educated by a village that no longer exists, and she has been working through my personal library in the order the books happen to be stacked. She read Aladdin out loud in the tavern one evening because she liked it. 9 wizards were in that room. 4 days later, a formal expedition was being assembled to search the southern desert for a lamp containing a bound entity of unlimited wish-granting capability. There was a budget. There was a map with a search grid on it. Rursk was consulted, and, this is the part that keeps me awake, Rursk's objection was not that the lamp is imaginary. His objection was that the described binding mechanism was implausible for a being of that power class. I have had to explain the concept of fiction to a civilization. It went badly. They believed me, eventually, and then they were angry, and then somebody asked why anyone would write down a thing that did not happen, and I had to explain that too. That conversation is the reason I now open every publication with a printed line reading. The events in this work are invented. Nobody has read it. 2 more expeditions have been proposed, and Phelan's tree went from the length of a fingernail to the size of my palm in 9 days, because the number of people in that city who liked her had gone up by a factor of 1,000. We left Nolan in the 2nd week of autumn. Madame Dubois saw us off herself, which surprised me, and handed me a key. The Nolan house. It's yours while you work. My daughter will be extremely difficult about this, and I would like you to know that I did it anyway. Madam, Mr. Kalen, you took my company, my daughter, my singer, and my industry, in that order, in 9 weeks. I have decided that the correct response is to be on your side. Isolde came down the steps at a run and stopped in front of me and performed, at high speed and with total formality, the traditional Ferocian farewell, right hand to her own forehead, then a bow low enough to be slightly insulting, then straight back up. The Ferocian ceremony of parting. Goodbye. Then she was gone up the steps again before I could return it, which I am told is the correct way to do it, and which I am also told means something about rank that I have not yet had explained to me. Zara, invisible somewhere near the door, made a small, despairing noise. In the Holy City, the Inquisition executed 4 of its own that month. Brenna watched all 4. She had to. Attendance is compulsory. The charge is apostasy, falling away from God. The method is a brand applied to the skull, which burns out the parts of a person that were still theirs and leaves something that follows orders. And Brenna, watching the 4th one, worked out what apostasy actually means in the specific vocabulary of her order. It means, the whisper is not enough for you anymore. It means you got tired of the music. Every one of the 4 had, in the weeks before, been observed to be distracted, bored, slow to respond to the chorales. And that is a capital offense, because an inquisitor who is not desperate for relief is an inquisitor nobody owns. She went back to her cell and sat on the floor for a long time with a world tree leaf in her hand. That night, one of the others came to her. Corina. Younger, actually younger, not Brenna's kind of younger, and by then unable to sleep at all. She confessed, in a whisper, that the chorales had stopped working for her 3 months ago, and she had been faking her response ever since, because she had seen what happens to people who don't. Brenna looked at her for a while. Then she took out the little crystal I had given her and put it in Corina's hands and showed her how to make the small man in the hat jump on things. Corina played until dawn. She did not sleep, but she did not hear the voice either, which after 3 months was close enough to the same thing that she cried about it. They ran on the 11th night, and Brenna got it almost perfect. She took the face of a merchant's clerk who had legitimate business at the eastern gate. She got Corina into a delivery cart. She put a walking stick across the back of a priest's neck at the checkpoint, hard, and had the man on the ground before he finished turning around. The portal was prepaid, unregistered, and 2 streets outside the wall. They went through it. And on the other side, in an alley in the lower district of Nolan at 2 in the morning, Brenna went down on one knee with both hands pressed to her stomach, because somewhere between the checkpoint and the gate, somebody had put a blade into her, and she had not stopped running long enough to notice. Corina could not carry her. Corina is not strong, and Corina had never been outside the Holy City in her life and did not know a single street. Brenna put her back against a wall in the dark and opened the window with a hand slick to the wrist and typed into the only place she had. Please, help me. 3 minutes of nothing. I want you to sit with that. 3 minutes. On a forum with 4,000 registered members, at 2 in the morning, a person bleeding out in an alley posted for help and nothing happened for 3 minutes. Then, where are you? Then, is it not a bit late for that? Then, from a handle called Diary of a Heretic, which by that point had 9,000 followers and had been updating twice a week for a month. I'm in Nolan, and don't any of you want to find out how the diary ends? The first person to arrive was a mage's apprentice, 19 years old, studying his second year. Absolutely no combat training whatsoever. He came around the corner at a dead run with a light spell held up in one shaking hand and found 4 men in stolen faces standing over 2 women in an alley. They threw him into a wall. He got up. He got thrown into it again. And then lightning came down the alley and took one of them off his feet. Then 27 mages arrived. Then 6 extremely drunk dwarves who had been in my tavern, who had seen the post go up on the screen behind the bar, and who had run 4 blocks with tankards still in their hands. I got there last because I am not fast, and because I stopped to bring something. The alley by then was a small war. The Inquisition are professionals, and they were being overwhelmed by a crowd of amateurs who kept arriving. One of them got a hand around a handle and said with a stolen mouth, "Who are you people?" And a wizard of the 7th rank, a man of considerable standing in this city, who has published 40 papers, answered him, "I am a person who urges for more updates." I got to Brenna last. She was gray. Her hands had come away from her stomach, and she had stopped trying to hold it. 91 years old, 400 kills. Dying in a gutter in a foreign city with a stranger's blood on her sleeve. I knelt down in it and picked her up. "Brenna." Nothing. "Brenna, is there going to be an update tonight?" Her eyes came open. "I have 4 chapters written." "Then you'd better live because I'm not typing them for you." She got about a third of a smile out and passed out on my shoulder, and I carried her out of that alley through a crowd of 30 wizards and 6 dwarves who had come out at 2 in the morning for someone they had never met, whose real name they did not know, because they wanted to know how her story ended. Everything I have built in this world, I built to get to that alley. Karina started her own book 9 days later. She had never written anything. She had spent her whole life in a stone building being told what her thoughts were. She opened a thread, called it something apologetic, and began writing a story about a girl in a tower who can hear a voice that nobody else can hear. Her first reader was a princess of the demon realm who cannot sleep. Maylin found it at 4 in the morning, read the whole thing, and left a comment that said, "More." That is 2 people who have never met on opposite sides of a war in a country and a realm that would each execute the other on sight, and the entire content of their relationship is one of them asking the other for the next chapter. I did not plan that. I only built the road. Then my aunt sent a vampire to collect me. Her name is Xylia. She is an overseer of the demon realm, which is the rank directly below a guardian, and she carries a founder's coin of the guild, which means she can requisition anything in the realm, including other overseers. She controls blood. Not hers. Yours. She arrived on Squirrel Street, walked into the Black Pigeon's Inn, and closed her hand slightly, and Grimald went down on one knee with his hands at his own chest because someone was squeezing his heart from the inside. "Take me to the 3rd prince." He took her. And she walked into my tavern on a Friday evening at the busiest hour, expecting a den, a cult, or a war room. What she found was this: 40 dwarves at glowing cabinets, shouting. A wizard of the 7th rank asleep in a booth with a beard and a bowl of soup. An elf on a small stage singing a song with a hook in it. A 79-year-old human woman running the taps. And a crusader of the holy teachings, in uniform, leaning on the counter, chatting comfortably with a succubus and calling him, out loud, in public, with affection, her angel of luck. Xylia stood in my doorway for a full 4 seconds. She has fought crusaders. She has killed crusaders. The crusader in question was at that moment complaining to a demon that her pack luck had been terrible all week and asking him to touch the next one. I brought her upstairs before she could do anything about it. I showed her the mark of the Duke of Bones on my hand, which shut down the part of the conversation where she doubted my authority, and then I sat her down at a cabinet, because the fastest way to stop a difficult negotiation is to make it the second most interesting thing in the room. An hour went past like 10 minutes. She is good. She was good immediately. Vampires are patient, and she plays like it. She never spends anything early. She counts, and she waits for you to be out of options. I went easy on her in the 8th game. Not, obviously, just a slightly slow lethal. She put her cards down. Don't. Don't what? Pity from anyone is an insult to me. Play properly or don't play. So I played properly and killed her with a fireball on the following turn, and she took it perfectly, and when she left the next morning, she took my deck with her. Just took it. Didn't ask. Walked out of my tavern with a black crystal in her coat and did not look back. I have never respected anyone more. While that was happening, the Holy Teachings held a council of cardinals about my first film. They brought it into the chamber as evidence, under guard, under a containment barrier maintained by 5 priests, on a cushion, the way you carry a device that might go off. It's a rock with a picture in it. They played it for the council, and 14 of the most senior religious authorities on the continent watched Beauty and the Demon in a stone room with the doors barred. The cardinal who came out of the crusade could not hold it in past the ball scene. Those claws could tear the girl apart. They should be tearing her apart, not holding her hand. They deliberated for 9 hours and reached the only conclusion an institution like that can reach, which is that this lie cannot be permitted to spread. They were correct, incidentally. It cannot. Not if they want to keep what they have. Afterward, in a corridor, the saint of the church caught the young crusader who had failed to write the gospel against my film and traded him a crystal for an honest account of what he had seen in Nolan. He talked for an hour. He could not help it. And Aurelia, 24 years old, the designated saint of the Holy Teachings, the woman whose voice is the only known treatment for the whisper, listened to all of it, and then said the sentence that I would like carved somewhere permanent. For 1,000 years, this church has promised a world where everyone is equal. A demon has gone and made one first. Isn't that ironic? Down in Nolan, I made Grimald a news anchor. He is a faceless demon who has spent 300 years being a soft, middle-aged innkeeper because it is the safest face available, and I sat him in front of a crystal and told him to read out the day's events to the network. Sir, this is intelligence. We sell this. Not anymore. You want me to give away information, for free, to everyone. Yes. That's the most irresponsible thing I have ever heard. Grimald, understand what I'm offering you. Hundreds of thousands of people are going to sit still and listen to your voice at the same moment every evening. Not a report on a desk, not a whisper in an alley. Your voice in every house at the same hour. He stopped arguing. He went pale, actually, cold sweat, visible, because he understood immediately what I had described, having lived for 3 centuries in a world where the only institution that does that is a church. The first broadcast went out on a Tuesday to 17,000 listeners. 17,000 on night 1. The dark elf sat behind the equipment with her hand over her eyes. You have just given away, for free, intelligence I would have priced at 400 gold a line. I know. You treat information as a commodity. Where I come from, information is a weapon. It's both, that's the point. A weapon you give to everyone at once stops being a weapon and becomes weather. She did not agree with me until about 40 minutes after the broadcast, when the forum caught fire. Because the third item that night was the Inquisition. Names, faces, the 4 executions in the Holy City, the alley in Nolan, all of it, read out in a calm innkeeper's voice to 17,000 people in 9 countries. And ordinary people, not nobles, not clergy, not anyone with standing, began, publicly, in writing, under their own handles, demanding that the Holy Teachings explain themselves. The Dark Elf watched a thread hit 4,000 replies, and remembered, out loud, that she had grown up in a country where the church burned people in public squares to make a point about who was permitted to speak. And now they're the ones on the pyre, she said. It took you 6 weeks. It took a distribution network. I cannot imagine what would happen if you weren't a demon. I'd probably be religious. I sort of am. It's just a diverse faith. Blizzard, Ubisoft, Sony, Nintendo are those gods. They were to me. Then it was Xylea's turn to leave, and I gave her a leaf. What is it? A relay. Keep it on you, and you'll have full signal at the edge of the world. She turned it over. She did not thank me, because she is an overseer, and there are rules about that. But she put it inside her coat rather than in a pocket, which means something. Give my sister a message, I said. The Magic Network's coverage in Nolan is temporary. One day I'm going to make it cover the whole world. That is a ridiculous thing to say. Tell her anyway. 6 days out, Xylea came back over my roof at 2 in the morning with a report I did not want. She had been listening from a rooftop 3 streets from the church residence, which is a thing she does for recreation. 2 Inquisitor chiefs, 12 Inquisitors, arriving in 6 days, moving on my tavern, with the tree as the objective. And one line she repeated to me exactly. because she thought I should hear the phrasing. We have spent centuries weakening the copper dragon in Blackwood Forest. This one is a seedling in a girl's hand. It will take an afternoon. So I called everyone into the back room and asked them a question I should probably have asked much earlier. You all know what I am. You know what happens to people who stand next to a demon when a church decides to make an example. In 6 days, 12 inquisitors and 2 of their commanders are coming here. Anyone who wants to be somewhere else has my blessing and a year's pay. Silence for a moment. Then, Phelan, who has the most to lose and who lost it all once already. The holy tree and Lucy has chosen to stand at your side, so I don't intend to run away. Then Zephyr, who did not say anything and simply did not move. Then Rhiannon, who said the word no and went back to counting the till. Then Grimald, who has 10 children upstairs and who said, I've moved 4 times in 300 years. I'm tired. Then the day banshees, all 12, in unison, which was genuinely unsettling. Then Lyra, from the back, without looking up from her tablet. I'm more concerned about whether payday is still the 15th. I counted the room. 14. That's a few more than I expected. Bit lively. Then I told them the actually important thing. Also, you're all in luck. The new card set releases in 6 days. Brenna came to my tavern the day before, armed, to die usefully. She had 2 knives and a garrote and the specific calm of a person who has decided that this is where it happens and is at peace about it. She had written 4 chapters ahead so that the diary would have an ending. I did not need her to fight. I sat her down and played her a record. I had made it 2 weeks earlier out of an idea and a favor from the Duke of Bones. The scream of a banshee, the real thing, the pre-conversion kind, recorded at close range, looped, layered, and multiplied to something in the region of 2,000 voices. The whisper is a signal. It arrives in a channel. Fill the channel with something loud enough, and there is no room left for it. 10 seconds in, a 91-year-old assassin who has killed 400 people was sitting on the floor in the corner of my tavern with both hands over her ears. Stop it, stop it. I don't want to hear that a second time. Did it work? Yes. Then it's a weapon. She looked up at me from the floor with her hands still over her ears, and I watched her understand that she had not come here to die after all. They came at 9 in the evening on the 6th day, and they made one mistake. The new card set went on sale at 8. My tavern, on an ordinary Friday, holds 120. That night, it held something in excess of 500. Standing, because the release of a new set brings in every player in the city, and because the players of this city now include a considerable slice of the finest magical bloodlines in the world. Zira led them in. That is a fact, and I am not going to soften it. She had been reinstated pending review. She had been ordered to guide the enforcement party to the location, and she did it, walking in front, in uniform, with her face like a closed door. Behind her, one of the inquisitors muttered something. What a pity, tonight's the release of the new pack. She turned around and took him by the collar, and I have never established what she said to him. The chief went for the tree. He did not go for me, and he did not go for the crowd. He came through the door and located Phelan by smell and went straight at her, and every step closer to that sprout took more of him apart, because a world tree seedling is anathema to whatever is riding inside those people, and by the time he was 6 meters out, he was not making words anymore. Zira put her scabbard in the way, her own commander's strike, blocked by a crusader of the holy teachings, in front of 11 witnesses from her own order. That is treason. She knew it was treason while she was doing it. She did it in one motion, without appearing to think about it at all, which means she had decided sometime earlier, and had simply been waiting to find out when. Then an inquisitor knocked over Cabinet 11. And I want to be precise about the sequence here, because it matters. At Cabinet 11, the second prince of the Iron Country, visiting Nolan on academic exchange, in civilian clothes, incognito, 3 hours into the new set, had just opened a golden legendary. The animation was still playing when the cabinet went over. Half my tavern drew staves at once. 500 people, most of them nobility, many of them formally trained, all of them holding a black crystal containing several months of their disposable income, watching a foreign religious paramilitary destroy the machine. Ruersk coordinated them, through the forum. I watched a founder of the Council of Seven stand behind an overturned table with his hands moving in 2 places at once, casting with one and posting with the other, putting out target assignments to 60 mages in real time in a thread titled Tavern Defense Coordination. Somebody in that thread was numbering the enemies, somebody else was correcting his numbering. Two people were arguing about whether to prioritize the one by the stairs and had reached a compromise before anyone reached the stairs. That is the first coordinated raid this world has ever run, and it was performed by strangers who had never fought together, at a card game release using a message board. Outside, in the alley, Brenna finished 4 of them by herself with a record player. Zira found her afterward covered to the elbows in blood, cheerfully changing a disc, and Brenna looked up and said, "Zira, did you open packs too? What did you get?" Xylia lost an arm to the second chief. His name is Malik, and he had prepared for us, and what he had done to prepare was pierce his own eardrums with a nail. He cannot hear the record. He cannot hear the elf. He cannot hear anything ever again, and he did it to himself in advance on the assumption that it would be useful. Xylia disengaged with one arm and got out over the roofs, which is the correct call and which cost her considerable pride. I did not chase him. I have a species of magic that eats other magic, and a mark that commands the dead, and I did neither of those things, because there was a better tool available. I filed a report with the city police. There is an unlicensed transportation array in a warehouse in the Eastern District, which is how the enforcement party got into Nolan without passing a gate, and which is a serious criminal offense under the municipal code of a city that takes its municipal code extremely seriously. Nolan sent 40 officers and a demolition team. The holy teachings can survive a war with a demon prince. What they cannot survive is a jurisdictional dispute with a city that has lawyers. They took Zira away in the morning for trial. Malik sent one message before he went to ground, and it came through a channel I have not been able to trace, and it said this: "Hundreds more will come, and that elf of yours is food." The dark elf covered the demolition of the teleport array by joining the police, not bribing them, joining them. She put on a face, walked into a station, produced credentials that were entirely fictitious and entirely convincing, and stood in the front rank of the raid with a crystal in her hand, taking pictures of the whole thing. Then she came to me with about 200 images and a business question. The church would pay a fortune to know exactly what the city seized. I could sell these 3 times over before the week is out. You could. So why am I not selling them? Because you already know the answer, or you wouldn't be asking me. She looked at the images for a while. A good reporter sometimes catches material instead of money, she said, testing the shape of it, and then she made a face like she'd bitten something. She also invented a word that week, entirely on her own, while questioning a captured inquisitor in a cell with a recording crystal running. She had asked him 9 questions in sequence with follow-ups in order to get a coherent account out of him for broadcast rather than to extract a confession. Halfway through, she stopped, looked at the crystal, and said out loud to nobody, "This is an interview." She has since become insufferable about it. She refers to it as her discovery. It is on her personal channel banner. Zira's trial lasted a day and a half and produced an outcome that nobody in the building expected. The charge was obstruction of a sanctioned action of the Inquisition. The evidence was 11 witnesses from her own order. The penalty available to the tribunal was, at the upper end, the brand. And then the saint of the holy teachings arrived and requisitioned her. Aurelia walked into a disciplinary tribunal of her own church and stated that she required a personal guard, that the accused was suitable, and that she was taking her. Nobody in that room outranks the saint on a question of her own protection. Zira went from defendant to bodyguard of the holiest person in her religion in about 90 seconds, and I am told she stood there through all of it, with the expression of a woman waiting for the actual sentence. Afterward, alone, Aurelia used the world tree leaf that the young crusader had traded her, and she looked into the spiritual world. She has done this since she was a child. It is the actual gift underneath the singing. She sees faith itself, the shape of what people believe, the way you or I see weather. Her own faith, accumulated over a century of church building by an entire nation, appears as a stag, enormous, ancient, every antler an institution. And beside it, curled up asleep on a sphere of light, was a small white cat. It had not existed a month ago, and behind both of them, spread out across the whole dark, was a field of new lights coming on in ones and twos, and then in dozens, going back further than she could see. "Impossible," she said to an empty room. "It's only been a month." Then she asked her new bodyguard what the profession was called. "The thing the elf does, The singing, the records, the faces on the wall. Zira, who had been living in my tavern for 2 months and had picked up the vocabulary, told her. He calls it an idol. I ran a 50% sale on card packs that week. Business reasons, 500 new players had come through the doors during a small war, and I wanted them to stay. Emotional reasons. I had just watched a room full of strangers defend my staff with staves, and I wanted to give them something. Brenna spent the entire inheritance Zira had left in her keeping, 170 packs. She did not get the card she wanted. She has never gotten the card she wanted. There is a curse on this tavern, and I am fairly sure I know who cast it. Phelan told me one evening about the last thing her elder said to her. Run, hide, never let anyone know what you are, trust nobody, show nobody the seed, and take it somewhere so far away that the mist cannot follow. She has broken every one of those instructions in the last 3 months. All of them. Publicly, on a stage, with her name on a record and her face on a wall. Do you regret it? I asked. She held up her hand. The sprout was the length of my thumb, and it had put out its first true leaf. The National Theatre went bankrupt in the autumn. Professor Marius had spent his war chest trying to buy the Alaric and had lost both his resident companies to a man who owns a camera. He sold the building to cover his debts and left the city, and his troops came to me looking for work. I took the venue. I did not take the people. That surprised everyone, including Sir Alaric, who thought I was being sentimental and told me so. They're excellent performers, sir, trained, experienced. They're loyal to whoever pays. I don't need talent, I need loyalty. A thing another man can buy back with money is not a thing I want in the building. He thought about that for a while and then wrote it down, which he does now, in a notebook, which I find alarming. The third film is called Hachiko. The read-through was in the ballroom of the Nolan house, and it lasted 40 minutes, and by the end of it, my leading elf was face down on the table. I can't read it. Why would you write this? I didn't write it. It happened. What? There was a dog in my country. He went to the station every evening to meet a man off the train, and one day the man died at work and did not come back, and the dog went to the station every evening for 9 years. Phelan had to leave the room. Sir Alaric got through page 9 and then had to sit down on the floor, which for a man of his build is a commitment. That afternoon, the alert came in from Ferocia. Isolde, on the network, in a message I had to read 3 times. Something is wrong with my father. He has been strange for 9 days. He does not remember a conversation we had at breakfast, and his handwriting has changed. Then, an hour later, I am going to Blackwood Forest with Zara. Do not tell my mother. And that night, Lyra came into my study at midnight with her cushion and got into the armchair and said, My sister's not home, so sleep in your own room. The house is empty. She was asleep in 9 minutes. I worked until 3 with a 19-year-old snoring at an angle in the chair beside my desk, and I did not wake her, and I would like it noted that I have never once managed to make her go to bed at a reasonable hour. Blackwood Forest is 11 days south, and it holds a world tree that is still alive, barely. Its guardian is a copper dragon roughly 1,000 years old, whose actual function is to be a conversationalist. The tree needs the attention of thinking creatures, and a dragon that talks constantly for a millennium is an excellent way to provide it. He had been going mad for 6 years. The whisper again. It gets into the biggest thing available and works down. The elders of the forest had been rotating through their library for years, looking for a subject interesting enough to hold his attention for an hour, and they had run out of library. Isolde walked into that cave with a camera crystal and a bodyguard. The roar knocked Zara flat. It burst something in her ear, and she went down and could not get back up. And a 15-year-old girl, alone, in front of 11 meters of insane dragon, did the only thing she had. She turned on Leone. The dragon stopped. Not because of the story. I want to be exact about this, because it is the most interesting thing that has happened to any of my films. He froze because of the question. An intelligence that has been alive for 1,000 years, looking at a moving image on a cave wall, did not ask what happens next. He asked, how is this being done? And a mind that is genuinely occupied with a problem has no room in it for a whisper. He watched the whole film in total silence, working at it, and by the halfway point, he had begun asking questions out loud. How is the perspective changing? Is that a real place? How large is the apparatus? And his voice had come back to sanity somewhere in the middle of the second reel. Then Phelan's record went on afterward and finished the job. By dawn, there were 9 elderly elven priestesses sitting on the floor of a dragon's cave, having arrived to investigate the noise and stayed for the picture, expressing extremely strong opinions about the treatment of the girl in the film and instructing Isolde, sharply, not to stop it at the interesting part. In the morning, the network broke. Because Isolde had taken a picture, her in a cave mouth at sunrise with a live copper dragon behind her, 1,000 years old, 11 meters at the shoulder, looking directly into the lens. 10,000 comments in 3 hours. Half of them were people begging her to run. A significant number were recipes involving powdered dragon scale. 4 separate wizards attempted to determine her location from the rock strata. Somebody started a thread about whether the dragon was single. And in the bottom corner of the frame, sitting neatly with its tail wrapped around its feet, was a black cat. The most important casting call I have ever run was for a dog. I needed a specific face, not a handsome dog, a dog with a mildly contemptuous expression, because the whole picture rests on the audience believing this animal has opinions. We saw 60. I rejected 59. Number 60 came in under his own power, walked past the entire panel without acknowledging any of us, sat down in the middle of the room, and looked at me like I had let him down personally. Cast. The same week, I published The Massacre. I'll come back to what happened in Blackwood Forest. I have to, and I'd rather do it in order, but you should know now that the photographs Isolde brought out of that forest went onto the forum under my own handle, unedited, with the faces of the dead visible, and that I pinned the post. It sat at the top of the board for 11 days. Nothing I have made has ever been shared as widely, and nothing has ever cost me as much sleep. Squirrel Street, meanwhile, had become a problem, because Squirrel Street had become a destination. The Black Pigeon's Inn is in Leon. People had begun coming to stand in front of it. Not dozens, hundreds, daily, from other cities, to look at a doorway and a staircase and the specific window where a specific scene happened. They were buying things. From the residents, at whatever price the residents felt like naming. Squirrel Street, the poorest and dirtiest street in Nolan, home to 400 non-humans who were put there because nowhere else would take them, had accidentally become the most commercially valuable 400 meters in the city. There was also a girl there selling forged tickets. Half-demon, about 11, named Nova. She had worked out that people would pay for admission to a screening and that she could produce a passable coin with a file and some luck. And she was doing it because she wanted to save up enough to buy a real one. She got caught by 3 older boys and beaten for the take. That is how I found her, and that is how I found out that there is a slave market operating quietly at the end of that street, and that a half-demon boy of about 9 was on it, and that his name, I am not making this up, I checked twice, is Chiron. I bought him. That is a sentence I do not enjoy, and the transaction was exactly as ugly as it sounds, and the orcs who held the paper on him drove a hard bargain, and I paid it. He asked me, on the walk back, what he owed. 9 years old, sold twice, straight to the accounting. Free films, I said, forever, all of them. That's the debt, and you can consider it steep. He thought I was lying, and then he did not, and then he cried for about a kilometer. I told Sir Alaric to stop renting locations. Buy them, all of them, the whole street, every building, at a fair price, with the residents guaranteed tenancy for life at their current rent, and no one is to be moved unless they want to be. Sir, that's the entire street? The cost is a fraction of what it will cost in a year. I explained what a pilgrimage site is. I explained what happens to land near one. I explained that we were going to build the 2nd street, and the 3rd, and a permanent standing set, and that in 10 years people would come from 4 continents to stand where a fictional assassin fell over. He got it about halfway through. I watched it land. He put both hands over his mouth. Sir, it's a holy land. Close enough. We're calling it that now. I have given up. The Blackwood elders came to Nolan by owl, 9 priestesses and their elder, Theron, and they came because of something they had measured rather than something they had been told. Isolde carries a seed now, not Phelan's, Blackwood's own. I have to tell you how that happened. The Inquisition had been inside Blackwood Forest for years, not besieging it, inside it, wearing the faces of elves who had gone missing one at a time over a decade, in 1s and 2s, quietly, so that nobody counted. They moved on the 9th day of Isolde's visit. The mist came up out of the ground first, gray and low, and then the tentacles came up through the root mat, and then the elves of Blackwood Forest found themselves fighting people they had known for 200 years, because you cannot tell. The tree began to die within the hour. The elder held a handful of its leaves, and they went to dust between her fingers while she was holding them. And the tree, dying, did what a world tree does at the end, which is put everything it has left into a seed and give it to a carrier. It chose a human girl. Not one of the 9 priestesses who had served it for 400 years. Not the dragon. A 15-year-old human actress from Ferocia who had been in the forest for 9 days. Nobody has explained that to me. Theron cannot explain it either, and I have watched her try. And Isolde, with a seed burning into her palm, on the back of a bear, in the middle of a massacre, filmed it. All of it. 2 hours of it. One hand on the bear's fur and one hand holding a crystal, shooting a genocide in progress because somebody had told her once that the thing that changes people is not being told, it is being shown. The bear's name is Etta. He had carried her every day of her visit and had been trying to teach her to fish. He put her down at the edge of the tree line and went back to hold the path. He came out again about 4 minutes later, and he was not the same color anymore, and he crossed the last 20 meters and pressed his nose against the side of her face. Then he lay down. She did not stop filming. That is the part I will never be able to explain to anyone who was not there, and I was not there either. She kept the camera up. The elders of Blackwood came to Nolan to take their seed home, and they stayed because of what the seed was doing. Theron measured it on the 2nd day, and then measured it again, because the number was wrong. The seed in Isolde's hand was drinking faster in one city than it had ever drunk in an entire forest. Faster than Blackwood at its height. Faster, she said, than the recorded intake of a world tree at the center of a nation of believers. Nolan is not a nation of believers. Nolan is 900,000 people who have opinions about a girl from a film. Faith is faith. The tree does not check the paperwork. Isolde found Nova at the public notice board on Squirrel Street, standing on a crate to read a poster she couldn't afford a ticket to. She did not know who Nova was. She asked if she liked films. Nova said yes, in the voice of a child who has been asked a trick question, and Isolde said, "Come to the premiere, I'll put your name down," and then walked off before there could be an argument about it. That is a rich girl doing a small thing without noticing. It is also the entire reason a half-demon child with a criminal record for ticket forgery was in the 3rd row on the most important night of my career. I also ran a manhunt disguised as a seasonal event. There was an orc slaver at large in the district, the one who had held Chiron's paper and 3 others, and the city guard were not going to prioritize it because the victims were non-human and the paperwork was ambiguous. So I posted a Hearthstone spring event. Wanted, 1 green-skinned individual, description attached, last seen in the Eastern Quarter. Reward, 1 golden legendary card, guaranteed, of the finder's choice. 50 dwarves put down their anvils inside the hour. I am told that the phrase shouted in the street as they went out of the Forge District, in unison, by 50 armed adults, was, "For the Alliance." They found him in a day and a half. He was delivered to the city guard intact, which was not a requirement of the posting, and which I appreciate. Hachiko premiered on a Thursday to a full house and 10 elderly elves who had come to be polite. They sat down in the front row the way you sit down at a distant relative's recital. Theron arranged her robes. 2 of the priestesses had brought needlework. The first 20 minutes are a man and a puppy and almost nothing else, and I watched an ancient druid of the Blackwood yawn without covering her mouth. Then Theron said, quietly, to nobody in particular, "Its eyes seem to see death." Elves live for 1,000 years. They have watched more animals die than any other thinking species. And this one recognized, in the face of a dog on a wall, the specific look of a creature that knows something is finished and does not have the words to be wrong about it. After that, they did not move. The film runs 90 minutes, and the last 40 of them are a dog going to a train station. That's it. That's the whole ending. A dog goes to a station and waits, and the train comes in, and the man is not on it. And then it is a different season, and the dog goes to the station, and then the dog is old, and the dog goes to the station. The 1,000-year-old druid of Blackwood Forest, who did not weep when her forest burned 9 days ago, who came out of that fire with dust in her hands and gave orders in a level voice for 2 hours, put her face in both hands in row 1 of a human theater, and cried until she could not breathe. One of the priestesses got hold of the arm of the chair in front of her and would not let go. "This is not a dream," she said. "It's a miracle." Nobody applauded. 3,000 people, and not one clap, because the room could not do it. It took about 4 minutes before anyone was capable of standing up. That silence is the best review I have ever received, and I have thought about it every day since. Negotiations began afterward in my office, and they began badly, in the sense that the puppy was in there. He is not the film dog. The film dog is grown and lives with a trainer. This is his younger brother, who is 4 months old, and who is in my office because the office is warm. 10 elven elders, in full ceremonial dress, having come to discuss an alliance concerning the survival of their species, opened a door and were met by a very small dog with a familiar face. Both delegations were crying into handkerchiefs before anyone said good evening. We negotiated anyway, and I gave them the terms straight because they had earned straight. You want your people back. The seed grows on being loved, and there are 10 of you left and a forest of ash, so there's only one thing on the table. Name it. Become famous. Theron, who is 400 and something years old and has been a religious authority since before Nolan had a charter, looked at me for a long moment. You are proposing that the survival of the Blackwood elves depends on our being popular? I'm not proposing it. I'm telling you what the mechanism is. I didn't design your tree. That night, one of the young priestesses could not sleep, and I had given her a handle on the network, and she found the pinned post. The photographs from the forest, at the top of the board, 2 weeks old, with 400,000 views. And underneath it, thousands of strangers, humans, dwarves, gnomes, lizard folk, people who had never met an elf and could not have found Blackwood on a map, furious on her behalf. She sat in a borrowed room in a foreign city, reading anger from people who owed her nothing. Sometimes, she said to me the next morning, having clearly rehearsed it, there is no difference between humans and elves, or even demons. I put her on air 2 days later. The first interview broadcast in the history of this world is Grimald, in a chair, asking an elven priestess of Blackwood Forest to describe what happened to her home. She did it for 40 minutes without breaking down, which cost her something. And halfway through, she stopped listening to the questions because she had turned her head and was looking through the glass of the booth with her face almost against it, like a child at a zoo. She can see faith. She was watching it arrive. 60,000 people were listening live, and every one of them was feeling something in the same minute, and to a priestess of a world tree that is not an abstraction, it is a river coming in through the window. "A week," she said afterward, gripping my sleeve. "A week of this and the seed would sprout. Can we do a week?" An interview doesn't last a week. That one's already over. Then I explained the concept of a regular program with a fixed time slot, and she made a noise, and Theron had to sit down. Ferocia arrested Madame Dubois that same week. The charge was sedition. The complaint was filed by her own husband, the Grand Duke. The Grand Duke had been replaced. It is the same method every time. A face taken quietly, a substitution nobody counts. And it had been running in the highest house of Ferocia for at least a month, while everyone in the family put his strangeness down to stress. She was in a cell for 3 days before Alistair got to her. Alistair is a legend of the Ferocian stage. 40 years at the top, the actor other actors quote. He had been selling tickets at the box office of a bankrupt theater when I met him, because his company had folded and he refused to leave the building. I had asked one of his students whether she'd liked my film. She said yes, with a guilty face. "That's enough," said Alistair, and went to audition. He asked for the lead. There is no lead. The lead is a dog. He took a supporting part as a waiter and did it so well that Sir Alaric forgot his own line and had to be prompted by a banshee. And when the woman who had signed his last real contract was arrested on a fabricated charge, Alistair walked into a Ferocian court of law with a crystal in his coat and demanded the right to present evidence. He got the wrong crystal out. 90 seconds of Hachiko played in a treason trial before he found the right one. There is a documented, minuted, official Ferocian court record of a puppy chasing a ball across the floor of the high chamber, while a legend of the national stage swore at his own pocket. Then he found the right one. 2 hours of Blackwood, unedited, shot from the back of a bear. The king of Ferocia watched all of it. When it finished, he arrested 3 of his own ministers, withdrew the standing order for the border mobilization, expelled every missionary of the holy teachings from the country, and released Madame Dubois with an apology. And when a delegation of counts arrived mid-session with what was, in all honesty, the opening move of a coup, he declined to stop the playback. He had chairs brought in for them. He ordered supper for the chamber. He made 9 armed nobles sit through the second hour of a massacre before he would hear their grievance, and by the end of it, 4 of them had changed sides. I have thought a great deal about which of the things I have built is the most powerful, and I keep coming back to a room where nobody is allowed to leave until the film is over. Isolde called her mother from Nolan the same evening. Voice, live, across 900 kilometers, through a tree. Madame Dubois had been out of a cell for 6 hours. She had aged, and she picked up a leaf in her hand and heard her daughter's voice come out of the air, and she did not say hello. She said her daughter's name twice, and then stopped being able to speak. Then Isolde said, in a completely different tone, Hold on, there are zombies at the door." "What?" "No, it's fine. I've got a plank on the window. Oh, there's a skeleton shooting at me." "Galilee! Mother, it's a game. Look." And she sent a picture of the screen. I would like to formally apologize to Madame Dubois for the 4 seconds in which she believed her only child was being eaten by the dead in a foreign city. That was a design flaw in the product, and I have since added a status indicator. The call ended 40 minutes later with the most ordinary sentence in the world, spoken for the first time in the history of this one, across a distance that used to take 3 weeks by carriage. "Isolde, you should go to sleep now." My aunt wrote to me from the demon realm, and the letter was not good. Famine, mutations coming up in the deep galleries, headaches through the whole Malcor bloodline, fields going to dust, the same word Theron used about the forest, which I do not like at all. She asked at the end, in the flat way she asks things, how I was living. I sent her a picture of my dinner. It was a joke. It was roast lamb and 3 sides on a good table, sent to a woman managing a food shortage, and I sent it because she has been unbearable to me since I was 6, and I have very few weapons. She did not reply for 2 days. Then, "Kaylin, who is that human woman sitting next to you?" I have looked at that photograph 40 times. Lyra is in the corner of the frame, with her elbow on the table and a fork in her hand, and she is not looking at the camera, and she is entirely in focus. I have not answered. I have also not deleted it. Rursk asked me a question that week that I think about more than any other. Why did those people go into that alley? For the Inquisitor. Strangers, at 2 in the morning. Because she writes well. That is not an answer. It's the only answer. Nobody in that alley knew her name, her face, her species, or her crimes. They knew her prose style. That was enough. He was quiet for a while, and then he gave me the sharpest thing anyone in this world has said to me. For 1,000 years, the missionaries of that church have painted demons as monsters with nothing but words. If words did that, then words can undo it. And a demon who paints the true face of the Inquisition with the same brush is holding something more frightening than an army. Then he asked me to teach the programming course. I had prepared a beginner's lecture for merchants, simple stuff, what a shop that the whole world can see looks like, why you would want one, what an inventory is when it lives in a crystal instead of a warehouse. I arrived to find that the room had been colonized, every sage of Nolan, 4 members of the Council of 7, an archbishop of the holy teachings in the second row with a notebook, 24 wizards standing at the back because there were no seats, and in among them 40 extremely confused merchants who had come for the shop. I gave them the shop first. I drew the pie on the board, the whole market, every city, every customer who can see a window, and 40 merchants leaned forward as one animal. Then Seraphina Thorne put her hand up. "Excuse me, I would prefer to hear about the programming." The merchants suffered for 3 hours. I have never enjoyed anything more. The embassy from the demon realm arrived at the end of the month, and it arrived through the Shadow Dusk forest, which meant it arrived through the Duke of Bones. She met an official diplomatic delegation of the demon realm at the border of her territory, with a full orchestra of the dead performing Schubert. Then she detained my bodyguard on a technicality and extorted a copy of my new film out of him as damages for a breach of contract that does not exist. Xylar sent me a message about it consisting of 4 words. She has done it again. The head of the delegation is called the Prophet. She is an observer. She changes bodies. Her current one is a girl of about 11 in round glasses, carrying a rucksack that is taller than she is, which she cannot get up the stairs and which fell over on her twice in my lobby. She is, by every account I can get, one of the 3 most dangerous entities in the demon realm. Her escort, one sin demon of the standard build, 3 meters, mane, claws, stepped out onto a street in Nolan and was immediately surrounded by 20 young women who wanted to touch his paw. Not one of them screamed. Several of them had brought ribbons. The prophet, pressed into a doorway by the crowd, was heard to say, "These humans, they have probably gone completely insane." She has since concluded, in her formal preliminary report, that the third prince has founded a cult of demon worship among humans and that the theater is its temple, which is not correct. But I understand how she got there. I sat the whole delegation down in front of Léon, because that is what I do to visitors now. Her 2 students cried, openly, both of them, in a foreign country in front of their superior. And in the seat beside them, quite by accident, was the saint of the holy teachings, in plain clothes, on her first visit to Nolan. Aurelia recognized what was sitting next to her within 90 seconds. Her legion commander began gathering holy light in the 4th row of a full house, and the saint of the church put her hand on his arm and stopped him. "If you kill here," she said, "you will not be a hero. You will be a man who murdered a child in a theater in front of 3,000 witnesses, and it will be in the evening broadcast before the body is cold." He let it go. Behind them, the prophet leaned across to her weeping student and said, without any particular emphasis, "Observe, destroying a faith is far easier than building one." I do not think she meant mine. The seed in Isolde's hand sprouted on a Tuesday, and the elves treated it as a birth, because it is one. They built a circle in the courtyard of the Nolan house, 9 priestesses, chalk, salt, 4 hours of preparation, and put a 15-year-old human girl in the middle of it, and then knelt around her and sang, while a tree that had lived for 2,000 years started again in her palm. Isolde held still for the entire ceremony with an expression I recognized because I have seen it on every young performer who has just realized the thing is real. And afterward, Theron came to me and asked, formally, on behalf of what is left of her people, what the next step was. "You said become famous. We have no country, no gold, no standing, and nobody has heard an elven song in a human city in 200 years. Where do we begin?" So I announced a competition. The Singer of the World, open to anyone, any race, any country, no fee, no sponsor required, no letter of introduction, no credentials of any kind. You come to the theater, you stand on the stage, you sing. And the judges are not a panel, the judges are everyone. I put the whole thing on the network, every round broadcast live. Every viewer with a handle gets 1 vote per round, cast through the forum, counted publicly, visible as it happens. Nobody in this world had ever voted on anything. That is not an exaggeration. Nolan has a ruling council, and it is appointed. The kingdoms are hereditary. The church is hierarchical. In the entire recorded history of this continent, there is no institution that has ever asked 900,000 ordinary people what they preferred and then done it. I introduced universal suffrage as a marketing device for a talent show. I want to be honest about that. I did not do it to change the world. I did it because a competition where the audience decides is a competition the audience cannot stop watching. The world-changing part was a side effect. Most of them are. The other thing I built for it was distribution, a crystal and a leaf mounted in a wooden cabinet on a shelf above the bar. Anyone in range of the tree can watch what the tree can see. I put them in 47 locations across Nolan. Taverns, bathhouses, 2 bakeries, the lobby of the Patent Council, and 1 in the Dwarven Fortress that required 4 of them to carry. I did not charge for them. I gave them away. Every tavern keeper in that city thought I had lost my mind, right up until the first broadcast night, when they discovered that a room with a picture in it does 4 times the trade of a room without one. There is a beggar in the eastern quarter named Rurik. He came out of the underground fighting pits, and he did not come out well. He sleeps in a stairwell. He is raising a foundling, a half-demon infant that somebody left in an alley, which he picked up because it was cold. His landlady, if you can dignify her with the title, had given him until the end of the month to get rid of it or get out. A friend brought him a flyer. He could not read it. It was explained to him. Free to enter, anyone at all, and the prize is enough money that the amount was described to him twice because he did not believe it the first time. He ran the whole way across the city that night to put his name down. Zira came to the tavern for what she described, formally, as the last time. She has a new post and a new master, and she is the personal guard of the holiest person in her religion, and she came in uniform and stood there like a woman handing in a resignation. She had 3 packs left. She opened them at the bar with everybody watching because the entire tavern had stopped, and on the 3rd one, the animation went gold. A golden legendary. She stood there, holding it with her mouth open, and 40 dwarves came off their stools, roaring, and Zephyr put a tray down and applauded, and Brenna, who has never once pulled one, who has spent an inheritance and a dowry and 70 years of accumulated luck on this, screamed into her own hands. Zira went slightly red and said, "It is only a card," and then put it inside her breastplate rather than in her bag. Auditions ran 4 days, and we saw 232 people. I've run casting calls in 2 worlds now, and I would like to report that the distribution is identical. 11 were extraordinary. Perhaps 30 were competent. The rest were tone deaf, badly prepared, forgot their words, sang something their mother liked, or attempted a range they do not possess in front of a live broadcast. One of them was a mercenary in a horned helmet who came up on stage, planted his feet, and screamed. Not a song, a sustained, tuneless, enormous bellow for 9 seconds with total conviction. I put him through. The jury objected. I overruled them. A competition judged by 900,000 people needs a man in a horned helmet who screams, and anyone who does not understand why has never worked in entertainment. Then, on the 3rd afternoon, a young woman in plain clothes gave her name as Gwen and sang unaccompanied. The hall stood up. It was the saint of the holy teachings, and I knew it, and I let her through because I wanted to see what she was doing. Entrant 233 came at 9 in the evening on the last night, after the jury had packed up. Rurik, in rags, smelling of the stairwell, with a baby asleep in a sling on his chest. He got up on the stage and did not sing. He talked. Fast, in rhythm, over a beat he made by hitting his own thigh with the flat of his hand, in tight rhyme, about the pits and the men who ran them, and what a person turns into down there. It is what they did underground to pass time between fights. There are no instruments. There is a floor and a hand, and the fact that a man speaking in rhythm can be understood over a crowd. The jury were on their feet in seconds. It was not music. It was noise. It was an insult to the stage, and one of them called for the guards. 2 guards had his arms and were walking him off. Stop! They stopped. I came down the aisle. I want to be clear that I was moving faster than I have moved in months. Sir, this man, let go of him. I got to the edge of the stage and looked up at a beggar with a baby on his chest who had just performed the first rap in the history of this planet in front of 9 people who wanted him removed. I'm one of the people that landed with, I said. Where did you learn that? He told me. I put him through. The final round went out live to the whole city and everything the tree could reach beyond it, and the presenter announced from the stage that the 2,000 people in the hall were not the judges. The judges were the 100,000 watching in 47 taverns and 4,000 private windows. In the 3rd row of the balcony, a bishop of the holy teachings named Valerius closed both hands on the head of his cane until the wood complained. He had been sent to observe a musical entertainment. What he was watching was 100,000 laypeople being asked, publicly, what they preferred, and answering, and having it counted where everyone could see. The war has begun, he said, to nobody. A war for followers. He is the only person in that building who correctly identified what was happening, and I include myself. Gwen sang second. She had a story ready. A poor girl from a border village, a mother who died last winter, and this was her song, the one her mother used to sing to her at the loom. None of it is true. Every word of it is fabricated, and she delivered it in a voice that broke in exactly the right place. 27,321 votes. I sat in the box and watched the saint of the holy teachings work out, without being told, without a single lesson from me, the entire mechanism of an audience, that they do not vote for the best singer, they vote for the person they have decided to be on the side of, and then execute it flawlessly on her first attempt in front of 100,000 strangers. She invented the sob story in one afternoon. She came to see me that night with a proposal, and I want to record the terms because they were extremely good. Free passage and full installation of the magic network across the entire Holy Teachings country. 10 years of guaranteed non-aggression, in writing, sealed. Protection for my people, my staff, and my properties from every arm of her church. In exchange, help her take control of it. The Inquisition removed, the cardinals broken, and the church remade under her hand. It is a genuinely excellent offer. No, you have not considered it. I've considered it for the last 4 months. You're offering me a reformed church that still teaches that demons are evil. You will not change that line, because that line is what holds the whole structure up. Your faith has already told a continent what I am. And there's only one way to change that, not reform it, end it. She took it well. She is 24, and she took a declaration of war from a demon prince the way you take a business rejection. Lyra asked me afterward, in the study, at 2 in the morning, whether I had been an idiot. 10 years of no war, that's 10 years. She lied about her mother to 100,000 people this evening, and cried real tears doing it. She lies with every word she says, including the true ones. An alliance with her costs more than it pays. You could have said that on stage. She'd have had a better story ready by morning. Aurelia said something to her new bodyguard that same night that I would not have believed if Zira had not repeated it to me herself months later in a different context. You've seen the difference. Before, the crowd was blind and deaf. A rumor was a mouse in a wall, and nobody believed mice. Now they have a source, and they have a vote. Your Holiness, then what is your plan? I want the whole world to love a girl called Gwen. Every country, every tavern, not the saint. The saint belongs to the church. Gwen belongs to them. Why? Because one day Gwen will be in trouble, and when that day comes, I want somebody to travel 1,000 miles to get her out. I have not decided whether that is the most cynical thing I have ever heard or the most honest, and I have had a long time to think about it. Zira, walking back through the theater's lower corridors after that conversation, opened a door she should not have opened and found the orchestra. 40 skeletons in white tie, tuning. I did say I would come back for the Duke of Bones. I told her in her own castle that the next time I visited I would be inviting her to perform in a theater, and I am not a man who leaves a promise like that lying around for 4 months without paying it. She came. She brought her own musicians. She has been rehearsing them for 9 days in the basement of the Alaric, and the entire building has stopped complaining about the noise, because the noise is extraordinary. Zira drew a dagger on a room full of undead, which is a reasonable thing for a crusader to do. The conductor turned around, took the blade between 2 finger bones, and it went to powder. How rude! As punishment, perhaps I should turn you into strawberry jam? Zira told me afterward that she considered, seriously, for the first time in her career, running away. The elder priestess of Blackwood sang forth, a traditional ballad of her people, 11 minutes long, unaccompanied in the old tongue, exactly as it has been sung in that forest for 400 years. It is a beautiful piece of music, and I mean that. 7,324 votes. Polite applause. The audience was courteous, and the audience was bored, and I watched the number come up on the board, and I watched 9 elderly elves read it and understand what it meant. They had 1 entrant left. Eliana is the youngest of them, 22, which for an elf is a child. She had been brought along to carry things. She stood in the wings and understood that the survival of her entire species had just landed on her, personally, in the next 4 minutes, in a foreign language, in front of 100,000 people who had just yawned at 4 centuries of her culture. Then the presenter went out and made it worse. He is a good presenter. He is also the sort of man who thinks compassion is a tool, and he had read the briefing notes, and he went out and told the audience about the fire. Before our next performer begins, I think we all know what happened to her people. 10 survivors. A forest burned. Let's give her all the support we can. The votes started climbing before she sang a note, and on the forum, in real time, on a screen I could see from the box, the mockery started. They've turned the theater into an orphanage for elves, so we're voting on tragedies now. 4th sob story tonight. Is anyone actually going to sing? I sent her a message, direct, to her window, standing in the wings, 40 seconds before she went on. I did not send encouragement. Encouragement would have finished her. I wrote, "Your music teacher has me by the collar. She is demanding I go out there and shut that idiot up." Then, "Be brave." Ileana walked out onto that stage into a wave of pity and stopped in the middle of it. And then she shouted, at 2,000 people in the hall and 100,000 outside it, before the music started, "I am not standing here as a Blackwood elf." The room went silent. "I am standing here as a singer. Do not listen to my story. Listen to my singing." And Isolde, in the second box, on my instruction, said loudly enough for the whole gallery to hear, "Honestly, just the people of Nolan have better taste than that." Insulting a room is a very dangerous instrument, and I would not recommend it to anyone who has not done it before. 2,000 people turned around at once, offended, wide awake, and absolutely paying attention. Then the drum came in. I wrote her 4 songs, and I put the rhythm first, because the one thing this world's music has never had is a beat you can find with your hands, and because a hall that is angry is a hall that is ready to do something physical. 4 bars in, the gallery was clapping on the 2 and the 4. By the chorus, the entire theater was on it, 2,000 people, in time. And Ileana was standing in the middle of a sound no elf has ever made and no human has ever heard, with her hands up, 22 years old, holding it. 32,421 votes, 5,000 more than a saint. The Duke of Bones came to find me afterward and delivered her review, which I will reproduce in full because it is the only compliment she has ever paid anybody. She was flat in the 3rd phrase and twice in the bridge. Humans' ears have rotted, so nobody noticed. Then, without changing tone, "You want me to kill the singer in the 2nd dressing room, the one who lied about her mother." "I want no such thing." "You should. She is a saint of a hostile church, and she is now the 2nd most loved person in this city. And if she dies in my theater, on my night, I am at war with an entire country by morning, and every one of my people is a target, and the story becomes about her." "Correct," said the Lich, sounding almost pleased. "I only wished to know whether you had worked that out yourself." I got home at 4 in the morning, and Rhiannon was waiting up with the accounts. She put the book down on the table in front of me and turned it around so I could read it. 97 gold. That is the entire liquid position of Earth Studio, holder of the patents on the camera, the recording crystal, the broadcast network, the arcade cabinet, the trading card game, and the first magical communications infrastructure ever built. 97 gold. 2 digits. Because the theater cost what a theater costs. Because I bought 47 shops to put the picture boxes in and did not charge anybody for the boxes. Because I bought a street and guaranteed 400 people their homes at their current rent for life. And because 2 weeks ago I quietly bought a very large amount of grain and had it sent through a portal to a realm that is starving, addressed to my aunt with no note. "Mr. Kalen," said Rhiannon, "I have run caravans for 50 years, and I have never seen anyone lose money this fast on purpose." "How long can we run?" 9 days, 11 if the elf's records sell. 4 months ago, I woke up in the ashes of a burned village and told a sin demon not to kill the survivors but to kidnap them, because I had an idea about a camera. Tonight, 100,000 people voted, freely and in public, and the winner was an elf whose people the church killed, and the runner-up was the church's own saint pretending to be poor, and the loudest room in the city was full of humans clapping in time for a demon's company. I did not win a war. I have not fought one. I changed what people do with their evenings. So here is where it stands at 4 in the morning with 97 gold in the drawer. The saint of the holy teachings offered me 10 years of peace, and I told her I intend to end her religion, and she smiled at me and went home to become beloved. The Inquisition lost a battle in my tavern, and Malik is still out there with his ears ruined, and he has promised me hundreds more, and he was not exaggerating. My aunt has written to ask about the grain and has not mentioned it. She has written twice more, and both letters end with the same question, which is not about grain, and which I have not answered. Kalen. Who is that human woman sitting next to you? And somewhere at the bottom of the abyss, in a tower on a staircase of bones, someone in my own family has been reading every report the Dark Elf files, and paying for it, and asking after me by name. I have never met her. I do not know which of my relatives she is. The last thing she said, on a lit circle in a rented room when she was told I had refused a summons home was this: "Do you find that movie interesting? Good. I'm in no hurry. I'm quite used to waiting." So that is the position. 97 gold. A continent that has started to like demons. A card set releasing on the 15th. A church that has declared me its enemy, a relative in the dark who has decided I am worth waiting for, and a girl asleep in the armchair in my study who wore a collar with my name on it 4 months ago and whose sister asked me a question I still have not answered. 9 days of payroll left. I have never, in either of my lives, been happier.